Well. There's Darts and company. As they were left, accosted by wolves.
Brigands.
Adventure awaits.
What's going on now? Darts is grinding for money?
Darts is en route to Karnak.
Ah. Bees are still very potent.
Which means after arriving at Karnak, then Darts will be grinding money. To get just standardized up to Karnak year. Bees are vastly capable. Dependable. Optimal use of numbers. Yeah, I guess I'll just take a shield as my my complimentary breach of the law. Crimes. Yeah, mostly I'm just gonna have everybody get standardized up to local high tech. When you're playing at any sort of casual pace, this is kind of the place for it. Karts has things to do.
Wait, we swapped while I wasn't looking? What?
Yes, welcome.
Yep, okay.
Karts has things to do here in Karnak.
Okay, is he in jail yet, or...
Has Karts yet been arrested for No.
Is Garula
Well,
after or
yes.
before jail?
Garula
Everyone is past
done.
Garula.
There's that at least. We won't be made to harm Garula a second time.
There is nothing
Fair.
left to learn
Fair
from
time.
Garula.
We have harmed Garula 4 times.
You can only truly harm Garula if you refuse to learn. Go out and grab my physical printout of the list of beasts. 'Cause I don't know if there's any captures that are good for Liquid Flame.
Oh, is
That
Beast...
wouldn't be
It
a
might
question
be.
that comes
Normally,
up, would
this
it?
is before you have beasts, so it doesn't come up.
Scrolls aren't good enough for you.
Is Beastmaster the spreadsheets class?
It's one of the spreadsheets classes.
Chemist is the spreadsheets open, and so is the Blue Mage. But
It's quite worth it because the spreadsheet is full of very powerful things. You throw a bear at
Spreadsheet
someone,
is-
they will feel it.
I was going to say the spreadsheet is full of bears, the bear equivalents. By bear, I mean a canned 999 attack.
Okay.
Yeah, Beastmaster has access to. The main standout thing is actually a bunch of percentage attacks that go off of max health rather than current health. 4 Beastmasters can inflict 100% of your max health as long as it's less than 40,000.
Okay.
Four people with throw animal at thing versus Ned speeds it up a hell of a lot. Neo X Ned speeds it up a lot.
Yeah, it's during the go fast laps, it has been demonstrated that it is worth it to invest the time to get as many people as possible to know how to catch and release here in the start of the game. Because those catches will pay back with how much weight they throw around.
There are multiple bosses near the end of the game that the right catch will just go, oh, there was a boss here? Oh, could have fooled me.
It is worth your time to go down the hall and just shove something in a gourd and come back, and then it will solve the fight for you.
Beastmaster also, as mentioned last time, is a horrifying thing to pop in and out of at a quantum foam. Has access to a very early grind that is normally incredibly dangerous and is still pretty dangerous with the Beastmaster. Prototype grind. Prototype grind is somebody tried to mass replicate Omega. That Omega.
That went well for them, I'm sure.
There's an island full of them, and it is
The
one of
important
those
thing
like
it means for you is that Beastmaster's other signature move is you can try to grab hold of an enemy and hypnotize it, and then have it attack other enemies for you. Prototypes know self-destruct.
Yep, you confuse them and they blow up. And the primary thing for Prototype is it is an example of several parts of this game where it is, you must be this tall to interact. We are asking for you to be 10 or 15 levels taller than the curve, unless you're smart, at which point, fabulous prizes.
Prototype Island, if you're just playing casually and don't know the fancy tools, is there to terrify you into not going to certain corners of the world. It's kind of a World 1 bonus boss to defeat a prototype by brute force. Or,
Yep. Or you know the secrets.
you
See
get
also
fancy.
Dark Matter. Cat Scythe Grind isn't a bonus boss so much as
Yeah, that's just a time
wildly
investment.
disproportionate payout. Yeah. Ooh, Timber. That's not.
Parts is here.
All right then.
Alrighty. Speaking of
In
timber,
Karnak, it's time to standardize and get used to Karnak gear. Give everyone a chance to sync up. Although, since Time Mage is here, the Karnak cash grind is extremely important to buy 40 rocket launchers and use those to solve a lot of things.
So, for Morse, since Morse is entering this pretty much blind, a very integral part of going through Final Fantasy V above curve or faster than normal, or just kind of deleting things that are annoying, is that there are elemental rods that, when held by magic casters, will boost the spell output of that element, or because this is older Final Fantasy and thus it is taking quite a bit from old editions of D&D, you can snap the rod over your knee and blow it up and have a free cast of a very high level version of the spell, way before you should have it.
But,
Oh,
you know,
that's
you've
what
spent...
that
So you've spent just a ton of money on your
You spend
bomb.
700... There's a 750 mode in Fiesta's rule set, which is referring to the fact that rods cost 750 gold each. And
It is
the
the nickname
delineation
for
is...
the wizard run.
It's a delineation for classes that can use rods and not, because can snap rod is basically the magic words to delete half the game.
Okay.
There is entire boss challenges where it is, so, do you have rod snap? This boss doesn't exist. Do you not? Well, welcome to suffering.
Welcome to Books for
And
Less,
so far,
the
the
one-stop
only
shop
party
for
with
all
Rod
your
Snap
literary
is
needs.
Bards.
Well, the rest of the team still has answers. It's just going to be, we hope we get more.
Yeah.
Answers of varying complexity.
I got a snack.
Nice. Also, hello Morgan, I'm sorry to cut you off.
It's fine. I've just wondered for a long time what the rods were. Now I know.
Yeah, it's in reference to... In D&D, there were these magic staffs that you could get, and if you snapped them in half, they exploded.
It's the same logic where rods in old editions of D&D were basically wands that had more charges and the ability to just blow them up for a special effect. Usually one that wasn't
Wizard
worth it. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
wizard things.
Usually
Yeah,
in D&D it was super not worth it unless it was a Rod of Wonder, at which point you're choosing violence if you snap a Rod of Wonder.
Most of the time in D&D, when you snap a rod over your knee, you are expecting to die because it's a point-blank fireball.
And, sorry, cat. Point blank Rod of Wonder is how you unlock the most fabulous prizes. I need to remember exactly what that effect rod is. I think it's just like some nonsense, like 30 d10 elemental, non-elemental damage.
Yeah, it was, I think, just doing enough damage to kill a dragon. And you were also absolutely going to die.
Franchise from its roots incorporated the idea of sometimes have equipment that does a thing if you brandish it as an item.
And for this version of Final Fantasy, it looks like it's neither the MP system nor the spell slot system. Is this just you can use spell?
No, wait,
You
Rod
have
of Wonder... Rod of Wonder was the mini book of deck of many things. That's not
right, yeah.
Yeah, the Rod of Wonder is just roll the dice and see what chaos happens. And
Yeah,
pray it's
Step away
good.
for a moment.
When you swing Rod of Wonder, you have a chart. And this chart has a bunch of effects, some of them good, some of them bad. One of them happens. You can't predict which one. There is nothing to control which one. You're just playing games.
Staff of Power, that's the one I'm thinking of. It has basically every, like, delete encounter charge. Magic Missile, Ravenfield Bent, Continual Flame, Levitate, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, Cone of Cold, Hold Monster, Wall of Force, and Globe of Invulnerability. So this thing alone... This thing alone...
Magic Missile, delete encounter that spell, though, right?
At level 1 it is, but...
Okay,
Well,
fair enough.
the trick with Magic Missile is it is reliable damage that can't miss, and at level 1, that's enough to end some encounters.
And at high levels,
Then,
that's still enough to get.
Eventually, you just get Isaac's Greater Missile Storm and you have a great time.
Yeah. And at high levels, it actually still scales okay. Like, it's still. The text of never misses, always hits, ignores resistances, always matters.
Wait, doesn't
Yeah,
it doesn't
well-
it do force damage specifically?
Not
That
back in the old days.
depends on the edition.
Okay, that's new for Celeste. Never mind then.
But
No,
in
okay, a 3.5, I think, is where it got eroded to be force.
yeah, in second edition, damage type wasn't really a thing except for like fire and electricity.
And Staff of Power can be used for a Retribution Strike, causing it to be broken by its wielder. But by the way, I'm going to say up front, this is 211,000 gold. So, if you're willing to literally break over 200,000 gold on your knee, the
And
following
die.
happens.
Don't forget that you're going to die.
If this breaking of the staff is purposeful and declared by the wielder, action economy. All charges currently in the staff are instantly released at the same time in a 30-foot radius.
Man,
So it's a nuke.
All,
Which,
face
remember,
don't
you're at the center of.
all within 2 squares of the broken staff take points of damage equal to 8 times the number of charges remaining in the staff, and then drop off depending on how far away. Reflex save to reduce by half.
This is what a wizard does when they know they're about to die and they just don't want to give anyone satisfaction.
Yes, and character breaking the staff, if you survive, has a 50% chance of traveling to a random plane of existence. But if he does not, the explosive release of energy destroys him outright. So, you need to either travel to another plane and survive the fallout, or just get deleted.
Yeah, that's there so you can't do this and then get resurrected the cheap way. If you're gonna come back from this, it's going to take effort.
I am just getting the impression of the opening cutscene of Final Fantasy XIV with this.
Yes,
That's literally
yes,
what the effect
accurate.
is, yes. Just
Good.
fuck all
Right.
of you, and fuck this entire encounter, I'm out. And then there is a actually better version that is a level 20 artifact called the Staff of the Magi.
There's
Which
only
has-
one of these
I
in
remember that.
existence.
That has detect in at least 3rd edition. I don't know if it's back in 5th because I don't pay attention to 5th. Detect magic, enlarge person, hold portal, light, mage armor, and mage hand, all for free, no charges. You can just do that.
At
Wait,
will.
Well,
was Enlarge Person a second edition spell? I thought that was
Yes.
Pathfinder only.
No,
That's-
every spell that is in Pathfinder was in second edition.
Okay, so it's just
Yeah.
always been that.
Except for,
Gotcha.
like, Knapsack and the third-party ones, but...
Basically. Then 1 charge per use for Dispel Magic, 10d6 Fireball, Ice Storm, Invisibility, Knock, 10d6 Lightning Bolt, Pass Wall, Pyrotechnics, Wall of Fire, and Web. So all of that is just, yeah, no, I don't care what level I am, that sounds good. Just, like, 1 charge to do that? That sounds fine.
I
And
mean,
then 2
basically,
charge-
if you have this artifact, it is your spell list. You don't have to cast spells anymore.
And that's not even the best. That's not even the billing feature of this. Is that 2 charges gets you Summon Monster 9, also known as I don't need spells. I have people for that.
Every time the squirrels happen, I appreciate it so much.
Yep.
They are very powerful friends.
Range shift on anything, or telekinesis of up to 400 pounds, which in D&D actually isn't that much. Unless
Yeah,
you are.
that's just kind of a bonus feature. You have it. It's nice.
It is also innate spell resistance 23 that you can turn off if you want an effect to hit you.
Because normally spell resistance would prevent healing.
Also, if a spell affects you, or a spell hits you and is negated by spell resistance, it absorbs the levels of the spell that is negated and turns it back into charges to recharge itself. However, if it goes above its normal limit of 50 charges, it explodes like you snapped it. And the
Oh,
DM is
fuck.
encouraged to not tell you how many charges are left in the rod, because that's how D&D is written.
Yeah, this is spreadsheets. Your character is now spreadsheets.
So yeah, this is the era of D&D where it's like, yeah, you can recharge your wand at the risk of me having all the shit numbers and you not, and then you die because you were
The pain of fucking death.
Yeah.
Welcome to
Birds
D&D!
appear.
Welcome to this like second and third edition. Well, honestly, all of D&D, where the rules are made up and your DM is out to kill you.
10th level. Birds are available. Birds are here to help.
I love that rabbit so much.
The rabbit is real good. The rabbit is super nice.
I'm just glad I now know why the rabbit shows up when you fuck up ninja hands in 14.
I think that's like also a pun or some ninja like history joke.
All I know is that I would deliberately fuck up hands while in town so I could get the rabbit on my head.
Good and correct and wise.
That seems like a bad idea.
Why?
I mean, if you do it,
rabbit like a trickster god or something.
No, the rabbit just appears on your head and hangs out for a few
in
seconds.
14, it's just kind of a fart noise and the rabbit shows up on your head to signal that you goofed up your input.
Oh right, ninjas did that. I used to play ninja. I should know this.
Ninja got a lot better than when you played. They made a lot of their inputs much more forgiving and not nonsensical.
It didn't really make sense when I was supposed to I got when use AoEs when there's a bunch of ads, but then the core loop was I guess just get them.
Yeah,
Ninja didn't have a class identity until level 70. It was one of those jobs. They fixed it.
Yeah. I know it was not the ideal thing to do, but I just put macros on all the hand stuff.
Yeah, that suits you fine until you do extremes, at which point the buffer lag will bite you.
Nope.
Oh,
We're here
okay, which one is this one?
We're just here
Art.
in Karnak, getting standardized,
Okay, Bard.
this is
Yes.
gathering
Bard.
resources, getting ready to go.
I was seeing the redshift of the screen, but I remembered it was Karnak and it's on fire. So I was like, okay, Bards? I need to see it. Darts.
Think about how my favourite when I was relentlessly playing Neverwinter Nights over and over and finding ways to break it over my knee was
Yes.
to end up with a max level wizard, cast Time Stop, and then cast Boosted Magic Missile.
Ah, you discovered that Wizard
Isaac
breaks the
Great
game.
Missile Storm, Isaac Lesser Missile Storm, and then Hellball, and then unfreeze it.
Especially when you have epic level wizard spells as modeled in Neverwinter Nights, as not the weird system they had in the epic level book, where they just let you have Hellball, actually.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm not sure anyone could actually play using the Epic Level Handbook. I'm not sure those rules actually worked.
I tried! I genuinely tried. I was in the World's Weirdest campaign. To sum it up very briefly, everyone was a cross-class Gestalt Bard, and it was a musical. That was the pitch.
Okay.
I was the Barbarian.
Ah,
I had an axe. It was both
Yep.
definitions of axe.
of course it was.
And we did get to epic level, and we did try using epic level rules. Keyword tried. And that was one of my first real introductions of the glory of saying, fuck it, these rules suck, let's just improvise.
Yeah. Still not the worst rules in 3rd edition.
No.
Now that honor goes to the True Namer.
Oh, yeah, okay, you go to the one that literally doesn't work as printed. Okay, yeah.
Yes. The True Namer was a class with a neat gimmick, which was that you would be able to do magic by speaking the true names of people and objects. And this would let you control them with skill checks instead of having to cast spells the normal way. There's just one problem. The roll you had to make to do the thing went up by 2 every level. Your skill to do it went up by 1 every level.
Yeah, the the math for the DCs was actively faster than any DC ramp in the game. So when you leveled your class, you actually got worse at it to the point where you would no longer statistically be able to ever hit it.
That's incredible.
They literally got the power curve backward.
That's
No
pretty great.
other, like, for every other sin that the many sins of the Splat books of 3.5 committed, no other rigid rule set got the power curve exactly backward.
Yeah, the True Namer is at its most powerful at level 1. The one level in which it works as intended.
Yep. And yeah, the concept and the rules assuming the numbers worked for True Neighbor was actually a pretty neat design. It was one of the things of like, okay, we're stuck with 3.5, how do we make this interesting? And the concepts were neat. It just was written by somebody who got it backwards.
That used to be my favorite thing about the narrative of Horses the Underdark, was that then ultimately your goal was to find the true name of Mephistopheles and tell him to fuck off.
God, all of the options you could use in the end dialogue with Mephistopheles, especially if you had the true names, were so good.
It was so good, you could do so much bullshit with the true names.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a while.
Are we getting
For
cash
a
or are
varied
we
array of
leveling
reasons.
bears up so
Both.
that we can catch?
Both.
Okay.
So here is a thing that many Final Fantasy V runs will do, unless they are gifted with absolute grace in their first two job things, is you will go into the forest outside Karnak and you will kill so many wolves. You will kill every wolf you see.
Karnak, and these things are called knacks. Is there anything there?
Yes.
Well, yeah, like Kair, like would be the term for city. So wolf
City of
house.
Wolves, I guess.
Wait, and this is where the werewolf shows up. Fuck, that's maybe on purpose.
No, yeah, that's smart.
There's also another enemy with that wolf sprite in this area that is called... Oh, right! Arts is all the way back here. Arts is still
Okay.
escaping from Water Tower.
Arts didn't get out of the tower
Oh,
yet.
wow.
Holy
I
shit,
forgot
really?
how far behind Arts was.
Arts is
Stay
news
safe,
Arts,
Arts. Yeah, so there is another wolf enemy that is just called Knack, or called something else Knack.
So Knack is just what a wolf is.
right.
Okay.
It's a purposeful. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, okay. But, to reiterate, the Karnak Wolf grind is one of the most experienced and especially gold optimal grinding spots in the entire first world of the game. So most Fiesta runs will have you parking in that forest, walking in circles, murdering wolves, especially if you have access to fire elemental magic, which one casting of that kills them.
Yep, if you have
Okay.
any source of hot damage. So this team has ninjas. Who can throw, and who can dual wield.
Yeah, throwing I know from other Final Fantasies. Take object, throw at enemy.
In Fiesta, tends not to be that good. In non-restricted formats, oh boy, it's as stupid as it is in every other Final Fantasy.
I know that's not what you meant, but I'm just sitting here thinking, like, ah yes, the skill of throwing is known from a
Throwing.
classic series, Final Fantasy. Where else?
Look, okay!
Look, I have been raised in life only being able to play Final Fantasy 1, 2, 6, 10, and 14. I have had no other cultural context.
I
You're
mean,
throwing 14.
that's a
throwing
pretty
again.
alright spread for Final Fantasies. That's most of the eras.
What the fuck
Honestly,
is
the
a
fact that you
shot?
played
I
two-
mutter angrily.
Like, the fact that you played 2 is a standout compared to most people who have touched a Final Fantasy, because 2 is weird and old.
I think it was 2, I don't remember.
Is it the one where the Emperor dies and goes, ah, gotcha, I'm the ruler of hell now?
No, but I did read a Let's Play of that one.
What
No,
is the...
I am just remembering numbers wrong. It was the one with Cecil.
Yeah, 4
Four.
to US.
4, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah,
apparently
four.
it's not just my audio issues for once. The game is a little bit loud.
Yeah.
Alright, snap open the mixer and mitigate that down a bit.
But yeah, like 1, 4, 6, 10, and 14. You have a pretty, like, you are not missing much from the generally canonically has played the most Final Fantasies.
I think 10's my favorite.
10 is interesting to me. I
10,
think that
10
it's-
tries a lot.
Yeah. 10 is very ambitious. I think it pulls off more than many people give it credit for. There's also a lot of stuff it just kind of fucks up.
Yep. It is very much a victim of its own ambitions and a victor of its own ambitions whenever it does something.
It's a very messy game, and I love it for that.
Yes. It is not...
Go ahead.
It is very unafraid to get messy in, like, the nigh anti-pole opposite way 13 was afraid to get messy and then ended up messy anyway.
I mean,
Honestly, probably why people like it over 13, because it's trying anything.
It is trying so hard, and 13 became a mess because it was so afraid to do anything but its one idea.
also, when you sit down and try to explain what the actual plot is with all the backstory, you sound like you've been smoking mushrooms.
Hey,
Are they typically? I thought they were just.
no, you eat them.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a reason I picked that.
Okay, cool. Wasn't sure.
Like a dual pause of mycologist in chat, and also person who went to school with people who probably tried every drug you've ever heard of, and some you haven't.
Simply chose not to drag.
It's just that Final Fantasy X's backstory is absurd, and its plot is absurd.
It's expressed very badly, and I think that actually ends up saving in the end, because there's a lot of interpretation left up.
Yeah.
When you actually stop and explain the parts that are ambiguous, it gets worse. And Gene is similar, where it has this grand overarching backstory, and then you learn it, and it's just like, this is just kind of bad. This is just boring.
I remember when Doc was streaming it. I think both of you tried to explain Final Fantasy X's actual plot to me because I only had like
Yes.
half-remembered teen memories, and I remember nothing of that except that like man whom have one arm out of his jacket is dead.
Yes, he is.
Real.
He is a
Many
ghost.
people
No,
are
he's
dead.
real. He's a ghost.
He's a soul that got out of the underworld.
Yeah.
Also,
That's
I
why
feel
they
a
do that.
profound urge to punch Seymour.
And
in
like
throat.
the Doom Whale is big enough that its dreams are tangible living things
And
that happen in the
well,
world.
the
We don't
It's
have to
not-
relitigate the plot because it fell off Morgan's brain.
no, it's the Doom Whale is not the one that is dreaming. The dream, there is a
Maybe
Doom
so.
Whale, but the dream is from the collective souls of an entire ancient civilization sealed inside a giant wall to produce the magical spirit that will kill the Doom Whale and then absorb someone and become the Doom Whale. Those are the ones that are dreaming.
As I said, 10 is trying very hard.
I look forward to forgetting that in approximately half an hour.
Yeah, there's a lot of 10's plot that deserves to be forgot.
To be fair, I think that part is not one of it. I actually
No.
like the dreams of
But it is
Sanderkin.
also nonsense.
Oh, it is absolute nonsense.
Rest in peace, T.I. just got mad and kicked a blitzball that was actually a landmine.
Surprised the 12's never talked about
That
narratively,
was
because it
the
does
other
have...
thing I remember.
I couldn't let it go without joking about that, yeah.
The worst part is that doesn't happen in either of the games. That happens in the novel, which is a sequel to the second game.
It is extremely just enraged fanfiction writer energy, is that whole
Yes.
novel.
It literally undoes all the plot, all the relationship and character development progress of both games. It's kind of amazing.
FF14 was originally 11-2 with none of the charm. Yeah, that's already been gone over, and as somebody who has played both, yeah, nightmare.
Oh, I also very briefly tried to play FF12, and I stopped not because I didn't like it, but because I believe the console I was playing it on broke.
You hate to see it.
That's right, yeah.
That one, the system of it was interesting. I actually was really enjoying the world building, which they did quite well.
This is very air miss with its ideas and its executions.
Yeah, was that
Morgan,
Morgan?
I said I've only ever played 10 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
I have not played many classics of game.
I mean,
the old ones are mostly interesting at this point from a historical development of JRPG standpoint.
Prominence
Also,
of the
this is-
franchise means that it is a very strong through line to stuff the industry was doing at different points in time.
yeah, it is a very interesting, when taken together, vertical slice of basically all modern game development and like vintage game development.
It's like, yeah,
But also
like
this
one
conversation-
specific reaction to it. Of like each phase in the,
But it is also, this conversation is just reminding me the very classic article I once read of every Final Fantasy game is the best, every Final Fantasy game is the worst. And the entire article is just arguments as to why each individual entry in the series is the best one, followed immediately by a counter-argument of how it is the worst one. And they are
There is
all
no
complete.
difference between good and bad things.
It wasn't written like that, though. It was
It's
written
a
in the way
land
of...
of contrast.
It is written
Here's
in the
the
way
strengths
of...
and weaknesses of each of these titles.
But written in the way of people will never fucking stop arguing over that, but seriously so. And it's just, look, okay, here's the thing. You will never win this argument because you can argue both sides of any of these games because they have their sides of both of them. I think the only one they made a concession on was either 2 or 3. Where they were just like, look, okay, it had a cool idea with the plot. And then the rest was, have you played it recently?
I would have guessed
Okay,
that
but
was
I have
one,
played 2
which
recently,
has a
and
lot
2
of
is
mechanic-
great.
Yeah.
2, the
2,
argument
like-
against it is that the weird novel progression system encourages weird counterintuitive behaviors, and the argument for it is that owns.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah, mhm.
Yeah, if you're gonna just gesture at the game mechanics, the one you do that to is 1. Where you
Well,
have
unless-
to
You hear
where you have to-
described that the opening early game power move is to strip off all your armor and dual wield shields and just scream at things, and this will make you invulnerable down the
Sounds
line.
amazing!
Final Fantasy II has a deeply strange alternative to experience leveling that no one else ever did because
it's
it was
almost
so weird.
Elder Scrollsian, honestly.
Yeah,
like
you-
very,
you-
very
you
janky.
Your
gain-
numbers by using those numbers with the definition of what that means being getting interesting as you move farther away from strength.
Yeah.
The basic definition basically became what Elder Scrolls eventually used, but how it actually defined usage of stats is where madness lies.
Build up your defense by getting punched is the simplest of them, I believe.
Including punching
The
yourself.
main, like,
But the
The-
setup
the
I
main
described
critique I
there
have-
is how you train your agility. Because agility just growth scales off of your evade rate.
so
and
wait,
off of
just
having
tearing
things
down
try
all
to
your
attack
clothes.
you. So
butt
maximize your
naked.
dodge chance by stripping nude and carrying 2 shields.
That makes sense. That checks
And
out.
this gives you speed growth.
Yep.
Because then you try to punch yourself and miss because you don't have any weapons.
Yep.
Oh, you never have to go out of your way to punch yourself. That is the layer that I disproved in that playthrough. Any idea that it's something you have to do. It's
Oh,
something
no,
you
no.
probably decide to do upon hearing how the system works, but it's unnecessary.
It's not necessary now.
The
Yeah.
opposition
Yeah,
throws
but-
more than enough attacks at you.
It's really more of a tool of just like, I have 2 points left and I need to fix it. Someone just come punch this.
Yeah, FF2 had terrible dungeons, is the real strike.
Yeah, the
against it.
dungeon design was quite bad.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that had a bunch of dead ends
Monster
that didn't even have
closets?
treasure, wasn't it?
The doors that only had punch you in the mouth behind them.
I have a quite good friend who will recount with just the world's weariness of a grizzled veteran how they were so excited for Final Fantasy XIV that they pre-ordered the collector's edition.
Oh dear.
But they played it from start until it went down. They stuck through out of sheer determination. They
Did
actually
they attend
really
the
cared
wall?
about the plot.
Heroic.
Yep,
That they were at the wall?
as
They were
far
at
as
the
I'm
great-
aware, yes.
The Great Guru Wall. God bless.
They did the math somewhat recently and found out that they've made roughly a profit on how much that was worth in terms of the free extended subscription that they gave as an apology for the other one. I'm just like, well, that worked out as more of a discount than I spent on the collector's edition, so it has been justified by my many hours in the reboot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like for all the teams, level 11 is a good arbitrary line to just go for the boat.
That sounds
Okay.
Everyone should have about enough stuff going on.
So this is a new boat that is different from the old boat because the old boat died.
This is the fire-powered ship.
Okay. So this one still doesn't need wind, but it has engine. Oh, hi.
Well,
We're in Karnak, standardizing. Time to improve the numbers.
But yeah, the
Curse
reason I
up.
say that Final Fantasy 1 is the one where if you're gonna just point at the mechanics and say it bad, that's the one, is the problem of, okay, if I decide to target something and it dies before my turn comes up,
then you miss.
yeah.
FF1 was just directly, we are modeling the current edition of Dungeons and Dragons at the time as best we can without getting sued, and that edition was bad.
Yeah.
And they were doing it on an NES, so there were even more restrictions, and it had bugs out the ears.
But it was very ambitious.
What if Anova comes
Because
out?
there are more enemies in the battle.
Ah,
If you are not keeping track of how much HP they have, you decide, okay, I'm going to have you attack this goblin, you attack the same goblin, wizard, you cast a spell on that goblin, and then by the time it gets to wizard, you've wasted a spell, and the other three goblins are just kind of giggling at you.
Or stabbing you.
Yeah.
Is it true that less than half the spells in FF1 actually work? Yeah,
I believe
not quite that
the-
many, but certainly a lot.
it was the status effects that I believe didn't
Yeah.
work.
The rule of thumb is that anything that affects your status, with a couple of exceptions, don't do that.
Ray's death that just didn't work, period.
Yeah, they just would literally, they'd say, oh yeah, this would totally work, and then it wouldn't change your number at all. Now, there are several spells that once, ROM hackers got in and fixed them and turned them back on, immediately got stupid. And they're like,
Yes.
oh yeah, if this was
Entirely
available,
capable.
just, oh wow, if I had access to this in the default version of the game, this would dramatically change how I play, because turns out haste is haste in every video game.
Haste always worked.
But,
like, stuff like increasing your defense or increasing your attack didn't do anything. I'm not sure poison did anything to enemies. It sure
Depending
worked
on
on
which
your
thing
party,
you're referring
but-
to by saying poison,
Yeah.
one of those very yes.
one of them
To the
extremely
point where it was a bug
Yeah.
that things that should be immune to it are in fact still vulnerable on a very rare roll.
a bunch of death spells that are all terrible, even if they are functional. And that, yes, in the North American release, kill was censored to just 4 X's because of the times.
And the other interesting part about Final Fantasy 1 is I believe it's the only entry in the entire series that went with Vancian spellcasting instead of MP.
Yes. That actually gives
3
dungeons-
still used spell charges. It was more generous with the supply of spell charges versus 1's progression curve on that. But it was still spells divided into ranks, discrete number of casts for each rank.
Huh, did not know that.
3 is also where they introduced the summoner, and boy, that got interesting.
Has there ever been a version of the summoner that was not either gloriously broken or completely useless?
No. Summons have always either been your best option or, it's there. I mean, it's 14, I guess, if you're counting like balance
Okay,
classes.
yes, 14, but... Yeah.
14, where all of the jobs are frictionless, spherical, standardized
Number,
to the curve, with a handful of exceptions. With a few design grudges that more take the form of annoyance for the top percentile of players doing extreme content.
Yes.
And it is always the time to reiterate that I cannot be mad at any of the bugs that exist in these older games, and
No.
in turn wrap around to being defender of them anyway, because I can appreciate the level of labor required to work in assembly, which is what was done with these.
Yeah,
Yeah, the-
like,
I just find the bugs fascinating myself.
yeah. When I bring up all the old bugs in these games, it is more just a mention of their existence. It is not, oh, look at all these sloppy code. It's more, yeah, as Blue very memorably put it, you trizzle the ones and zeros into the stone tablet and see if you don't make them a few mistakes.
The apocryphal story of Ultima in FF2, that the version of it that is more plausible is boss calls up Nasser to be like, we need you to fix a thing. And Nasser replies, no. Hangs up the phone.
Yep.
Too
I'm
late.
already... Do you
We
remember
ship
what I
now. Does it crash? No? Then it's fine.
Even if it crashes, they shipped with some of the Final Fantasy VI ones, I know.
Mhm.
Like, there
Double
are
my
some-
salary and I will reopen those files and try to change whatever you want changed. Otherwise, it's done. We ship. That's the gold
Especially-
version.
That was me.
Like, there is a small group of Final Fantasy VI cartridges I am aware of have a bug that can brick the SNES.
Yeah, like
Uh,
1.0
also-
sketch glitch is very dangerous.
Nasir's story of basically Nasir's involvement in the Final Fantasy series was a story of the wildest work conditions, I think. Well, not in game dev, because God, that's a hell of a competition in both the funny and the bad way. But Nasir went through a hell of a lot to participate in Final Fantasy, like going across multiple countries.
Yeah, like, well, his visa expired. He has to go back to the States. Guess we're moving everyone else to the States because
We can't do this without this guy. Everybody
is the
get an
project.
American visa now.
it'll be easier to send everyone else to America than to get Nasir back here. So off we go.
I wonder how much of that, like, led to where we are now of, like, well, all the knowledge is out there, but everyone's hoarding it for some weird reason.
I mean, that's just always been a part of how the industry
That's-
works.
That's
Yeah.
every industry, especially technical and just like engineering.
Trade secrets.
Like, software specifically. That was just the period of, like, no, you can't know how we do our shit.
It
Part
wasn't
of it
so
is
much
just
Nasir
legal
was
protection, basically, is one of the reasons for that.
also in the
Software in
case of
general and software for entertainment also had the element of that era of there was a period of no, you don't get to sign your work. We need to keep your identity secret or else other companies will poach you.
Yep.
And Easter eggs
And-
in games emerging from no, I'm going to sign this anyway and you can't stop me.
The other thing about development at the time is no, it literally had to be Nazir because Nazir already wrote half the code and it's in fucking assembly. Do you want somebody else to go into uncommented assembly code and try and pick up where he left off, not knowing where he was going?
You
Yeah.
use my files or
It's, yeah.
you do not finish the project. You start
It's
again from
interesting
scratch.
to see how the ghosts that were currently haunted by start, because they started with legitimate need of, like, Man, fuck. Like hiring an assembly programmer and then teaching them another assembly programmer's code base is going to take a year at least. Let's just do what the man wants.
John Carmack considers Nazir a hero and an ideal, like just someone to look up to in coding. And John Carmack invented a physics solution that is used in modern computing still. Yeah, this is also the era where the definition of storing the code for your game was why bother, or print it and put it in a filing cabinet.
Yes.
The reason they thought it was good archival is because they didn't have another option.
Hey,
Yeah, at the time, that was...
do you want to put it on... Sorry.
just like... We haven't always had modern storage solutions.
Hey, do you know
Country
what their...
programmers make do.
Like, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
I was
they
going
turned
to say,
out,
you know what
like,
their other option at the time was? Renting out magnetic tape storage units. You know how much those cost? Tens of thousands of dollars per standing unit.
Also,
Yeah,
So
we would-
you go and you chisel the ones and zeros on the stone tablet to
I'll-
hold in the library.
also speaking as someone with archival training,
Same.
magnetic tape is a bad storage solution and would die faster than pieces of paper in a filing cabinet.
Yep.
Yeah, tape is
But it
not
was-
for long-term dead archiving. It is for relatively live storage.
Yep.
Something that you will need to stream in or out of a machine.
I was
God,
thinking of
so
less
as a
dead
brief
archival
little-
and more future use, but yes.
A brief little note to inflict a nightmare on some of you before I go and get my vaccination. I'm in a group with some other indie game devs and such, and it is with great despair that some of us have realized that since for various reasons a lot of us don't want to use GitHub anymore,
Yeah.
Discord works quite well as an archival solution currently.
Yeah,
currently-
that's, yeah.
currently.
Yeah.
It's very... Why it... Oh no. Oh, this is almost better than a Google Drive, and this way we don't have to pay for Dropbox. Piss.
There's a
Like,
reason-
awareness that this sucks and nobody is happy about it, but we're gonna do it because we're all very poor. I know people who have done their code in Discord.
That sounds very painful, and I understand it entirely. Oh no, you cannot set up your own Git unless you have a lot of money to pay for that storage.
So GitHub has gone from what people remember GitHub being to being a very different system and service now. And run by different people. With
Yeah.
different thoughts.
We're in one of those periods where there's just no good solution.
There are many people attempting open source smaller solutions, but they're not as good as the big ones because they don't have the funds or the time or the server space or the
Yeah, like
institutional
for
knowledge.
context, one of my other friends who is actually quite good with storage solutions and on text is like slowly working on assembling an alternative, relying on like 20-year-old technology with modern context to try and build something up instead that would be more robust and not as reliant on the cloud as a solution. It's not easy. It's very hard.
Destroy the cloud.
I mean, the key to understanding the cloud is to take the word the cloud and replace it with the words other people's computers.
Somebody else's server, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head off for now. Later.
Okay.
Alright, take care.
Take it easy.
But yeah, if you had to ask me what the best archival solution is as a librarian and archivist, the answer is paper.
Paper, or I mean, technically speaking, it would be literally chisel the damn thing into a rock.
Well, yes,
that's
but
impractical.
yeah, paper is the more practical solution there. It will not last as long as a rock, but you can move it around.
Also, it's going to last you a good 1,000 years if you do it under proper conditions.
Yep.
I should look back into that. There was a startup, which, cursed set of words, but there was a proposal for making like ceramic CDs
That's an
that was seeing some level of
interesting
success.
idea.
As just you still etch them with lasers and read them with lasers. It still works as optical media, but because it's a ceramic plate, it lasts much longer than a sheet of dyed plastic.
that makes
Yeah, it would
some
have a less
sense, yeah.
That would have less erosion problems. I could see some interesting problems with the material science part of it, but also yes, the true form of the best form of archival is just copy the son of a bitch 1,000 times and make sure the systemic area around it doesn't fall over.
Redundancy.
But there are some very bad mediums out there, such as microfilm.
Oh god, I hate microfilm so much.
Microfilm, which we migrated everything to, and then destroyed the originals.
Because we were goddamn idiots is yeah.
What was the solution Microfilm was solving?
Storage
tiny.
space.
We ran out of room, is why.
It's incredibly small. You can fit so much detail on very small amounts of microfilm.
Oh, okay. So it's literally
That is the one thing microfilm is phenomenal for, is pre-digital environment. It was the best storage space for storage.
You have a big-ass intricate schematic diagram that you need to store on not the side of a building.
It
You
also,
put it on microfilm.
if stored correctly, has exceptional image quality. But the key words there are if stored correctly.
And that's a very large load-bearing if. And yeah, to confirm, there is a lot of archival effort that is taking things off of microfiche into digital format, while also acknowledging that digital format is its own can of worms and it is its own problems.
And the difference between microfilm and microfiche is largely the specifics of the medium and how big it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a format thing, but they're basically not interchangeable, but same idea.
It's the difference between DVD and Blu-ray.
Yes. But my library is actually not the biggest archival library, but we have an archival program and actually a really neat machine for. It's an unfortunate fact of a lot of archival is it usually involves destruction of the physical medium if you want to do it at absolute highest quality of perfect preservation digitally. But it's also kind of cool to watch the machine go.
Yeah, I used to work at a college library that doubled as a government documents repository, and the storage for the government documents was pretty cool. It had to be kept temperature and moisture controlled at all times.
Yeah, that's standard. Our library has at least 2 or 3 rooms like that.
But they would just keep like minutes from Congress meetings, all kinds of congressional documents, which some of I never got to read much of them because mostly it was just moving them around, making sure they were all in the right place. But it turns out Congress publishes a whole lot of periodicals that no one except like 5 congressmen ever read.
Yeah, no, that's the part of the function of a bureaucracy is to drown information in other information, yes.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case, but for all parliaments or all governments, I know people who are lawyers who basically have stacks of the publishing of the local law journal in order to make sure they keep up to date with everything.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking like...
There could be good reasons to maintain the colossal pillar of printouts.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this was maintaining stuff like a report detailing the specifics of agriculture in one area, printed out in a little booklet for like 5 congressmen to read, and then shipped to our library to be stored forever.
Basically the kind of handout you would get at one specific congressional meeting and then normally throw away if it was not a government document because you know what's on it now.
Yeah, we cannot destroy these. They have to be kept around in case someone really wants to check on them. Legally, they have to be able to.
So
Also-
basically everyone's PowerPoint slides are forever stored.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Library of Congress archival standards are intense.
Because legally, all of it has to be available in case someone ever files a Freedom of Information Act request.
Also, as Reconomicon posted, it is a genuinely fantastic thing for historical archivists and researchers. It's just that also it means that sifting through all those records to find what you're looking for is literally sifting through a mountain of paper.
Oh yeah, we had shelves, a shelving unit that you moved. It maximized space by being on a track, so you could close up the gaps between shelving units.
Yep, I know the kind.
Yeah.
In the meantime, how many knacks have been killed so far?
Yes.
Thousands.
We haven't been counting.
This is not murder time. We have been talking for an hour about other things while dogs die in the background.
You have to go
What
back to
did
the
you-
title screen to get to the bestiary, so that's not readily available. It's time to collect birds, I guess. It seems like zoo is going to be the most useful catch to throw at,
Bestiary isn't it the options or something? Or config?
Okay, actually, yeah, there. You can access it from config. The list of beasts, as they are known.
Only 65. Okay.
65 in this file.
Yeah, so, like, you're looking at probably maximum 300 to 400 so far.
But to go back
30
to
to
the machine
50,000
I mentioned.
wild dogs.
To go back to the machine I mentioned, because, again, it is sad that it usually destroys the book in the process to assist the automated process of the digitization, because there are the automatic versions and there are the handheld, but not handheld, the non-destructive versions. The non-destructive versions take much longer because it is literally a by-hand process of very carefully adjusting the exact angle of the pages, turning a page, pressing down a scanner that is literally at a V-shaped angle inward, pressing it down, checking the scan, double checking to make sure that it is accurate, and then repeat the process for as many pages there are in the book, which in, certain large historical
Hellish.
documents may be nightmare. You might spend a week on a book. Now, destructive.
This sounds like modern day monasteries of just like,
Yes.
Yes.
now I got
Congratulations.
this, let's try this shit.
This is one of the most important things that priests do as a professional class.
Congratulations.
Write books.
You figured out where secular libraries kind of got to start is doing monastic stuff, but without the religion. Hell, most libraries were religious. I would say all libraries in most respects in European history, at least, were religious. Until very recently.
That makes you a cyber monk.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's rad.
Do I brew beer in the back? No, but we got a fish.
I mean, I know our local library has beekeeping, so it's fairly common, yeah.
The fish's name is Crunchwrap Supreme. They're a beta fighting fish, and I love them. But the machine for which archive, yeah, we usually use the destructive machine to archive things that are mass market or not limited run, or things that you can afford to just genuinely take a copy of and literally tear to shreds. Because what happens is the machine slices out the entire spine of the book, sorts all of the. It's just basically takes the cover, opens it up, slices the inside binding out entirely, scans the cover as its own thing, and then separates all the pages, and then from there it's just like you're doing a double-sided copy job. Of
Yeah,
anything.
it's a high-speed automated scanner.
Yeah.
Just you have to destroy the book to do it, because otherwise it can't deal with the
You can't
pages.
put it in the
So that's
machine.
why you have to destroy. I was like wondering, like, do you use really powerful lasers?
No, you have
No,
to like literally.
you just have to cut the pages out of the spine.
Yeah, you have to cut the page. Yeah, you cut the book open so it'll fit into the scanner.
When you started to talk about how you can only get the most accurate measurements by destroying the source object, I was thinking, yeah, that's quantum, all right.
I mean, I have had that.
We have not developed that yet.
But yes, I mean, you can technically reconstruct the book afterwards using like some other thing and just put it in sleeves in like a 3-ring binder or something. But no one would do that. That's
Bind it with some rope, something, you know.
Or, again, usually the kinds of books that you are archiving in this method is you have 20 more of them in circulation already.
they're standard paperback, perfect bound, what's it called? Mass market paperback, yeah.
Has destroying a book ever been satisfying?
I have not personally been involved in the destruction of any of the books in the library. I have had some satisfaction in having books turned back in a condition where they could no longer circulate, and I was glad to see them gone. That is what I will say.
Ah.
Yeah, there's some books that you don't mind seeing go.
I, as a librarian, have the ability. Well, I, as a librarian, have the mandate and the duty to not censor or, destroy or misplace any book in any way, in any fashion, because I am here to present everyone with any information that they could know, regardless of my own personal feelings on the matter.
Though, you have described in detail the operating mechanisms of the Book Ripper.
And in practice, there is
the highest level archival technique where we glory kill the book.
Yeah, that's basically what happens.
See, when we do that, it makes the book immortal.
I mean, you live, you die, you live again. Witness me.
I'm pretty sure every science and or technical field knows of the most dangerous thing you can do with that field. I mean, physics. Let's create nuclear bombs. Mathematics. Oh god.
What
the
physics
horrors you
did?
can do with
We made
mathematics.
that. Physics doesn't get to say that.
Chemistry. Well, do you want to be on a watch list today or not?
Math also gets to claim ownership of that. You're using numbers. That's math now.
Oh.
Of course, the most destructive thing that the library can do, actually, is just give you everything you ask for.
Yeah. There is, what I was saying that is like, we don't go hog wild on giving everyone everything. That's what curation is for. That's why you have a collection that is curated. That is why you choose not to have things in your collection. That is not censorship. That is making sure you have a collection that is both relevant and also responsible. Now, I'm not in charge of curation, so I have differing opinions from some people, and I realize that they would be beyond the scope of a public library that, by its own oath and its nature as a publicly funded thing, does have to cater to everybody. But I will say that the way that I would say pretty much every librarian in the world has figured out, and like literally every librarian in the world, even if you can't get rid of a book, number one, some people will do so anyway. I don't, but I have definitely heard stories of some librarians just going, "Oops, where'd that one go? I'm gonna just mark that missing." But the actual thing you do is, okay, so we can't remove things, but we can choose what we put on displays, and that sends a very loud message. So, yeah, we got the new Jordan Peterson book in. We're going to put it exactly where it should be in the new book section, and then we're going to fill the display with things that very loudly rebuke his new book.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
You don't want to know.
No further
You lied
questions.
past that, except that it is a
Okay.
hot stove.
That
Your
explained
life is
everything
better
I could
for not
ever have known.
recognizing.
Let's move on from that. Anyways, the whole operation is run by Tony Lazudor.
Pretty much. But I am lucky in that the library I work at is full of people who are pretty cool about what they put on displays. The local pride displays in our library branch have been really good this month, and our library system is pretty good about that in general.
Oh, the most dangerous math activity? Oh, fully encryption. That is the most
Yeah,
dangerous math activity that has been attempted to be outlawed by multiple governments. That,
Yep.
Real encryption is the thing that keeps so many things safe. Also, just the basic knowledge that once you encode things into numbers, numbers can be copied. These are the two things that underpin our society's concept of, exclusivity and scarcity. And if these things are weaponized, a large number of people are out of work and you have general instability.
There's a traveling salesman, and if he ever discovers a better way to get to his destination,
the world blows
will
up.
be destroyed.
I have a hypothetical. So there's let's say mathematician is a magic class, right?
Mm-hmm.
So black math is black mathematician, dark mathematician. That's better.
You're asking for the black magic of math, is what you're asking.
No, I already know what that is. It's Bitcoin.
No.
Okay.
Right?
Black magic is useful.
You can't deny, though, it has caused massive harm, though. Just very indirectly.
Oh, Bitcoin has absolutely caused massive harm.
Yes.
It's not doing useful math. That's kind of the problem.
Yeah, no, I would describe probably the Black-Scholes equation that caused that essentially in the misapplication of it caused basically the margin calls in the 2008 recession. That would be an example of financial black magic, which is math magic that basically is broken.
I mean, if I had to pick the application of math that is the most innately evil, I would go with insurance auditing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would go with any sort of automated qualification system. Basically any sort of automated algorithmic-based way of evaluating something so a human doesn't look at it and then encode a bias into it and then self-perpetuates the system.
I spent a brief fleeting moment thinking that this party might lack a good tool for a situation. When Giltos is right there.
Yeah, Zenonage exists. You have the tool.
Right, Samurai has a gun.
So for Moors, this is one of the ones where Samurai has the ability to just spend money to deal damage.
To deal a shitload of damage.
Is it 1 damage per money, or...?
It's a fixed price and attack rating that scales off of your level.
Yes.
If something has a lot of physical defense, that will heavily cut into the guild toss damage.
Why does Samurai get to throw money at people to damage? Have you ever seen?
It's a reference to a novel.
Yeah, it's a Japanese pop cultural thing.
Have you ever seen ancient Japanese currency? Is my answer.
Also, yeah, old coins are big.
Excellent throwing weapons.
They are literally bigger than the palm of your hand and made of dense metal. You throw somebody...
Like a throwing cudgel, basically, at that point.
You throw multiple jail coins at somebody, and they're going to feel it.
If you've seen the Pokemon Meowth, it has one of them on its forehead.
Yeah, that's an actual size old unit of currency.
You would have, how many of them were you expected to have on you? That seems heavy as hell.
Probably very few, unless you were someone of great status.
I believe one Zenny was supposed to be equivalent to, 1/10 of the cost of a bushel of rice.
Now, the lines on them were so that people could actually break them, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
they were intended to be subdivided because fuck all cost that much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a reason why, in historical mid 1300 through 1600, the 1300 through 1700, a large amount of commerce was done by cutting off pieces of coins.
Yeah, there are pretty universally places that had minted coins had lines on them for you don't need to spend this much money, chop this up.
The only thing that you needed the minting mark for was to verify that the coin was of the purity it's supposed to be.
And
then we get the coin shaping shenanigans, and that's where a lot of people got killed, or rich, or both.
Shaving, sweating, plugging.
It sounds easy to counterfeit.
bite the coin so you can see whether or not it's hard enough.
So
there
counterfeit
was-
is not quite the right word. It's
But
more
the problem is
cheating.
you have to have a
Debasing is the
metallurgical
term
solution
for
there.
undermining the physical composition of something that is supposed to be of a specific known composition.
Yeah, if you're
In terms of
counterfeiting
coins.
these coins, the only way to do it in an economical sense is to, like, if you just produce the coin out of the proper metal and you just mint it yourself, you're not actually doing anything. You're just making
minting
your own
coins.
coinage. But they would have to adulterate the metal, and so there became an arms race between metal adulterating and counterfeiting, and ways merchants could test coinage to see if it was damaged or adulterated.
So basically, as long as there's been currency, people have been trying to find ways to invent currency that will trick people.
Yes, absolutely.
As long as there has been a concept of value, there has been ways of people trying to
Crime
get
is a constant of human existence.
Yeah.
This goes before the barter system. This is so long as there is a system of exchanges, an asshole is going to try to game it.
Speaking of Nasir, Nasir, what is your deal?
Babylonian
His
scholars have
deal
locked
is
on.
being incredibly proud of his complaints.
Yeah,
Dude had
more-
the reason that we know that he had shitty copper is because he had a room in his house dedicated to holding all the letters he got complaining about shitty copper.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
like-
That's fucking incredible.
Morris and I know a lot about Babylonian and Sumerian history, but that is the part that Ian Nasir became a meme recently, which delighted me. But a lot of people really missed the detail that, no, really, we know about this because he had a trophy room of people he got mad.
This is a con man. This is what he does. He loves this
Not only
shit.
is he a con man, he collected his complaint letters so he could look at them and smile.
Like, this
See
is his
this?
calling. He
You see this?
understands exactly
These
what's
are my
going on.
haters.
Yes.
History's fun.
If anyone tells you that history is boring, it's because they've been taught by somebody who doesn't know how to make it interesting.
Actually,
I'm going to
looking at
note,
the
though,
docu
Zenny,
series.
Japanese zenny are not the deadliest coin that you can carry around with you. And that is because for a very brief period, China had money that was knives.
What the fuck?
Okay, explain yourself.
The explanation is that, no, literally, the coins were shaped like knives.
Coin becomes
What's
as on to
called knife
chainsaw.
money.
Why though? Like, genuinely, why though?
That I'm going to have to look up.
I'm imagining a Fallout universe where instead of bottle caps, we trade X-Acto knives, and coins are like
I mean, that
cards
makes
of
that would
really
make more
refreshed.
fucking sense.
It would
because
make more fucking sense, yeah.
because you could recreate them and they would also depreciate.
You know, it would
Okay,
be
so
even better than X-Acto knives.
we are not totally sure why knife money happened, but the legend that goes along with it is that a prince of the Zhao dynasty was running low on actual currency. So to pay his soldiers, he told them, okay, just trade your knives with the local villagers for money.
That makes total sense.
And
that would be, yeah,
this-
everyone needs knives.
Yeah, and this became popular, and so eventually they began officially issuing knife coins.
And I'm gonna post this in the stream chat so people can see because it was posted in the Discord. When you said knife money, I wasn't really expecting like barber knives, but yeah, here we go. That's just knife.
So the thing is, more than anything else, I could imagine not just X-Acto knives, but things like multi-level marketing Cutco knives
God.
as currency. Just like Coca-Cola bottle caps or something. Cutco knives are in a good portion of American households, so there's going to be at least some ample supply, and you could have enough scarcity, and they remain sharp for quite a while.
Well, they are Cutco knives, though.
Right.
Honestly speaking in Morgan's presence, the actual currency that would emerge in a collapsed state would be seeds. It would be seeds. We would go back to food-based economies because that's what you do.
Exacting that currency would be so cool in a post-apocalyptic setting, because then you could have billionaires that just lace themselves with razors.
Ooh.
I see
Just keep the
someone
lucre on them.
Someone in chat mentioned the largest money in the world, which is the Yappies Rye Stones.
Yes, big stone wheel.
Yeah, these are
The ultimate
giant
form.
stone wheels that each one has an agreed on value. And so each one is essentially a coin. The value is derived from not just size, but also the history of that particular coin.
Yep.
Each one has a history that its owner must be able to recite. Very long histories, often. And
Wait, are you saying there's a blockchain associated with it?
Yes, an oral blockchain.
God damn it.
An oral blockchain. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yes!
Okay, cool. I was wondering if I had a stroke or not.
And the thing about the Rye Stones is that the actual physical objects don't move.
They're way too
Yeah.
fucking big for anyone to move, and thus impossible to steal. So
There
instead,
is
a written
actually-
record is maintained where people just know what portions of the stone belong to various people or groups.
This is the stock
As
market.
a bureaucratic function.
Yes, yeah, one
This
of the
is-
Rye Stones is in fact at the bottom of the ocean because
It fell off a boat while
put-
they were trying to transport it, and they were like, that's fine, we know where it is. Just
Yep.
keep the ledger.
Can't,
And yes-
I can't fucking...
Someone stole my
Micronesia, not
punchline,
Polynesia.
Someone stole my punchline. If you're thinking of NFTs, yes, but like an order of magnitude less stupid because it's
No, but the
culturally-
Rye Stone is useful.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
because-
Rye Stone has agreed on value. It
We can
has
point to the Rye
exactly
Stone
as
and
much
go,
value
yes.
as coins.
You put in an
It
amount of
is-
labor to create the rock, and then 0 labor to maintain the rock, because it's a rock.
yeah, it is. It is the concept of an NFT, but actually ecologically responsible, culturally woven in, and functional as a unit of an economy.
That's cool as hell.
Also, it doesn't burn down rainforests.
Yep.
I mean, to me, that just sounds like it's just similar to the invention of a ledger in general. Like
Yes,
It is-
ledgers.
ledgers
it's-
exist.
It's a
We're
credit.
rocketing towards fiat currency at an alarming rate.
Yeah, it is a
basically
credit
is
ledger,
fiat
but tied to
currency,
a
yes.
Here's the thing. People who use fiat currency as a derogatory thing, there's a reason that
Are
literally
idiots.
everyone converges on it. Like
Yeah,
everyone
it sounds like it's a
converges.
natural conclusion of, we need to make society and have points. Well,
All
Anybody who
economic
processes-
interaction is ultimately rooted in trust. If not trust in the person you're interacting with, trust of an external system that will punish them if they betray you.
Yes.
People invent a system that is as strong as they need in order to have confidence in their interactions with each other.
no,
Maybe
we
it's
should
that we agree
definitely
that the
hoard
shiny
metal.
metal is valuable, or maybe they agree that the big rock would not lie to me.
Or they agree that these
Or
sets
maybe
of
we're both
two
citizens
sticks,
of the same country.
Maybe
or
I can pull this rock over you if you fuck me over.
the collection of political agents of the country has a collection of duplicated sticks underneath the building where they debate law that has the written record of the most important financial transactions of the realm.
That's
That
incredible.
rules.
History's fucking
That's
awesome.
England. Have you not heard about the wooden ledgers that the original dual-sided ledgers were on wooden sticks that got stored underneath Parliament and were burned in 1821 during a parliamentary fire?
I had forgotten they were burned and replaced, yeah.
Speaking of the importance of ritual transactions, it's time to process an arbitrary number into a job.
Yep.
We left
Wait,
off
oh,
looking at
hey!
that 126 on the left wheel.
The darts finally did
126
its job.
modulo 19 is 12. Which means that, this is darts. So darts is about to receive monk.
Oh, well, here's our first whammy.
Monk's fine.
For a bit.
I mean, this team already has samurai and ranger. It's good to go. Rapid fire with punching? Yeah, that's all right. You want to throw the
Yeah,
octo
we can-
punch?
okay, rapid fire can make that. Oh, participate.
Yep.
It can hang.
Left wheel will advance. And
Man,
focus will shift
remember that
to
one
the right
Fiesta
wheel.
where you just got monked like 8 times?
Yeah.
So I wasn't paying attention. What is the thing we killed to release Monk?
Liquid flame.
Yeah.
Which, so you go into the boat, you go to like the reactor at the heart of the boat, you find that the queen is there, staring down the reactor, possessed by as yet unnamed nefarious spirit. And I maintain my visualization of what happens as that scene unfolds is that the queen, as Queen of Fire, pulls the fire out of the reactor and then shapes it into her stand and sends it at you. And that's what that fight is.
So you were, in fact, fighting the actual burning fuel of your boat.
Yes.
Okay.
And
although actually the machine is underneath the castle and sends fire out to the boat via tube.
Yeah. Did you ever do the Alexander raid, Morris?
Yes, I did.
Pepsi Man, but on fire. That's
okay. Yep. Okay.
Pepsi Man is liquid flame, but blue.
Yeah, Pepsi Man, interestingly enough, was in the game before. Well, actually, hang on. Was Liquid Flame in?
They put Liquid Flame into Gooball Library hard mode.
Right. It was not in the original, but it was in hard mode because Pepsi Man came first, and then people were like, "Well, why the fuck is Liquid Flame?"
Or somewhere else. Anti-Tower Liquid Flame is somewhere.
I'm almost
Pepsi Man came first because it created a situation where people who only knew of that design through FF14 looked at Liquid Flame and started calling it Living Flame.
Yes.
Because they were thinking of it as living liquid but on fire.
Yeah.
All right, let's buy a couple of shotguns and send this team into some progress.
Get into the ship.
And yeah, even if you miss the plot thread, we're going to be seeing it 3 more times.
And yes, for anyone who would like to follow the plot by way of this, for some reason, the other plot beat that occurs there is the werewolf shows up at the fire core and has time to shout at you that, no, you don't understand, I'm here to help. I'm trying to be here to help. And he, recognizes Galuf, and this tells you more about what's going on. Galuf is like, I don't know any Wolfman.
Why does Werewolf recognize me? I don't remember anything. And then Wolfman dies trying to prevent things from going explosion-wise, but doesn't make it.
Gets crushed by the
R.I.P.
tube and
Wolfman.
then vaporized.
Now,
Because nothing is more flammable than wolves.
how does the queen escape afterwards? Because she's still alive.
She is somehow alive.
Maybe she went
she's
through
very
the tube.
skilled.
She just
That
walks
one
out.
is-
She walks
that
away.
one-
She's really
That one is-
aerodynamic.
Yeah, that one is just straight up not addressed because who cares?
It's not important to the plot. It just has to happen.
The Queen.
I'm still marveling over the fact that your ship is powered by a tube from a castle.
Yeah, it's a steamship, but it doesn't have a boiler on board the ship. It just docks somewhere that has fire and takes in heat.
gets juiced.
Look, we need...
Is the tube attached to the ship while it's sailing?
No.
Okay.
Presumably they decouple the ship when they go out to sail. There's a steam
That's
battery
what I was having trouble
in this
with.
boat.
Yeah, no. It is not on a giant vacuum tube.
They basically have a gigantic hydrogen fuel cell equivalent.
You just put fire in the chamber.
Blown clear off the boat like the Mary Celeste. I like that.
I was imagining that this boat had an umbilical cord leading back to the castle.
Yeah,
Well,
it
that
does
would be
while it's
extremely-
docked.
Yeah, well, that would be extremely funny now. Someone is asking, what is the modulo on the side? I believe that's the RNG wheel of the game.
Yeah, those are the RNG wheels for the game, and
That's-
Loon is using
yes.
them to generate which jobs.
That is,
The
per the
three
way that the RNG
playthroughs.
works in fights, 2 copies of the table of shuffled numbers that were initialized to arbitrary positions. And then you take a number off one, advance it a step, take a number off the other, advance it a step. Continue until you are done with numbers.
And modulo is a specific math operation based on division and returning the remainder of it. It is very handy for coding, among other things.
Modular arithmetic is how cryptography works.
It is. It's true.
It's also
His
just
words of
really
power.
helpful when you've got a bunch of stuff and you want to figure out how much you're going to want to have left over after you split it evenly between people.
Yes.
Yep.
In the case of this RNG, it lets us take a smooth number range of 0 to 255 and transform it into any arbitrary smaller range inside of that zone.
A very jagged, random selection chunk. That's all good. It is math concepts that don't get really taught in a lot of American elementary school systems. Or when they are taught, they are presented in a deliberately arcane nonsense way that makes it way harder than it should be.
Remainders only showing up in long division until you get to college is honestly, yeah, it's awful. As someone who has a math degree, I'm just like, what? No. Why? Those are incredibly important things, especially if you're like comparing functions or other things like that. Remainders are really important to denote why things are different.
Somebody smacking the mic a bit. Morse?
Huh? Oh,
You were-
I thought I turned my microphone off and I turned it on instead. I was moving my headset around.
Yeah, no.
All right. This team's answer to Liquid Flame is... Do I have three
Bombs?
birds? I have
No,
I have three
okay.
birds. 3 birds.
Okay. This is going to be entertaining.
By the way,
This is
just
how we
confirming,
defeat a boat. Albatross.
just confirming my microphone isn't peaking or anything, is it?
Don't think so.
Awesome. I have tried to get better over time with this, and it's still just I don't want to ruin things.
Audio is never entirely solved.
It's true.
In my very brief forays into my own personal streaming, audio is absolutely the most haunted part, and I have far less experience than most people in this call.
I don't know, having a physical mixing board is really nice, even if it's only small.
Yeah, I don't even have that.
Honestly, I think it's neat that they decided to make your vehicle a dungeon.
It doesn't remain a dungeon. Can you ever go?
Yes, this location remains accessible.
Okay.
Which means
Not
that
while you have the fire ship as a usable vehicle.
That's
but
what I was thinking.
Afterwards, the place where this ship ends up still has this dungeon in it if you wanted to revisit it.
yeah,
Right,
so
yeah.
so in World 3 you can actually come back and come in here if you really want to.
By then, you don't really have a reason to, but you can.
Yeah, that's a good detail. I just had never had a reason to think of that.
Now this is Bart's.
This is cards.
This is Carts. Oh, okay, green is second in the row of Cactuars, and so I thought it was
They're
Bart's.
front to back is the alphabetical order here.
Okay. Bart's is pink. Got it. Or red. Right, this is Knight and Beastmaster. So after this, it's time to go get bears.
There's a few things to do before bears become the primary tech. Book then Chimera, then access to bears.
And we'll see what the third job is anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
What I said about the American school system is only because I live in America. I know for a fact that many other countries have their own foibles with it, and I have a sister that's a kindergarten teacher, and talking about the current state of lower education in America makes my blood boil, is the long and short of that.
And Canada is close enough to America that it's pretty much exposed to all of the weirdness of American education.
But with additional U's.
Yes, with added Canadian content.
This technically is CanCon. Twitch can claim that they have a certain amount.
Briefly envisioning a world where the CBC tries to start a streaming platform.
I mean,
I have just enough context to get a shiver down my spine at that thought, and I know that there is much more that I don't have.
yeah, Bill C-10 right now that just passed through Parliament is pretty flawed. Luckily, we're probably going to an election before it gets through our Senate, so meh. Basically, the Canadian Heritage Minister is stuck in the 1990s and wants to, like, clamp down on the internet again, which, fair.
That always works. Never goes wrong.
Welcome to your southern neighbor's eternal struggles.
It is correct to dislike and fear the internet.
Yes.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
It is incorrect to believe that you have much power to alter this state of things.
To control. And it is even more incorrect to believe that trying to impose the controls you want will not immediately get the backward effect out of spite.
Well, there's at least one or two senators who have actually said, you know that all this is just going to drive the under 30s into using VPNs, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we have a senator that actually understands that is at least promising.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
So what you're saying is invest in VPNs.
No.
Of all these teams, I think this one is the least suited to dealing with Liquid Flame, because I don't have any elementally aligned things to throw. They would not be available at this point. I can throw
Rods don't
swords.
count.
I can't
Knights
throw
and
the
ninjas
rods.
can't use rods, yeah.
As pointed out, remember that a VPN means that you just trust this random company more than you trust your government or whatever other internet agency is overseeing you and your company.
It's not more secure. I've asked
VPN is a
security
second
experts.
ISP.
Yeah, you are shoving the responsibility of your privacy to someone who is actively doing it for profit. So, column A, column B on whether or not you think that it's actually helping.
Yeah, I mean, like, even the best options of trying to trust the remnants of Mozilla that is launching its own VPN when a bunch of the communists left is...
I still use Firefox, but
Oh,
yeah.
I actually switched back recently because I got fed up with Chrome's memory hog issues.
Yeah, that's the reason I use Firefox, is because Chrome made my computer chug.
I mean, I've been for Firefox for the privacy reasons the whole time, and honestly, it's like, oh, Firefox has memory issues. Oh, have you tried Chrome recently? Yeah, all of them do.
But yeah, even with someone who has 32 gigabytes of RAM, hundreds of tabs in Chrome, still.
Yeah, well, that's hundreds of tabs in an internet browser problem, not Chrome's problem anymore.
Yeah.
Now, Chrome still expands to fit all available space, though.
Yeah. Chrome will devour your RAM no matter what you're doing with it, but yes. VPNs really just exist to get around, like, region locking. That's about it.
Region locking and malicious letters from content creators that want to try and throw stuff at you.
Crazy out there. On the internet.
Let's get at least one person with the auto escape on. That's an important dungeoneering tool.
Okay, this is this arts or
This is back to cards.
Okay.
We are approaching the reactor. While covered in birds. Where those birds will give me 3/4 of Liquid Flame's health, and then I need to account for the last chunk myself. Ding. Swords, I guess? We'll see how this goes.
So whenever one of the crystals explodes, that does not actually fix the elemental imbalance problems that are being had, right?
No.
No.
Oh, you absorb wind. Well.
Well, this should be interesting.
This team needs to exit and come up with a new plan.
But yes, when the crystals are broken, imagine a calamity.
A confluence of chaos must needs be brought about.
And now we enter the PowerPoint dimension.
I don't really reach for it that much, but it is always a delight when we go visit
It is.
PowerPoint land.
I make a joke, but I honestly love every time they pull the PowerPoint.
Oh no! Every time Yishtola gets out her slide projector, I am always the happiest.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I
Alright,
mean,
so let's see. Of the beasts that are present inside of the boat, what are my options for? Can I catch an appropriate substitute inside the fire ship, or am I going out on an expedition? Let's see. Electrocute, drain, flash from fire ship enemies. So no, no, and no.
Yeah, that sounds like we're going on a trip.
I can get an 800 power strong attack from turtles? From grass turtles that live outside?
Mm-hmm.
That's some number.
What's Liquid Flame again? 3,000 health?
Something like that.
Which of the Final Fantasies have merging worlds before 14? It's 5 and 9, right?
4 if you count the moon?
But the moon doesn't get merged into the world.
Yeah. Four World has a bunch of layers and sections to it, but they all remain separate.
Yeah, as does 3, right? So,
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, 5 is the first one where they merge the worlds, and 9 has the implication that that is the goal of the end boss.
6 is Ruined World.
7 only
3 has the World of Darkness. 7 has
8
Dish.
has the time compression, and it tries to merge past and future.
I don't think that counts. That's like an endgame dungeon thing.
Yeah, I mean, time compression could just be compared to Final Fantasy 1 and, like, the Chaos Shrine nonsense, but yeah.
Okay.
Must go 2,000 years into the past to destroy chaos.
To kill chaos.
I need to say this live.
It's a
I
need.
actually watched a friend of mine play the demo, and it's fucked up that it actually looked kind of fun. I was expecting to really go in and just be validated in hating it from the preview, and the gameplay actually looked fairly a decently innovative. Hey, actually, speak of the devil.
Hail chaos.
Okay, what is it me being popping in is relevant? Explain.
I was actually just mentioning that I had been watching my friend Millie playing the demo of Isekai Must Kill Chaos,
Mhm.
whatever, and it actually looked pretty fun. Like,
Stranger of
very
Paradise.
begrudgingly, I will say it looked fun.
Like I said, the folks who are working on it are actually good at making video games that are fun these days. It took them a while, but they're quite good at it now.
I'm sure it's
The
going to
Ninja
be fun
Gaiden
to
into
play.
Neo Team.
So no. What I'm saying is, even in the writing, it took me a while because it kept wavering in superposition of, is this stupid or is this stupid and winking at the camera?
And you've
and-
settled on stinking stupid and winking at the camera.
Solely by the last fight in the demo, it feels like the latter. I could still see it going either way, but the tone of the combat glory kills is very, like, goofy Doom Eternal 2016 Doom, sort
Where
of
it's slapstick,
over the top.
like levels of
It's over the top nuts. Like, the kill
Yeah.
on a bat is that you grab the bat, you crunch it, it turns into a red crystal, and then you just fucking touchdown Thurman Thomas it into the ground.
Good. Yes, makes sense.
And
The
like, a bomb
Wait,
is you
what?
grab it and shake it to prime it to explode, and then you throw it away.
There's an excellent video about the violence of the modern Dooms
Yes,
that you can go watch. I believe on Polygon,
Yes.
which is it's emulating Sam Raimi, like, horror comedy is what it's
Yes.
doing.
That is
And-
exactly like.
The biggest and most obvious instance of this is when Doom Guy, like, just fucking grabs a Cacademon's eye and pops it out, and it makes just, a full-on, popping a cork out of a bottle pop
And
sound.
it's just like, ah! And then it just blows up for no reason.
Yeah.
Groovy.
And the glory kill I always think of for the establishing tone of the new Dooms is the one where you take the zombie possessed and you punch the top of its head so hard that it goes into the ribcage, but the eyes are still just poking out and have a googly-eyed kind of expression,
Yeah.
like Army of Darkness. Like, it's that tone in the glory kills. Mostly, there's the goblin one kind of feels a little over the top because you just stomp on it so hard that the ribcage explodes into crystals. But the rest of them are very much more Doom Eternal style. If it's not comedic, then it is at least over the top ridiculous. And
Yeah,
dialogue-wise-
it's very easy to accidentally have ultraviolence become extremely uncomfortable to witness, as you might expect, because it's ultraviolence.
the one with the wolf is the one where I would be like, that's getting a little uncomfortable because you grab the jaws and you just kind of pull. But the dialogue is rock stupid through most of the demo. There's not much of it, but in the end boss fight, Spoilers, I guess, if anyone cares.
It's
The
Garland.
demo-
It's in the video.
It's in the trailer, but you have what is basically feels like a Sekiro answer to a Nero fight in a DMC game. It's a rival fight, basically. And it actually shows off the new kind of mechanics that they're doing really well, in that you're able to job switch mid-fight, and the mage version of the class has access to the elements. And when Garland turns on elemental versions of his moves, you can counter hit with the opposite element to turn them off. Like, he turns on Ice Sword, and you just smack him with a fireball, and then his fancy move stops. But, the part that really sold me on, okay, no, this is actually very solidly, possibly goofy as hell, is, there is a mid-boss fight QTE when you stagger the break gauge, or, oh, hello, Turtles.
Alright, turtle management. Let's see, while we are still in sync with the frequency of turtles... so they have a 250 total health. I need to get them below 31 for a raw capture.
There is a...
And they take moss damage from weapons. It needs to be slightly more than these 3 breath wings, since they're doing 60.
I will pause while that is occurring.
Deliberately hinder my own damage output by just zooping into the back row here. Let's see, you have a knife. Alright, good.
There we go.
Turtle? Not quite, but I have a source of damage that is smaller than the health window that I need to hit, so I will land in there eventually.
There we go.
You've got for turtle? No. Go for
Now we
frog.
just have to do that 2 more times.
Yes, and since they come in sets of 2...
Yeah, as long as we know what we're doing, we can do it pretty easily. But there is a line during the boss fight when you break the stagger gauge or get into half health where you have a quick time where you just like drop the sword. But it's actually kind of cool where he like staggers and he falls over, stabbing his own sword in the ground. You uppercut him away from the sword and just start beating the crap out of him to get him away from it until he catches your hand. But you break his armor enough that you can see part of his face on the inside, and then he just goes into his, like, you know, his super form, like, you know, starts fighting seriously. And the line response from John Final Fantasy Marine is, "There's a person in there? There's a person in that armor!" And it's just
that armor's a dude! What?
What did you think was in there, man?
Jack Fantasy is Fight Gar.
Yes, it is extremely oh, you're leaning into this guy being a moron. Alright.
Yeah,
Also,
I was just afraid that he was going to be the angry
Jack.
MMA guy that he looks like he is.
And a lot of his lines seem that way, but he also seems like he is deliberately as dumb as a pile of bricks. So they could at least do comedy with that.
I mean, so is my favorite show and protagonist, Gone Freaks, so...
And the other thing that made me immediately, it's like, the actual thing that, like, mid-stream sold me on, I guess the combat looks fine, but I still don't know if I feel the vibe, was, so, standard Crystal Lizard, Metal Slime, etc. replacement for this game, Cactuar. Completely unchanged. No art style difference, it is just a 3D version of a Cactuar, and as it moves around, it makes cartoon spring noises.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's good, yeah.
I would like to play this thing.
It is good for that to be present, though I will stand by the need to call into the world the horrible, strange, and terrifying form of Buff
Muscle
Cactuar,
Cactuar.
who you can see
Yeah.
from the front, of
And
Texan
only from the
Cactuar.
front.
Yep.
You were never allowed to depict
You can
Buff
only
Cactuar from
see
the sides.
Buff Cactuar from the front, always dead on, always charging directly at you.
Yes.
The thing that I want to make sure that they include in this is, I would like Jack Final Fantasy to have to go get a rat tail to give to the King of Dragons.
That. But yeah, the Metal Slime Cactuar equivalent is very good, and it is about thigh high. So it is appropriately small but visible, and bounces around making spring noises, like waddling back and forth like the usual cat car run. It's just kind of like, oh, I'm a little guy. You can't catch me. Also, as another tone of like it was in the tutorial, and it was like back when before where you could really tell what the tone was, but in hindsight, it is very much you're just having fun with how stupid and edgy you're getting. Is that your super gauge is called Lightbringer, but it is represented by a cloud of bloody red smoke as a bar. You see Lightbringer like Satan.
Yeah.
It's pretty hardcore. Wow.
It's just very much alright, if you keep this tone but knowingly stupid, and you don't do anything too offensive, because I know that you're still Ninja Theory. Yeah, I'm on board.
Team Ninja, non-Ninja
Team
Theory.
Ninja.
There are different teams, and there was not only nothing at all offensive about Neo 1 or 2, it was actually very respectful about specific concepts. Like Yasuke, who's there, and they treat him with a lot of respect. Yeah,
also, I don't remember his name, but the half Kappa guy who basically who played the game was like, fuck, that guy's hot.
He's quite cool, yeah. I don't remember his name, unfortunately. There's a lot of names in Neo, and it's easy to forget all of them because
a lot of historical ones and a lot of, well, allegedly historical. Man, I remember good friend Million Sandwiches playing Neo 1. Good friend with very deep academic knowledge of history of Japan across multiple periods of time and its culture, and the end boss being John D from space fucking took him out from orbit.
Yeah. The fact that the main antagonist of that game is Edward Kelly is hilarious.
Edward Kelly and John D are here to be weird meat monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't
Kelly's
Assassin's
not much
Creed
of a
do that? That's fun stuff. When Roger Bacon was the antagonist in fucking Shadowhearts.
God.
Yes. Wait.
Francis.
No. Not Roger
Bacon.
Bacon. Roger Albert? Albert
I'm
Roger?
pretty sure it was Roger Bacon.
No, Roger
No.
Bacon is
Francis
in
Bacon.
Shadowhearts.
Roger Bacon is an ally.
Yes.
In 3,
there is
he's an antagonist in 1.
No, he's not. He's an ally in all 3. You're thinking of the guy who's using his name in 1, but he's Albert something, I believe.
Yeah, Roger Bacon is some weird
Albert Simon, that's it.
semi-undead monster, but he's a good one.
Yeah, Albert Simon is the one that it is. Vipers got it. He's the main antagonist of 1.
I love that they took this historical, like, very well-regarded Franciscan friar, and they made him look like a horrible little skeleton pervert, man.
Well, because he's 500 years old. What else is he gonna look like? If you're gonna depict someone who is aged for 500 years, you gotta make him look like a weird tiny skeleton pervert. That's how it works.
Yep.
So, Ransomunk, Monk is a good way to throw cash, at least.
That
Monk
basically.
will have rapid fire.
Monk will
with
have rapid fire. Okay.
Yeah, that was my first result was whammy, and then I was reminded of rapid fire, and Monk will
have rapid fire.
That.
Okay, is this, do we need the random number generator, or is this the Yoga Bot one?
We will wait until the fire crystal.
The process doesn't happen until after you are done with the castle here.
Okay.
Yes.
So also, then, how the queen survives is she's on the boat. We were on the boat, we went through the tube, now we are in the castle.
Right, we go through the fuel line, and now we're in the castle, which is about to blow up.
To enter the Karnak 500, huh?
Again.
And for the other reference, the Karnak 500, as mentioned last time, and honestly has been a little less comedic than I was hoping. Also, I love it, Extra just has the backup goon here for like, gotcha anyway! But the Karnak 500 is the escape sequence when the castle is burning down. There are a lot of very useful material that you should go out of your way to get, but it is in a little above scope monster boxes. So if you don't know exactly where you're going, you have a kind of risk of running out of time, especially if you get greedy, but if you know what you're doing, you don't.
There are 4 important things along this path. I believe that there is a ribbon, a main gouge, or not a ribbon. It's a sorry, a
There is a
element.
ribbon here.
There is a
Ribbon,
ribbon as well. Okay, so
elemental,
5
main
things.
gouge, and
Yeah. If you have White Mage, you can get Asuna
Asuna, a
here
little early.
as well, a little early. And if you have Blue Mage, I believe this is the first place you can get Era.
and
Yes.
Deathclaw.
Deathclaw,
Right.
Deathclaw, and Era from the Giant.
Yeah. So there's like, it's a little bit dependent, but there's 4 things you want to get pretty much every time.
And 10 minutes is plenty for whatever your run wants. If you want, for whatever godforsaken reason, to get literally everything in the castle, including the worthless stuff, then it gets very tight, but don't do that to yourself.
Depending on
Most
what
of it's
tools
not-
you have available.
Okay, yeah, if you have Flee, then you can do that, but also don't.
So you go and get the ribbon like every time, even though there's not really an enormous chance you're going to be able to use it just because of how good having a ribbon is.
Yeah, if you do roll dancer, ribbons is ribbons.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's the easiest one to get, so like by far. Like easiest thing to get both in the Karnak 500 and of all the ribbons in the game.
And now birds.
Thinking about birds. Surprised the
And
grass
shit,
turtle
everything
is a
with
rare
escape
encounter
pods.
out here.
The crowd member is correcting me that once they got everything in the escape because Berserker solved all problems, yeah, you trusted Berserker and you got paid for it.
Always
Exactly.
trust. Okay, there's more turtles out here. So...
And because we just swapped to it, there's plenty of time to do turtle math.
yes. Also, between guard and cover, we have enough armor that I should be fine to,
You can surgery this.
very carefully dissuade the
And-
turtle.
Each captured monster is a one-use item, basically.
Yes.
Looked
Every
it up.
creature has an associated move that it will do.
Yep.
Many of them are appropriately powerful for something that takes this much hassle to go out of your way for.
Looking up the base hit rates of a lot of spells, specifically for blue magic here. While of course this also takes into account magic defense for most of these, a magic evade for most of these. None of them have a hit rate below 2/3%. Like 66% is the lowest it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Even Deathclaw, which is paralyzed and set to crit. 240 duration paralyze on top of that. Higher than Mind Blast's paralyze and sap of 90 for paralyze.
5 is very novel for most later Final Fantasies in comparison, in that it lets you do status effects, and they matter a lot. It is not afraid to have bosses be immune to a lot of them, but they will usually have 1 or 2 ways where you can just go, I found your weakness, die.
Oh, there's the off button.
The Black Mage status effects are a lot more reliable numbers wise. Toad is the least, and that's at 80%.
Is any boss weak to Toad?
Several.
Yes, actually a few. There's even a weird interaction with one that's weak to Toad but heavy.
That's rad. This game's
Yeah.
rad.
So it sidles back and forth between being a Toad and not. It's very weird. Apparently, Gorilla can also be toaded,
Yes,
which makes a lot of
Gorilla
sense.
is toadable.
Yeah.
How could you Toad
Gorilla is
that
equipped
early?
to untoad itself.
Very smart.
Gorilla knows many secrets.
Gorilla's a powerful wizard.
See, what I want is a bespoke interaction for Gorilla, was where you turn him into a toad, but none of the physical stats change, and he's got tiny tusks. That's it.
That sounds pretty smart. I think part of the mechanics of this game and why they're fine with making even bosses weak to status effects is that there's 2 layers of immunity to them. You know? There's being heavy, which significantly reduces the duration of all of them, but they do still work for most, not all of them. And then there's just being flat immune to them individually. So they just made a lot of bosses heavy and kind of called it a day on that. And if you find like timing to make the status effects work anyway, then good work. You did a way to solve the fight.
Yeah, heavy is a combination of make status effects harder, and no, you can't use instant death on this. Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make your party members heavy?
Yes.
Yes, actually, there is a
With
way
chemistry.
to do that. Mm-hmm. Is there a way to make your party have access to mechanics that normally are only enemy mechanics? The answer is almost always chemist. You can turn a character into a dragon.
There is a reason. It's hilarious.
I believe that's the same one that gives it heavy. Go for it. Sorry.
No, you're right. Chemist shows up in basically every speed run, and whenever you get one in a Fiesta lineup, you have an immediate free ground.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's true. You can also turn an enemy into a dragon, which is relevant, because then you can stab it with a lance that does 8 times damage to dragons.
Does turning an enemy into a dragon change anything it does, or are you just attaching the status?
No, you're just giving it dragon status.
Yeah, which is a tag that you can add to it.
According to my doctor, who has a very real degree from a shard of glass lodged in their skull, that's a dragon.
Of the tags that are attached to enemies, you can have large bird, dragon, desert, undead, and I think there's one more. Robot, I think, is one.
Why is there a large bird tag?
Because there's a couple of things that can kill birds easy.
Yeah, there are anti-bird tags.
There's actually just a consistent thing mechanically with them. They're all gigantic piles of HP for where you can encounter them. Even like the last one is like, oh, this has just boss levels amounts of HP, but it's a regular random encounter. So if you specifically go and equip the weapons that do extra damage against them, it's a way to shore up the fact that they have an enormous amount of HP.
Alright, so this is a team that can actually use the Moonring Blade.
Okay, so there's Magic Beast, which is vulnerable to whips, and the Artemis Bow. Whips all can paralyze Magic Beasts. Artemis Bow deals extra damage to it. The Avis Killer is the only thing that has Avis damage bonus, and there's only like a handful of Avises. Every dragon is vulnerable to damage dealt by the Dragon Lance and Dragon Whisker, which both do double damage, and the Apollo's Harp, which does 8 times damage. Desert enemies are vulnerable to the spell Aqua Breath. That's all it means. Aqua Breath, which by the way is non-elemental damage, and does 8 times damage to anything that lives in the desert.
It's breath, not water.
Yeah.
And presumably undead is the same as in every Final Fantasy, takes
flammable
damage from
and damaged by healing.
Yep. On top
Usually
of that,
there's at least one fireproof undead out there.
On top of that, they take double damage from Sage Staff, and again, 8 times damage from Apollo's Harp, because Apollo's Harp's main thing is that it fucks up the undead and dragons really well. It's
breath isn't water? Oh, so hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's breath.
correct. It's actually almost. It's like almost never actually water damage. Is the weird thing.
Depending on how well throwing sword does, 500's not bad. The 6 of those would resolve this fight. 4 of those will resolve most of it, and I might have just enough oomph otherwise with knives to finish the job here.
These are fun.
I just double checked. Aqua Breath in Final Fantasy 6 is wind elemental.
I can accept that.
It is breath still, and breath is wind. That makes sense.
It's just humid wind.
Mm-hmm.
Much like D&D as its original inspiration. Most breath attacks in Final Fantasies are based on your max health or your current health.
Got that
Yeah,
mask
that's-
there.
That seems to be pretty consistent in JRPGs. That's how it works in, what's it called, Lunar as well. Dragon breath attacks are based on current HP.
Breathwing is basically the ultimate secret best Beastmaster technique, because it is a breath attack that will hit damage cap.
Again,
In
specific
Lunar,
enemies.
in Lunar, it becomes more relevant because you fight a lot of dragons who all have breath attacks.
Alright, let us now attempt a rush down. Hand is good to see. Human is less good to see.
Oh boy.
This could still work out. But yeah, human responds with wide attack when struck, so... Arts is still up.
Oh,
Arts
dear.
is still
His
up.
hand? His hand?
His hand?
His hand?
Come on!
Hand! Brighton!
Good
Oh,
work,
wow.
Art.
Right.
You have solved the problem.
Can't believe that.
Damn! I think
Is
that's the
food.
closest. I think that's the closest liquid flame I've ever seen on a Fiesta.
5 HP is pretty damn close.
Just throw 4 swords.
3 or 4 swords will kill them. Everyone, no matter what. I know things about swords. I can guarantee if you get thrown 4 swords at you, the first 3 might not kill you, but the 4th will. Guaranteed.
Trying to remember what Four of Swords is in the tarot. I think that's the Sorrow and Departure one.
Alright, so since Arts is not interacting with the ritual, Arts is using the actual robot, and I will go ahead and
It is
contact the robot.
Need for Seclusion.
Listen, the only swords depictions in tarot I care about are the 2 subsequent ones of getting completely blasted, super wasted, and buying a bunch of swords, then waking up the next day completely regretting
all
buying
the
a bunch of swords.
What? Yeah!
Is Power of Swords the one where you can see the harrowed expression of someone realizing they have perhaps attempted to carry too many swords at once? Because I know 2 is fine, and 3 is sometimes you can make it work, but 4 is, in my memory, is just...
Four is a cemetery and a sarcophagus with someone holding a sword emblazoned on it and 3 swords on the
We're
wall.
back
The message
to
is-
Darts needs to start using Monk, because Monk is here now. Yeah.
Oh,
Alright. Monk.
Four of Swords is just sleep, you asshole.
Monk with animal friends.
Birds.
Bird up. Now, did this team get the... Yeah, they did get the bow. Alright, good. So now that's here.
8 of Swords is the person tied up, surrounded by swords. 9 of Swords is the person waking up in a nightmare, surrounded by swords.
Yeah, all right, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Monk is here.
You're thinking of 7 and 9 of Swords, because 7 is the guy who's getting blasted walking away with a bunch of swords going, hey.
Alright, so other lore thing to bring up, since I guess this is a year where we point at lore things again, rather than brushing past them. So, the scholars at the ancient library down the way figured out, because they read books, exactly this was going to happen. And in response to this, the queen banished all of the scholars and built this giant barricade to prevent the nerds from returning to the city. And this
It's really
makes
spiteful.
sure that you engage with this city and this ship before moving on. And then the explosion that takes out the castle also opens a hole in the anti-nerd barricade, so you can proceed.
I called this the Saturday morning Final Fantasy for a reason.
this is great. Thank you for
Plot
explaining
is
it.
completely stupid and loves every second of it. And has some smart moments, but is very much committed to being the cartoony version of a Final Fantasy plot.
I'm liking the monk outfit.
Monk has good fashion in this. Monk is debatably useful as a job, but is not bad so much as is competing with some pretty hard competition.
Monk
A lot of-
front loads its use and then does, in fact, later on become bad.
Monk is extremely useful early game. If you are stuck with Monk at the end of the game without things that you can staple on Monk to be good, it is a dead weight.
The good news is that chances of you
on the subject
not
of
being-
outfits, Ferris in Monk outfit, extremely practical. Just
Yep.
Nice.
Is geek.
And then Lena in Monk outfit, hey,
Jumps on.
That's rad.
where
And
it's
there's a lot
a thing that
Gallop
was
is the same as darts.
Gallop is often similar to darts.
Yes.
Where so the Gallop and darts dress alike for a lot of their costumes. And then something that was pointed out to me as an interesting detail. So for a lot of these jobs, there is one variation on the outfit that the lads in the party will have, and then a different variation on the outfit that the ladies in the party will have. But for the first set of jobs, Ferris actually
Yep.
does not toe that line. Ferris dresses kind of androgynously with the Wind Crystal set of costumes to not immediately give away
Yeah.
Ferris'
Ferris is still gender non-conforming visibly and refuses to truck the gender line.
But for other things like, so the Berserker outfits for everyone, Lena and Ferris both wear, like, large cat pelts as part of their outfit, whereas Bartz and Gallo are both wearing wolves.
Well, I've always interpreted Ferris as, it's not that Ferris is wearing a large cat there, actually. It doesn't look, it has like a nose on it that doesn't seem very cat-like at all. It has more of a canine snout. But it's not either the one that Kryle and Lena wear, which are both large cats, or the large wolves that that Bartz and Gallop are wearing.
So it's a bear?
No, it
Ferris-
kind of looks a little bit more like a jackal. Or
Ferris is wearing a
uh,
strange, vague animal pelt, as appropriate.
or hyena. Sure, yeah.
The set
Ah,
Just
it's
the
the
important
set
note
piece, yeah.
that-
Okay, yeah.
The important note that none of your berserkers actually wear a bear as their berserker
Yeah.
costume. You have 2 Ulfshirters and 2 Catzerkers.
And then one
Yeah.
set animal is
And
what you got
and-
there.
Very importantly, Kryle is literally wearing a Kigurumi.
Yeah. When you later get Kryle, all of her jobs are designed to just be cute, basically.
Yes. His child
This person is, like,
wears child
unsettling
adventure clothing.
ripped.
Yeah,
The
this
giant-
is the chest full of muscle man.
Big.
Yeah, the giants are all like Pillar Man levels of shredded.
One day I will finish watching JoJo, and then I will understand any of the jokes that people make about JoJo.
It's fine. It's
It's
fine.
kind of overrated sometimes. It's
is
good,
what
but
it
you don't
is.
have to.
I was thinking with Bartz's outfit, there's a lot of room for interpretation of what exactly is going on there. And, like, obviously it's a martial arts outfit, but I also choose to believe that it's, like, 50s wine mother athleisure wear.
Honestly, some of Bartz's clothing does get some androgyny going on, especially with the dancer outfit. So yeah, I can see that.
Bart's dress is like David Bowie.
So, are the Knacks just the breed of dog, like Dalmatians were from Dalmatia, etc.? Is it just because they're from Karnak?
They're dingoes. You got your wild Knacks and your Kurnak because dingoes are still basically domestic dogs, a subspecies of domestic dog.
Right, but I'm just thinking the nomenclature is because they're at Karnak, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
We're not
yeah.
sure if Karnak is named for them or
You
they're
know,
named for Karnak.
He advised that I better bring it, and, well,
Well,
let's fulfill requests.
seems like we brought it. Oh, he's down.
It delivered.
Later,
Yeah.
buddy. You know, doing that will pay for most of a rod each. So it's like you're not really wasting anything as
Yeah,
long
there
as you
exist
have the
many
numbers.
fights where using disposable stuff will
Mhm.
will cover its cost. That once we have the throwing scrolls for ninja, there are many locations where that holds up.
So many chests full of men.
So many chests full of chests.
mechanical feature of all these fights that have the Kurnak in them. If that is the last enemy standing on the field, it will flee.
Dog is just like, where'd everybody go? Oh,
Dog
no.
is only kept here by its handlers.
Fangoush is a weapon that is useful for like most of the game.
Yes.
Yep.
Is it
Somebody can put
classed
that-
as a dagger so everyone can
Yes.
use it?
It is a
Okay.
knife
Everyone
that
except
gives
White
you
Mage.
Evade.
There's also literally a main ghost, as in you put it in your offhand and you have a better parry.
Yep.
And if you stack with Elven Mantle, it's plus 50% evade?
Oh wow.
I believe it's a separate check.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
2 1/3 chances, which works out to about half. Hey, this guy though.
He's no ordinary soldier.
Wait a minute. That sergeant.
Wait,
There
what?
he is, the famed bounty hunter.
Yeah,
What
this
the
thing, this,
famous
this,
bounty
this
hunter,
entire thing
Iron
is
Claw.
really fucking just not
Yeah.
out of nowhere.
This comes from nowhere and doesn't explain itself.
It explained itself
love-
perfectly. That's the famous bounty hunter, Ironclaw.
This is
And
your
you-
son improvising when you're doing your like toy session with him, and you're just like, fine, whatever, dude.
No, not even a fine whatever. This is a hell yeah.
Is this a crab walking on its front claws with a person face taped to it?
Maybe.
More or less, yeah.
Pretty much. Final
Except
Fantasy
also its
14
front claws are inside of boots, like regular
They got
human
human
lower
boots.
leg armor,
Yeah,
basically.
it's got crab heels.
The legendary bounty hunter, Ironclaw.
There is something close to that in the Final Fantasy 14 models, and it is still incredibly weird to look at.
Alright, so first of all, proud to announce, now actually looking at the results of the regular job pull from the robot. Arts now receives the power of science.
Nice!
Oh, well, hey,
Ninkum,
Okay.
nice! Knight
welcome
Ninkum,
to
that's
the
very
show.
powerful.
We have not shown Chemist enough on these.
Putting on my sicko's lab coat.
Yes!
Oh God,
I
Chemist
don't actually
and
quite
Ninja.
understand why Chemist is so good, so this will be fun.
Chemist and
Alright.
Yeah, I
Ninja.
know
Oh,
about
we are
this.
about to get
And now,
stupid.
to perform the ritual, we are looking at a raw number 44. 44 modulo 6. Rather, modulo 19 is 6. So for Bart, who already has Berserker, that pushes the result down to a 7. So you receive Dancer.
Nice.
Ribbon. So, how many turtle shells do we need?
It's, not as many as people act like you need.
Yeah, turtle shells, I believe when I did my run, when I over-prepared for everything when I had Chemist, I grabbed a ton, and I think you only really need like 15, honestly.
Timber down.
Timberdown is extremely powerful.
So,
Ooh, Dancer, nice.
yep. Timber Dan is actually a damn good team too.
Does the fourth one matter anymore for the chemist team?
Yeah, actually, it does. It will
yes,
make
it could get.
it will make doing Omega a lot easier with an additional like possible.
Chemist has enough raw killing power that especially in a non-speedrun contest, that team will go and do a triple crown.
Yes,
That team will play
but
Omega. Chemist versus Omega with no other support is exciting.
Yes. that is danger mode Omega, where you are not petting the dog constantly. So it
Where-
doesn't
Alright,
Yes.
instead of using various techniques to soothe and relax and stop the robot, you just pour the mystery gunk down the inlet and overclock the robot. Make it too angry to use any of its special features. Just make it start stomping.
Yep.
yeah, Chemist vs Omega is possible, but it's very spicy. If you had any other like ability to speed things up, like with Black Mage or something, that would be valuable.
Speed runs use Chemist and Samurai because Chemist plus Zenonage equals oops all damage.
Now, though I have rolled for this job early, I will not equip it until after we actually have the crystals in hand.
What on earth is happening?
Tubes.
So
For
yeah, oh
lap-
yeah, you were out for the plot discussion. in shorthand, this castle is fueling the ship that you were on with fire essence and blew up because it got overclocked by a wizard who possessed someone's body to hit the overclock button. And the werewolf was trying to stop that from happening, said that he recognized the old man in your party. The old man in your party is like, I never met any werewolf. What the hell are you talking about? Because I have amnesia. And then the
just
werewolf died.
We did stop that from happening, but then a secondary minion came in and did it anyway.
Yeah, after possessing the queen didn't successfully destroy the reactor, possessing some random Jeff down the hall and having him hit the button, that did it.
That's great.
Xdeath is very frequently a step ahead of you.
Xdeath is actually, like, almost constantly outwitting you in this game.
You spend
Do you even know what my plans are?
Yes, you spend 2/3 of the game not knowing what Xdeath's grand evil scheme is beyond he's rude, and he taunts you with this fact when you finally get to fight him face to face. We're here to stop you from doing what?
Do you even understand what you're doing? No?
My question is just, why didn't he just hit the button in the first place?
Well, he needs to run the thing. He needs to leave the crystal in overdrive for a while to make it snap.
Okay.
That was plan B in case somebody ended it.
Also, Xdeath has some of the La Habrea problems.
Yes, Xdeath lives for the drama.
Okay.
Turn on the giant mirror.
Most of what I know about Xdeath is that he is a tree.
He is, okay, he is, to skip forward a little bit in the plot dump, he is the Superfund site of a bunch of wizards that, upon no longer being able to throw demons into the gap between worlds, because that ended up being a problem, okay, what if we just all stuffed it into this single tree instead and just hoped nothing went bad?
108 demons later, stuff happened that went bad.
Yep.
Nothing could
We
ever
sealed
possibly
demons
go
in these
wrong.
ancient arch trees, and then one of them started talking to the demons and became a powerful sorcerer.
And this is a problem
Because he wants
now
to
he's destroying the world.
But he starts doing things.
He starts destroying reality, yes.
I mean, I would argue his first movements weren't necessarily destroying reality. He was trying to write it back to the way it was. It just happens to be that that is bad.
Well, and then he later is attempting to. He has to do that
He does
step
that
first.
so he can blow up the
then
whole
he
thing.
can destroy it. Yeah, he doesn't want to destroy only one of the two worlds. He wants to destroy both of the two worlds.
He wants to claim the power of the void.
Yes.
What's the power of the void? Good question. We're gonna find out by releasing the power of the void.
Oh no, the
That
void
makes
is eating
sense.
my face! Xdeath is extremely, the energy of the dumb abyssals in my game, that's Xdeath. I was putting a lot of Xdeath in, like, Rank Research.
I understand entirely, yep.
Like, meanwhile, he is otherwise very competent. Like, that's the other thing. He is
He actually runs circles around you until basically the last second.
And even then,
And,
he did still technically succeed a little bit. He just couldn't handle it at the very last second.
He very much got what he wanted, and what he wanted was not what he thought.
And
Alright, yeah, let's
the
launch this
reason for the
square right
timer,
here.
Morgan, is that the castle is
The
exploding.
load-bearing fire went out, and now the castle is collapsing. Right, I was
Yeah,
here
assume.
getting ready to
I never
equip
think a timer's
Dancer.
a good thing.
Right, so Galuf doesn't have sprites for classes that you can't get until after Galuf leaves the party. If you make him equip any of these, things get interesting.
Okay.
Don't worry about those, though. Those are all out of category.
That is... Most of those are...
Actually, I think the fact that his freelancer sprite is there means that this mod may have taken measures to fix that.
Yeah. That is...
Nice. It is always nice to be able to immediately use that ribbon.
Yeah.
Because the thing about the ribbon in this game is that not only does it prevent status effects, it's also got a lot of defense. It's just a really good hat. Like,
An extremely tough hat.
yeah.
All the
Time
jobs,
shop?
like...
Time shop. Alright.
Everyone pulls punches because they don't want to hurt someone wearing such a cool ribbon.
Dance too fast.
The most iconic outfit in this game, actually, aside from the base ones, is Dancer Bart's.
Yes.
Dissidia
Your gold is
decided
always
that, okay,
welcome
alternate
here.
costumes for Bart's, a recolor, and Dancer.
Dancer Barts.
Is quite handsome. Fiesta.
Holy shit.
Open shirt, giant collar, bright red, green sash,
Because
and
this
tight
party
pants.
has Dancer, Bart's generally ends up being endgame Dancer in a Fiesta loadout. Primarily for
I
fashion,
imagine
and then
that
also because
Here's why.
Dancer is the most, either the most or almost the most fragile class, and Bart's has the best vitality of the endgame team.
Also the best fashion.
I imagine that Dancer Bards has a constant aura of Spanish guitar.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Lala Flamenco is playing at all times.
No, a lot of this is entirely new to me. Thea?
So, Morgan mentioned this in the last stream. Fest is a thing that a lot of people take in just kind of audially because it is a very long and often very similar system. So yeah.
See also that when we spent an hour and a half talking about stuff while dogs were being killed.
Speaking of, this team now has to defeat more dogs.
We need.
They
you
need to
do
buy
need
more
a lot
wizards
of-
shotguns.
Yeah. You need a lot of wizard shotguns for a team that can do them just to speed things up later on.
I love that posted, upgraded image of the outfit. That's very
Yeah.
good and powerful.
That's the HD version from the fighting game. It is very good.
Dissidia mostly used Amano designs for almost everything, with a couple of minor changes to some of them, just for like ones that are admittedly, this is more iconic. Like
Sword.
Terra's base design, I believe, does actually have the green hair that she does in her sprite,
Yes.
versus her portrait, which is blonde, like 99% of other Amano characters.
Yep.
And then very occasionally there's the alternate stuff, like right there, of, oh, that's just taken from his combat sprite, as opposed to him.
Amano has a shape, and Amano will stick to it.
Amano draws characters in a world where the sun is 10 times as bright and skin is 5 times as reflective.
Yes.
Huh.
Also, colors and shapes just happen.
From all I've
I
seen
wouldn't
from
have thought that
Minecraft,
the
there's
dog
a
would
lot
run
of
away
colour.
when you turned it.
I confused it, and apparently it had escape as an option on its confused list.
Oh, hey, what are we doing now?
Book
What's Dark
adventure.
up to? Okay.
It's time to go to the library and read. Because the narrative prompting that you get for this is, well, now that the boat has exploded, well, now that the castle has exploded, now that the front has
This
fallen
is the
off.
only new direction in which you can go, I assume.
But furthermore, Sid is now sitting at the pub, sulking about how, my science did this, how terrible. And he did that science using knowledge from this library, and his grandson is one of the scholars here. So you want to go
Okay.
find that kid to add to your
Which
consulting
Our
team.
challenge is they all look exactly the same.
Well, no, our challenge
No.
is that Mid has gone into the deep library where the danger books live.
Oh, of course. yeah.
Mid went into the stacks and never got seen again.
Okay.
This is a wizard's library. It is filled with powerful entities.
Wait, is that bookshelf moving on a timer, or are there switches?
There are switches
there
in
are
the bookshelves.
there are spots to
Okay.
step on that will make the shelves move.
So,
Yes.
A bit sad
Is-
we haven't seen any of our friends yet.
is Biblos going to be a problem in
I
this?
have the
this run?
fire bow and also Giltos is there. I have
Okay,
a
fine.
gun.
Phil exists.
Yeah,
Glitch
since
trigger.
using samurai and not freelance. Oh wait, you would have
There's a
samurai
book.
now, right?
There we go. Here's the enemies in here. They're books.
Okay, so Great Google Library is just this place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is literally the Great Google Library.
It really cannot be overstated how much 14's developers love 5. Like, they adore
They
5.
adore 5, and they're correct to.
5, of course.
This book is 3 page 64s.
That's interesting.
Is anyone at a multiple of 5 levels?
I don't think we're on the death level.
I
This is
performed
not
the
the death,
necessary
form.
mathematics.
Yeah, on top of that, page 64 is not the death page.
The librarians, are there any haunted shells where I work? I've heard
Oh, right.
stories.
It's page 32, which I remember because 32 is 2 to the power 5.
My location, no. I've heard stories about other ones. Also, here's our game's version of Ifrit. Ifrit does not want to be observed. Do not perceive Ifrit.
Ifrit is cranky.
No.
He was sleeping in a book. What do you expect him to be?
For 10,000 years I have tended this library.
So you remember how I had a fire elemental guarding the library in my game?
Ifrit is also ripped, but in a more unsettling way.
You get to
That's a
see him
lot.
from the side, is the thing.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you don't see ripped bodies from the side, because then you realize how incredibly thick the oblique abdominals are.
Yeah, it just looks
I'm
kind
also
of like
concerned
real.
about what's going on with his pants situation.
There
Don't
isn't
worry
any.
about it.
It is a tassel around the waist and wraps around the shins.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't clear on what that dark thing was.
Functional. Barely, but just. And also leg warmers. Which is
Just genie things.
honestly, that's a combination I can respect. Do not perceive me, only perceive my fantastic chiseled legs.
Got cool horns in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah?
They wiggle twice. They're a double recurve.
Love a good double recurve.
So,
And now, if you had a summoner, you could summon him.
Yes. But more importantly, that is an event flag.
yes, technically you can go, like, you can
Yes,
notice
if you
that was
come
a
over
hidden
here,
area.
this bookshelf is actively hostile and leaps in front of you whenever you try to go around it.
And mocks it.
Unless... That is why you have a fire spirit in charge of your library.
If the books get out of line, you remind them that you're made of fire, and they shit their pants, and you move on with your day.
And we're
Dogs,
back
okay?
to dogs.
Oh my
Back to
god!
wolves. Back to sword.
And a little shimmy. Wow, that was
But
great.
yes, the dancer.
The
I
dance
Yeah, the
moves.
dancer
I
sprites are
didn't
amazing.
expect it to actually dance. I'm impressed.
It's actually a very clever repurposing of a bunch of other sprites.
That's rad.
Yeah, the,
Is what dance it uses random?
yes,
Yes.
it
It
is.
chooses one of 4 dance moves. It either confuses, does a small health drain, does a small MP drain, or sword dance, which is
Delete.
double attack and double multiplier. It's a
Sword
very
dance is
big
what you
stab.
want. There is equipment that makes sword dance more likely, and that is what you want.
If you have the red shoes on, it makes sword dance be a 50% chance, I think. And I
It
believe you
replaces
can actually.
confusion with
Yeah.
sword dance.
I think there is. Can you make it like all 100% if you equip all of the
No,
dancer gear?
it is just
Okay.
one. You have it or don't. So it's either the ruby slippers, the prism dress, or the man-eater are all the dance boosters. The
And
ribbon
The
none
is
of
man-eater
those-
has its own bizarre
And,
qualities on top of
none
that.
of those are gender locked, just like the ribbon isn't, I assume.
yes.
That's a
Dancer's
very
dance.
powerful spread of names.
The rainbow dress is also one of just overall the strongest armors in the game.
Yep.
So the final dancer ability is equip ribbon, which includes access to the rest of the dancer equipment as well. On some teams, you might go out of your way to get Equip Ribbon to put someone in the Prism Dress because it's stronger than their other armor options.
Yeah, so there is actually a couple of weird things about Maneater, the weapon, too, on top of that. Remember,
It's
right?
the only one that has the kill humans tag, isn't it?
It is
That,
the
and I
Human
believe it
Slayer, and it's
also
a spear
does double
for some
damage on
mechanical purposes.
Yeah, it does double damage on jumps for some reason.
Weird.
Alright, so for now, yeah, a couple of Frost and a couple of Flame. I will break up the monotony here by not pre-grinding what I know is the number of rods I need for an entire run.
Yeah,
I'll
that.
just itemize that out.
I intensely respect on having clicked this higher quality art that Galuf Start's outfit is high cut briefs.
It's a
Gallop-
Samba outfit, I
Yeah.
believe.
Galuf is out here to know.
I thought those typically had legs.
In the
Not
calves.
always. Galuf
Galuf
knows.
has good calves, and he wants you to know
Yeah,
it.
Galuf knows his games are his best asset, and he's here to show you.
Galuf
Spoilers,
has legs and will not
Galuf.
be detained.
Galuf takes inspiration from the Sun King.
Having a strong moment of which one.
Yeah, I'm sitting here going, okay, like
The 14th. Louis the 14th.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
That one.
figured, but I
Okay.
wasn't sure.
But yeah,
I'm
so, like,
just sitting here going, am I waiting for a punchline?
here is the Wizard's Library and all of its elaborate bookery. And up here is the book furnace.
I mean,
When you identify the books that are too dangerous to be allowed to live.
I mean, when you
Okay.
go to Wizard's Library, that is a very important equipment. Yeah, like, I only want to burn the books that are possessed. And Ifrit's
And-
job was,
Yeah,
when
they
the books
built this
got haunted,
because Ifrit went missing. So, well,
Because he got tucked into a corner somewhere.
Ifrit got, like, okay, the joke is literally Ifrit got misfiled.
Yep.
Incredible. And also, Moors, let's be honest, Louis the 14th is a punchline in himself.
Well,
Yeah.
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 also, yes, Louis the 14th has fantastic gams.
Yeah, I just was not clear on what the punchline was going to be, yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's just a guy? Just
That's
a guy.
just a demon
Oh,
living
that's
inside
not.
a book,
There are
yeah.
many
And
results.
another
For,
one, okay.
there are many results for what are in these books. Just a dude is one of them. Oh, well,
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile-
adventure. Oh,
Right.
it's been a while,
Oh.
Cards.
You've been on the. You were on
Right,
those
Karts has
boats
been
for a
on the
while.
boat for... You're right, Karts has already looted the boat. Karts is coming back with turtles to throw at the reactor, because this is how we fix
Right.
things.
Yep.
Right, we had to load up.
Yeah, because it turns out the reactor is immune to birds.
We threw birds at the living flame, or liquid flame, and that went about as well as you would think throwing birds into a living being of fire goes.
Oh,
Fire,
okay, I wasn't
wind,
sure if it was-
hellfire? What?
Yeah, it turns out that birds heal fire.
Birds are also
Flame,
flammable.
flame appreciates delicious flame roasted bird.
Oh, so it's a situation of like the Australian hawks that deliberately start bushfires. I understand.
Yes.
Yes, except the bushfire is starting itself on the hawks.
Yes.
So you're saying that hawks have learned tool use? Fantastic.
Somehow,
Yes, unironically, yes.
they use the fire as a means to flush prey out.
Anyway, this is Liquid Flame, and he's an asshole.
Liquid flame is your real first vibe check boss. If the real isn't enough for you.
Right, I remember this from when I came back in.
Alright, have Ferris stand back up. Alright, so 3 turtles means I have done 2,400 damage out of 3,000. So it should be viable to rush down with swords now, maybe? Depending.
Let's see.
So
That
you were
was
just
viable.
turning into a turtle there.
Yeah, 600 left. That means 5 hits. or
No, that was the turtle that he was carrying
I
in
have
his
captured
backpack.
turtles and brought them to
I
And then
see.
yes. So then you let the turtle out of the backpack, and the turtle decides to fuck up the first thing it sees, which is liquid flame.
Place a turtle in the gourd, then you rattle it around, and then you point the gourd at someone you disapprove of.
One more hit should do it.
Yeah, just get the sword in. 200, and yeah.
Yep.
Got
Nice.
there.
So now everyone has defeated liquid flame.
Yes, which means everyone is, well, these folks now have to escape the castle, but then they will receive their fire job. Then they can go learn about books.
Did she die?
No, actually,
no,
she
she's fine.
She's fine.
She's on the boat. The boat
She
is gonna be
spends
fine.
the rest
Werewolf.
of the game bedridden, but that's a matter of there's no further plot scenes that feature her, so...
Yes.
This werewolf, however, is going to be crushed by tubes.
No escape from tubes.
Oh, this one made it much clearer that that guy was being possessed. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, we're back in the library. Okay.
Sealing things in gourds is just, I think, a general East Asian. I couldn't tell you exactly.
It's a general thing in a lot of places because the calabash is grown everywhere.
Yeah.
We domesticated a gourd that we can turn into anything. It's pretty cool.
We grow a shape.
It's really tough and dries out super well.
So yeah, other things inside books. Nasty little Gerblin gargoyle man.
Yeah, and also walking giant masks with
And-
cool feathers.
Evil things, if I remember
That
right.
sounds rad.
There's like a bug, I think. I believe bugs are one of them.
It's some form of bug. I want to say beetle, but I don't remember the shape.
It's like a walking beetle guy, yeah.
Not like a bookworm.
Not like a
No,
bookworm.
unfortunately. We'll see a worm later.
Hell yeah.
Behold,
Anyway,
books!
books.
That's
And
him,
others-
inventor of books,
yeah.
John Books.
Finally found you.
Yep. Books were invented
was
by a giant dog bull.
Yeah, no, that
From the
checks out.
void.
Absolutely.
This is a void demon. Importantly.
Looks like a wonderful person.
He's not. He's a fucking
Mr.
asshole.
Barrier.
Biblos is a
Biblos is-
huge jerk.
Biblos is a brick wall for a lot of Fiesta teams because he demands that you have magic.
This whole
You know, that
stretch
was- yeah.
of the game contains a bunch of boss fights that make sure that you are engaging with mechanics. They each have an egregious weak point that you can hit as long as you think, I should do something to deal with this guy. If a Fiesta team leaves you without those tools, though, you are stuck brute forcing that fight.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've seen Protect happen before in other Final Fantasy games. It was not as terrifying as that Protect was.
Because like, if you're
Protect
stuck
is
here
a full
without a
halving of
source of
damage.
elemental damage, then you're having to swing at him with, very mediocre attacks. Probably physical
Also, he does that.
attacks. Also, he does that.
Biblos hits like a truck, and if you're not using magic, will take
Birds, please.
basically.
Birds
no.
help. Yeah, so I'm relying on that flame
aim
bow to
does
push
not
the fight
appear to
forward.
count as physical damage, though.
It does. It does fire as
Oh.
well as the thing. He's weak to
Yeah.
fire. So
Okay.
Yeah, he's in a book. He's being lit on fire.
And the protect doesn't stack, so the fact that it's up
Fuck.
means that's all there is to it. Recasting it is now a wasted action on his part. Thank you, birds.
Can Magic Hammer not kill someone?
Magic Hammer is MP damage.
Ah.
it cuts your mana in half, which for this team
Is pointless.
more mana.
So I'm looking at this sprite and the little red gem, which might be an eye on the forehead, and there's like 3 ways I'm interpreting this, and one is the red eye on the forehead, one is just a gem, one is eye is up high, and the other is eye is up high, but just above like the curve of the open mouth is a single, slightly darker pixel, which I choose to interpret as the true eye, and there's an orca
That's an eye
situation
spot.
going on.
I
Yeah.
think that's what Final Fantasy XIV went with, if I remember right.
Any
For what
of
it's
those
worth,
could
there-
be true, yeah.
There actually is full-on Biblos concept art, which proves exactly what you're looking at.
Nice.
Well, when I say proves, I mean it explains exactly what you're looking at in the sprite.
Good either way. I love to see it.
Which does do an interesting thing, though, of implying that the sprite doesn't have any of Biblos' eyes open.
Yeah.
Also, wow, he's much more colorful in this picture.
Yeah, because
Amano uses many
big, bright
very
colors.
bright primary colors, yes.
Yeah.
That looks
And-
absolutely rad.
Oh, hey,
And that's
we're
what it would
back
be like
here.
if we were at the library.
Oh god! Meanwhile, back in the exploding castle.
But yeah, the visible thing on the sprite is in fact a gem in the forehead or a third eye in the forehead.
Rad.
I adore Amano's concept art. It's a very good art style.
Monster
It is-
designs in particular are very interesting.
It is a Herculean feat in the early Final Fantasies for the spriters to look at a piece of Amano art and mostly convey what he was getting at. Because,
So,
man,
Consequence of mechanics I described, that fight that is just one knack is there to teach you that knacks will run away if they aren't escorted. Because you will walk into that fight and the knack has no one, and then the knack just leaves. It gets startled and leaves.
Ah!
Oh no. Bark.
Dog is not interested in fighting you today.
There's actually a fun thing you can do with this fight over here, which it looks like you're in the middle of doing. So we fought the legendary mercenary Iron Claw just a second ago, and
Better
We experienced a hypothetical of what if this were no ordinary sergeant. I mean, he seems pretty ordinary right now, but he could be more than that.
yeah,
Does he only transform if there's no dogs on screen?
Yes.
correct.
Yep.
So you can
That's
actually just destroy the
fantastic.
sergeant and skip the Iron Claw fight entirely.
Because
dogs
any
will-
remaining dogs will leave.
That's
So-
fantastic.
But the dogs don't even stick around if there's other dogs?
you just completely ignore the dogs, they leave after you kill them.
Yeah, I take out a couple because the dogs do appreciable damage. Especially because just the mechanic there, every time that he shouts at them, all of the dogs take a bonus action.
Ah,
You better bring it.
And that lets me note that I did not advance the wheel that we already took that 44 off of. Slide that up and shift focus back to the other wheel.
All right, let's find out what our final third job is.
Well, that's
Well,
not
no,
happening
this is-
yet. This is ours.
This is the chemist team.
Oh,
we
yeah,
already
this
know
is-
is learning about chemistry
Arts
after
was-
watching
Oh,
a
okay,
building
yes.
explode.
All right,
there's
okay.
a geomancy class.
Yes.
It is unfortunately uneven.
It is also the Geomancer is in the original text Feng Shui user.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I was hoping for, yeah.
Their gimmick is that they have a command that will swing various moves based on what terrain their fight is taking place on.
The backdrop of the fight you're in, and the area and dungeon type you're in.
And there
That's
is a
right.
very slight. Oh, interesting.
Ferris's necromancer costume, though. All right, so the
Oh!
I don't like
Oh
that
my
any of
God.
these
Ah,
jobs.
she's
I
Rita
don't like what they
Repulsa.
do, but look at the costumes, though. Behold the Oracle,
All of these jobs were added for the GBA remake, and they're
Cannoneer,
all
which all right, yeah, that-
Cannoneer is just Ferris's. That's just her regular design that Demano draws her.
yeah,
draws
that's
her with.
the
because she's
concept
got-
art of the captain,
Yeah, because she's got the big sash.
and
that,
then
was-
Gladiator.
yeah.
That's fantastic.
Ferris woke up and chose
Ferris
violence.
chemist. Doctor Captain.
That's a really good outfit. Oh my god.
Engage
I could
the
have this
science
team go
drive.
get the healing staff at some point, because Chemist can use that, and it'll matter for long enough.
Yeah, be able to just freely cast Kira on someone is nice.
Fix and Stick is always a friend of the show.
So the thing about Geomancer, though, mechanically, is that while there is a very light sort of curve from
And I
the
do
beginning
have-
of the game to the end of the game,
I have exactly 3 beverages this early on.
nice, of like the terrain giving you access to better things that they can do. It's not actually very consistent. Like there's going to be times where, okay, I'm in a cave. Cave doesn't really have access to that many powerful moves.
Or that
And
sometimes there are
several-
seemingly identical locations that have different terrain tables. So, this is the cave where you can use cave in and drop a bunch of rocks on people, and that's great.
But this is the
Here's
one
the
that
other
the
cave
best
that
is
just has will-o-wisps.
stalactite, which is weak.
Ah.
Geomancer's problem is more that, and there are ROMs that have addressed it up, it just needs the curve it has smoothed out and more accessible and some of the dead options taken out.
An important thing, though, that like by the end of the game, when you're in the void tile set in the background and stuff, the only thing Geomancy does is the wind slash, which is
good.
It's a decent move.
Just by the way, obscure, easily overlooked thing that I don't normally interact with because it doesn't usually matter, but I may as well, for the spirit of this run, point out. So after the castle explodes, this third merchant shows up at the
And
armor
has
shop
a new
here,
tier of weapons.
who has weapons for more classes.
Ah.
Oh, neat.
I'm going to point out here something that I actually wasn't aware of. The kunai right there is a ninja sword that is usable by both ninja and samurai.
Yep.
That's weird. Because most of the time those are separate. The ninja swords and the katanas are separate.
Okay, so now Bartz is fighting Ifrit. All right.
Goodbye,
And that's what
Gala.
Dancer does.
Fall down.
It dies. It's very fragile.
Dancer is the most paper mache class.
I think maybe Red Mage might have less health, but Dancer is... Honestly, no, actually. I think Dancer is the lowest and Red Mage is just above it.
This is what happens when you assume pant legs. You didn't put on your combat jorts.
Look, he just thought that his rock-hard calves would deflect all injuries, and he didn't account for fire.
At least combat chaps.
Well, the rock hard calves were left perfectly safe. The problem was that there was entire body above his calves that got destroyed.
And the other problem is just that fire kills people.
I was holding out to not break a second frost rod, but whatever. It's fine. How many
It's
wolves
one
could a
more
rod
rod.
cost?
You see that 2,300? That's why you buy rods.
It's like seven wolves per rod, I want to say.
Roughly.
A little bit over 7.
I guess he is also festooned with very flammable ruffles.
Yeah, the problem wasn't his gams, it was the big old shoulder ruffles just all lit on fire and cooked his brain.
It's 15 wolves for every 2 rods, specifically, is what it is.
And wolves come in 5 packs.
I believe
Wolves
you can
come in
also
packs
counter them with
of
poos
risen.
as well. Yeah.
God damn it. There goes the Pavlovian
And
urge
you
to
can
want to
wear
pick
that.
up Dragon's Dogma again.
So both wolves,
like fire.
both
Also true.
wolves and Objet Dart come in groups of 2 and 5.
I believe so, yeah. I think the wolf with only 2 only can be found in the forests, though.
I really love how the demon face doesn't even extend far enough for you to see the mouth. He just pops his nose up.
Hey, what are you doing? It's the energy of me peeking out of the covers when somebody's coming in when I'm having a nap. Just fuck you, Mom.
Wilson from Home Improvement says.
Haven't thought about Wilson from Home Improvement in a long time.
For good reason. Although Wilson himself's fine, is mainly the everything else.
It's
Yeah.
mainly the home improvement part.
Anyway,
So,
Biblos is about to have
Biblos-
a birthday.
yeah, Biblos right here, by the way. I've got a question. He comes at you from 2 different books.
Half of him is in one book, and half of him is in the other.
So
You see, there are 2 books of Awakening.
there is there's actually I think 2 fights in 14 that actually have it so the book closes on you, and that's what I feel like happens in this fight. Is that it is one
Oh,
giant
God.
book that is closing on you. Also,
That's
yeah,
this guy? That's this asshole.
Yes.
yes.
I hated that fight in 14. I had a panic attack during it because I had no idea what the hell was going on.
Good news, he's dead.
I want to say there's actually literally only a
Rest in
handful of fights
Also,
in 5 that aren't
Biblos-
in 14 yet.
Biblos is not the closing book fight, but that's in the same dungeon. Biblos is the one that stands on a big book and throws things around, and you gotta drag stank orbs into him.
And, okay, Werewolf is dying.
The
in 2.
final wolf is being crushed by the final set of tubes.
Good.
The final wolf is in crushtivity.
But the tube is hollow. Can't
Yes,
He's
but
also-
he's going to be in here when
The
the
tube
building
is about to
collapses.
be full of fire.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay,
tube slams
fine.
shut and then fills with fire.
It's very good on the designers of the machine that it doesn't start emitting the fire until the tube is attached.
Very rigorous safety mechanisms.
I mean, that's you
Yeah.
know,
Built to rigorous geomantic standards.
This gives me an idea for Yang's next invention.
A tube full of
This
fire.
fills me with an immense fear. Do go on.
Like a Yoli nuclear reactor with a fire crystal or something. I don't know.
that just makes me think of
That's a
airlocks in
stove.
space.
Yang wants
That's
to
a-
invent the stove.
No.
That is-
Let's
But with
let's
the
listen to
atom.
them. Let's.
There is no
listen to
such
them
thing
out.
as an atom. I will draw that line.
You
The
may
atom.
not split the moat. This is not allowed.
There is no such thing as botonic physics.
What if
will
I cut
put
the
my foot
uncuttable?
down,
Then
young
you
man.
didn't have an
No,
uncuttable.
there is such a thing as photonic physics, and that's just when Moat lays down.
Damn.
I've
Damn.
couple things to note here. First off, Kartz's filter on the Karnak 500 kind of smooths it out. Like it looks almost normal, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not red tinted anymore outside of this
Wait, are you
background.
trying to put these men in your gourd?
We have to get out. There's no time. Get in the gourd.
Shut up and come with me!
Rogue.
Also, here's the toad spray, as I mentioned last time, Morgan. Please appreciate.
Victory Frog.
Look at him go! Look at him go!
Frog has learned how to two-hand. Frog will escape the castle. Yes.
Yeah! Toad actually does not get cured until you use a status cure on it, so
For
we're just
Frog
walking around as
and
a
for
frog.
Minnie, there are alternate overworld sprites. You can just be tiny.
And the funny thing about being tiny is that it's sometimes very useful.
Yes.
Yep. Tiny Death Scythe Berserker is a very goofy strategy that pays out.
Tiny
kills
character
the
has
crystals pretty
none
good.
defense, but double evade.
So if you're already in a class that has no defense, it's pure benefit.
Or if you're gonna get one hit killed by the boss's gimmick anyway.
What was that?
Confuse.
Oh.
Which, yeah, can we not do that? Let's give Gallup a quick maintenance slap here.
Honk.
You know, I remember Arrow doing more damage to the other parties.
That's Error 1, which is, well, I think these folks have better armor. Error is it's a tier 1 magic attack, so any magic defense does a lot to mitigate it. Gigas? put genie in bottle.
I really don't understand how this game classifies animals.
Don't bother. This is why you use a spreadsheet.
Well, I may as well briefly halt the flow of time there to consult the charts and see if any of these actually do anything relevant. Let's see. See if the maker of this chart bothered to record anything that shows up in the castle. They didn't. Maybe these aren't catchable.
You can catch Beast, and you can catch Beast of Men. Just absolutely ripped people.
Just look at the Gigas and
Oh,
tell me that's
hey!
not a
Back to
beast.
Biblos.
Anyway,
Biblos!
I was gonna laugh real hard if that name was the kill shot.
this party's entire game plan relies on enough birds showing up to keep them alive.
While the fire arrows go out, they need birds to stabilize the blood in there. Well, goodbye.
Demonstrated.
Biblos is being very polite with the protects. Well,
Okay.
Was.
Okay.
I really
Okay,
had
new
to
plan.
open my mouth.
Calculated.
I'll pay you $100 to fuck off.
Yep. Behold the power of money.
What if I gave you $3?
Samurai is one of the best festive classes just because they have a loaded gun at all times.
Emphasis on loaded, yes.
One of the pages on my Google Doc spreadsheet of Fiesta stuff is a calculator for seeing how much gil it will cost to remove an arbitrary target from the field at various levels.
That's incredible. Did we seriously just throw money at Biblos
Yes.
to make him
Yes.
go away?
Yes.
So, you remember how, like, Japanese and Chinese currency is super heavy and huge? Samurai can just throw it at somebody and kill them with it.
Okay, so Mid found the book that has the secret that will let things happen.
Yes, Mid has found additional relevant books while in here.
Yes.
It has
And it's going to-
rediscovered an ancient and powerful technology. We can refit the fire ship to run on wolf oil. It's a clean, renewable resource. Instead of harming the world by tapping the crystal,
We just go into the local forest with a portal to the plane of elemental wolves.
Scrappy-Doo was a visionary that none of us were prepared for.
Shit. That's my favorite. That's my favorite module. Playing of Elemental Wolves.
So we just have to squeeze the oil out of these wolves and we can power everything.
everything.
Yes.
Salvi,
Skin oil,
One boat.
skin oil has been coming up a lot in the most recent streams. I can't say I'm against it, but it is interesting to know.
I have been holding back some thoughts on skin oil in order to avoid, like, skin oil saturation.
I mean, it just kind of speaks for
Well,
itself.
you know, sometimes you have to get saturated with oil.
They were mainly Getha main thoughts, honestly, about their skin walls.
primary festive
So,
catch.
having retrieved Mid from the library, he's able to
Snap his
thoroughly motivate Sid to get back on the job by just pummeling him.
Like, literally
A
beats
lot.
the crap out of his grandfather to get him out of the drunken haze and be like, quit
Or
being
like,
sad. We
I
have science to
found
do.
a book!
And this immediately fixes it because Sid's like, oh shit, a book!
Does Sid always, like, have a sulk period? From the Final Fantasies I'm familiar with, he's had a sulk period.
Not all of
Reasonably
them,
often, though not
all of them, but a lot of them.
Like, 3 Sid doesn't ever really have a time to sulk. He's just a fun adventure grandpa.
Ah,
And
4
when
Sid is less sulky and more of, well,
Angry.
this is stupid. Let's fix this.
Poor Sid is a chain smoking fantasy dwarf with explosives.
Gear Zerker.
obligatory, do not slap someone to calm them down. Comment.
Yeah, no, that's
Don't do
counteractive at best.
God, I love Bartz's monk gear though. Every time I see it, it's just ABBA in my brain immediately.
Yep. You'll have to excuse me, he's in the library.
Books.
You're in a
Yes,
party
hello.
with a Fallout 76 player called BJ Slavkowitz. Sorry,
Okay.
Wow.
that looked important for me for a second. One of my favorite hobbies is looking at MMO names and just being like, wow, that's a hell of a thing. 14 is great for that.
Also, as far as other
14
like
is
character and
amazing.
dialogue notes that we're fast forwarding past, so the gag here after returning from the deep library, all the other scholars assume that Mid was like trapped behind demons and so forth, and otherwise, you know, besieged by library danger. No, he just lost track of time.
Yep.
He found a good
Didn't
book
even know.
and didn't
didn't
bring
even
it back
notice it was on it.
to the reading room.
I mean,
Extremely.
technically he was trapped, but it
He didn't know
matter.
he was trapped. He didn't notice the
didn't
boss
know.
fight.
Like he actually says, "I thought I heard something behind me. Are you all right? I heard some rustling."
Biblos has so much respect for anyone who's actually reading books.
I love these silent bees also.
They do silence you. And they are bees.
Do you think the Pains ever put a bee silencer on the bee Tommy gun?
I don't think that he liked being quiet.
Like, what would it even do? Like, there's no explosion happening, right? It's just bees.
There's
They
no.
would stop buzzing.
Damn.
Bees
I also
that suppress other
love and
bees.
hate how hard that made me stop and think. Like, I genuinely, deeply considered it.
Like, I'm pretty sure you can see bee bullet casings go out of the fucking Tommy gun, which like implies bee lead in a bee primer.
Or that bees are encased in the bullet, and then when
How
the primer
deeply
fires
are the bees
Oh, so like
recreating the
bee
mechanisms of
sabots?
the gun?
that's basically a sabot round, but the bee
Okay,
in
but
it.
like, proposal that it's not bullet cases, it's just a single hexagonal cell from the hive.
That would actually be fucking rad if you just, yeah.
You just launch them out of the fucking cocoon cells, and then they just go forward like, I'm gonna get them.
I've just woken up and all I know is violence.
I mean, it would fit the pain.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he also made bee grenades that exploded.
Yeah, but
But
they
the
have bee
bees
strike
don't-
levers and stuff, so.
Yeah. So it's the bee
Someone
grenades
take-
don't.
The bees away from this man. He does not
So
deserve
here's the
Someone
thing:
give this man more kinds of bees.
the bees deliver the grenade and then fly away before it explodes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then.
Yeah,
Like, he
the
throws
pain
it
is
and
he's a man covered in bees.
He is actually filled with bees.
Yes, they live inside him. He is the hive.
Yeah, he is a lost pipe. He's a living lost pipe or something.
Oh, okay.
Did 3 ever... Does 3 devote any words to trying to talk about the backstories of the various,
No, and that's why it's good.
October's-
Well, no, yes
okay,
and
except
no.
for the sorrow. Except for the sorrow.
We learn about the sorrow. We learn a little bit about the fury.
He came back from space.
Yes. You get
He
what they
screams
are,
a
but not a
line,
why they
that's-
are.
No function of the B shotgun or anything is explained. That's why it's funny as hell.
But
None
no
of
part
the
of a
super-
pain is ever explained.
Like, no one's ever explained. Like no one ever talks about why the fear can just do
Actually,
anything that
I
he does.
take it back. They
The
do.
fear can do what he does
in-
because ghosts are real. And psychics
in,
are real,
uh,
obviously.
That's the sorrow. The fear is the creepy invisible man.
No, fear.
But in
Fear can do what he is because bones aren't real.
Correct.
in what's it called, the Phantom Pain, they actually retcon and explain
And
how
that's the
those
worst part of
dudes
Phantom
work.
Pain, yes.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
on.
Oh yeah, that
Read
does
ju-
happen.
right, yeah, this team is now on its way into the library. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But yeah, apparently the reason that the Pain could control bees is he had a bee parasite living inside his throat. Yes.
Okay, but when you say a bee parasite, do we mean like a parasitic bee or a parasite of bees?
A parasite that controls bees.
Okay.
A Wolbachia specifically.
They
Yes.
were putting nanomachines in the story, but have decided nanomachines don't
They are
exist
organic
yet.
nanomachines.
So organic nanomachines.
Fair enough.
5. The best part of 3 is that it spends absolutely no time explaining the weird bullshit that happens, and then 5 has about 2 hours of audio logs about what all the weird bullshit in 3 was. And
In
Yeah.
fairness, they are at least being delivered by the most entertaining member of the cast.
yeah,
Like, I could listen to Code Talker talk all day.
yeah, fair. But
See, a wonderful thing about having medical memory issues is that, like, there's usually about 6 to 8 months between someone explaining Metal Gear stuff to me, and by the time it comes around again, most of it has been jettisoned from my brain.
this is
So
all
it's
no.
always
This is all,
fresh and bizarre.
You always get the joy of new discovery.
You want me to talk
Also,
about Death Stranding
Joy
instead?
is one word for it, often, yep.
the joy of jettisoning things that are stupid and you don't want to actually have taking space.
Kojima named someone Bridget America Strand. I keep that permanently in RAM.
Pardon?
That's okay, he also named someone Pacifica Ocean.
So the antagonist of Death Stranding is named Bridget America Strand.
Okay, hey Morgan, can I borrow your wash brain juice for a second?
Pacifica Ocean is the secret final boss of Peace Walker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Paz Ortega, whose secret name is Peace Ocean.
Sure.
You
Okay.
fight
mean-
her while she is a 24-year-old woman pretending to be a 16-year-old girl, who you fight while she is inside a giant robot full of water.
Kojima retire.
Yeah.
He did.
Kojima retire harder.
I mean,
Kojima, go back in
this-
time and stop.
The way they introduce stealth kills in Death Stranding is they make you cut a ghost umbilical cord with a button
this-
prompt in a cutscene.
This team is going to need more tools
moving on.
for it.
I mean, in terms of really dumb names, I'm just thinking about Funny Valentine, the President of the United States.
You mean George Sears?
No. JoJo
And-
part.
Well,
Different
there was
series.
Funny Valentine, and then there was Funnier Valentine.
This is a different series.
But yes, yeah.
Right, okay.
JoJo's also just has really dumb names.
To be fair,
Hey, Speed
JoJo
Wagon's
JoJo
right there.
embraces the dumb names in a way that is truly joyful.
They are bizarre adventures.
Pretty fucked up journeys.
But no, but I mean, the plot of that particular branch of JoJo is literally that we are hunting for the body parts of Jesus Christ, which have been thrown across America, as told by the Mormon faith.
I mean, that's not unrelated to the actual Book of Mormon.
Yeah, no, that was not a joke. That is, yes,
that's yes.
I know. Part 7 is wild.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, it's a
sure.
horse race across America to find the body parts of Jesus.
Who if okay, a hidden neuron in the back of my brain has reignited. I don't. I'm going to say a sentence, and I just want a yes or no answer to confirm what it
All right.
is. Jesus a JoJo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I did remember that. I wasn't
Did
sure
you
if
say
I was
Jimmy
mixing it up.
Neutron?
Oh,
Jimmy Jams, aka JoJo.
Why are we talking about flashlights now?
I wasn't sure if I was mixing it up with Beyblade,
Anyway,
lore.
anyway. Meanwhile, in the dad dimension.
meanwhile, in the things on the screen,
Okay.
so the sight of seeing a rambunctious spirited youth attack an elder has unstuck Gallup's memory, and he has begun to recall that he is from space.
And he apparently was part of a team of 2 other grandpas and a wolf.
Well, at the time they were a team, they were young men going out on their own fantasy adventure. They fought Exdeath, the Great Warlock, and chased him to this planet, and beat him up, and then imprisoned him here. 30 years
Okay.
ago.
Wait, how many years ago?
30
30.
years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Galoof is 60. He did that when he was 30.
And so what is unfolding here is the crystals are in part, actually being harmed by the mechanisms, but the more important thing is that Exdeath is reaching out through the crystals and manipulating people into breaking them in order to get out of prison.
Okay.
No, this does imply that Galoof at this point was a dad. Because he is pretty much a deadbeat dad then, because, well...
We know he has
yeah,
grandchildren. We never see the intermediary generation that is between him and that grandchild.
Well, as we all know, the grandchild is extruded from the ether.
Look, sometimes you find an orphan, and you're not ready for the commitment of true parenthood, so you just claim you're a grandpa now.
Let's please not talk about John McAfee.
Wow, okay.
Frank was gonna add that to his list of crimes. And done.
Vote acquired.
I like
Adventure. We now have the freedom to access
Okay,
the whole
so-
world on this tiny steamship. Just this little paddle
Okay,
wheel boat.
so is now when we find Prototype Island?
We can go to Prototype
Technically.
Island right now. This is not the best time. This is not the
The
party
hell is
who's going to
Prototype
Prototype Island.
Okay.
It's an island with prototypes.
Also, boat in and
Fish
we
live
actually
here
have-
on the ocean. How you doing?
Very elegant. Reclining fish.
Yeah, a bunch
There
of
are
the
many
enemy
places
sprites
to go
have
right now.
evocative poses that Amano came up with in FF1 and then just preserved and upscaled.
Sea ibis.
Birds, also on the ocean. Fish, birds. 20,000 tons of crude oil, yet unconfirmed. Anyway, boat out.
Okay, so apparently this town was at one point attacked by people that looked kind of like us.
No, oh no,
No,
it's another
an earthquake.
earthquake is what they said.
Oh,
and by the
oh.
way, our boat's gone, Rick.
Boat out.
Okay.
The front fell
R.I.P.
off.
boat.
Whoa!
This game hates your forms of transportation. It will give
that
you
one
two
last?
If you did not know that you were supposed to come
anyways.
here, you might use that boat for a while to go
Oh
explore.
hey, we're back in the exploding
Got 'em.
castle.
Now I have a Gigas. My new friend, Large Man.
Do we know what Large Man does?
No,
Very
Okay.
big. What else is there?
he's quite large. That's what he does.
That's a meat shield.
I mean, Final Fantasy only stopped having large, cycles of different modes of transportation as of, like 7 and the like once you start getting into the 3D games because it's just harder to develop
7
them.
had
Well,
cars.
six had pretty consistent transportation. You're either using chocobos for speed, or you're in the airship.
Right, you're never actually on the boat. You're never on a
Yeah.
boat.
Yeah, you only have the 2 forms of transportation.
3 had a bunch. 4 had enough. 4
4
also
had-
just had rotating party members like crazy.
4 rotated your party members constantly, and most of your modes of transportation were plot aligned. 5 is a game where it will constantly give you a new form of transportation, and the moment you hit the next plot point, it gets smacked out of your hand until it stabilizes near the end of the game.
3 gives
Boat
you mode of
knows it has
trans-
fulfilled its purpose. It dies now.
3 gives you mode of transportation to get to the final dungeon, and if you leave the final dungeon, you don't have it.
Incredible.
Okay.
So another design as teaching and player priming thing. So this version of the fight, when the sergeant is hounding you inside of the castle, if you defeat the wolves, the sergeant instead flees. So you are set up to
Man
think,
cannot
if you notice
survive
that
without
mechanic,
dog.
if you're set up, if you notice that mechanic, you're set up on the way out to think, oh, sergeant fight, let me clear out the wolves. But then,
Also, I love that he says, "Can't you take enough? Eat this," and then turns around and runs.
yes, he
Man
threatens
cannot
you and
survive
then
without his
vanishes.
dogs.
What if I had 2 Gigas? Okay, so also because the whip worked, I think that means that the Gigas is a magic beast type enemy, or it might be that the whip is. I know Calm in the GBA port has the things it's allowed to target reversed, and that is why it is usable against Omega.
Yes. Omega is a very excitable dog. You must give Omega attention on all times, or else.
I'm glad
Omega
that
has
Toads
voice
count as
recognition software
unarmed.
that was never calibrated.
I love that Toads count as unarmed, so they get to attack twice.
Blip, blip.
That is actually because I put away his knife to unconfuse
Oh.
someone.
Yes.
Oh.
Toads actually retain some of the features.
They're
of the
trying to use the weapon that they're carrying with their tiny frog limbs. Yes, wizard, get in the jug.
I can't believe that
Hell
worked.
yeah!
That is
Okay.
a hell of a sentence.
I cannot believe that worked.
Oh, I can. 5 is a really good game in a very
Even
fun
if it
way.
doesn't do a particularly useful move, I have done the move of get out of my way.
Does that work on any monster? I thought it was only specific kinds of monster.
Any normal enemy. Bosses are not capturable. There is an immune
Okay.
to capture flag.
Anything
See,
anything
I
you-
thought it only worked on like animals and magic beasts.
Oh no, it's anything that you find in a random encounter.
That okay. Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay.
Yeah, that is more what invites the comparison to legendary thing storing gourds.
Yes.
Okay, that's what that does. Thank you, wizard.
That's
I blinked and literally
nice.
missed it.
It casts
Reflect.
single target reflect on the user.
Thank you, Giant.
Magic
Wow.
spells will now bounce off of Lena.
There are no magic spells in this fight, but the helpful
Good.
ability.
Good to know in the
And
future.
Gigas does an attack.
A big attack.
Yeah, a pretty chunky one. This is why Beastmaster has spreadsheets, because there are a lot of that's nice, I guess. And then
Can
there's
you
the ones where it's
catch-
like,
I might be able to catch one of the sergeant's dogs if I can hit the right damage
Well,
window for it.
he's a sergeant right now, and he is not the legendary bounty hunter.
Oh, can I catch Sarge?
can you catch
himself?
Sarge? I don't think we've ever addressed that.
Well,
Oh well.
Okay.
Now,
For later.
Episode.
You are searching forbidden topics.
Meanwhile, back to darts.
Alright, so this is finally the place where you can buy bows, because Ranger is supposed to happen nearby.
The ROM heard me and was immediately like, no. No.
No, 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 no.
Started in the good thousands of years ago.
Shut up!
So darts doesn't have much of a reason to loiter on this island. Darts can just move on.
Crescent doesn't have anything for...
Bart's has to invest some time here to acquire important tools for honest work.
Darts still doesn't have a boat. How is Darts getting off the island?
We'll get there.
Huh.
So dialogue in town would probably prompt you to go over and probe this nearby block of wood.
Yo, those sports zombies with the sickles, though.
We're gonna be getting to know
Let's
them very
roll.
well with the Berserker team.
Behold, Purple Bird.
We must capture the purple bird.
Fancy bird, get that bird. Get that bird.
Get back here.
Get that bird!
I like how you enter the area and they're like, "Hey, that's a weird bird." And Gallup's like, "Catch it!" for no clear reason.
Get him.
Yeah, they explained that it is a very rare black chocobo.
Yeah, there's a... Yeah, so standard chocobo is land walking bird. Black chocobo are capable of flight. Sort of.
Also, bird has something stuck in its craw.
However, this one has recently eaten the forbidden candy.
Multiple of the... Yeah, so there, if you notice, there were a couple of shards you didn't get. If compared to
Because
the
they
last
landed
few.
over here.
The bird ate Bard and Ranger.
Okay.
These are considered part of the fire
Incredible.
crystal for Fiesta purposes.
And now Bird does a dance.
Bird up.
Yeah, it dances along with the start of Samba de Chocobo.
Hell, we have an
How
aircraft.
how they do the like with the sound chip.
It's a sample.
Mhm.
This can do
How
samples.
much of the card is just that?
In exactly your right amount.
Okay, so they're not gonna kill the bird, right?
No.
No, the bird's just gonna leave at some point, I'm sure.
So, I will actually tell you the answer because it's adorable. You remember how we started the game with Boko, Bart's
Yes.
friendly, like, loved
Is
childhood
Boko
friend
going
Chocobo?
is Boko going to marry the black chocobo?
Yeah, they hitch up.
Okay.
No, actually, there is an additional bird
Wait, yeah,
who
right.
hooks up. Black Chocobo doesn't end up in any partnerships.
Black chocobo is a free
Black
bird.
Chocobo almost falls into the abyss.
Right, that's the thing, is that there's a scene of the Black Chocobo getting yanked into the void.
Well, it's Black Chocobo ends up in Mirage Town
Yeah.
when the worlds combine, and then you can get Bird back.
Okay, so black chocobo's gonna be fine.
Black Chocobo is about to live an interesting life. Well, let's see. So wait, Ranger Monk.
Note, Black
Samurai,
Chocobo
Unknown.
refuses to walk on land and refuses to land on land unless it has a forest.
Yeah, I don't need to visit this town
Wait,
with
what?
this team right now. Yeah, it lands
Yeah,
only in
Black
the woods.
Okay,
Black Chocobo is an airship that can only land in forests.
I mean,
that makes
checks
sense.
out. If everybody thought it was extinct, it's probably quite fond of its cryptid status.
So also
Yep.
over here in the center of the map, at the start of the game, well, I think because the air crystal shatters before you would be able to see the spot, there are only 3 pillars here ever. There
Yep.
might actually be a 4th though. But then if you look at this spot, as you progress through the opening acts, a pillar breaks for each crystal that shatters.
Okay.
This is where
These rocks
X-Dex is
are-
buried.
Huh. Ah, the X marks the spot of death. I understand.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, a chat points it out very well that if Black Chocobo is a cryptid, then would enjoy living out the rest of their days in the weird mirage town between realities.
Get in the
Okay,
jug.
now we have to find out
All
if
right.
they can...
Can't catch this.
Get in the fridge!
Can I catch the standard wolf though? Also,
No.
These are all monster
Okay.
creatures.
So
Unfortunate.
everything here has boss fight flag and cannot be captured.
Well,
Oh,
you had your chance. The gourd was offered. The gourd was rejected.
I love games with guns.
You two refuse Mafuba?
All right. So the ritual for the last fire job can begin. Taking that 159 modulo 19 gives a 7. So Karts gets Dragoon.
Knight, Beastmaster, and Dragoon.
we at least have Beastmaster and Knight.
Welcome to Armor Having Team.
From what has been said in past streams, Dragoon is one of the worst classes in the game.
Dragoon
Arguably the-
lacks like an interesting active thing to do.
Dragoon has jump. Jump means that you don't participate in the fight for 30 seconds, and you don't... The gimmick of jump is that you're supposed to be able to use it to dodge big attacks. Thing is, you don't usually see those coming in time, and even if you could, jump's timing is such that you can't really use it to do that.
And I assume, unlike in other games with jump, it doesn't do extra damage.
It does do
Oh, it does.
extra damage as long as you're
Not
wielding a
much.
spear.
Not enough to justify the amount of time that you're not spending in battle.
Are you required to use it, or could you just leave?
Required.
Oh,
everybody?
Fiesta rules means you have to.
It
Okay.
is the nature of the run. So there you are.
Dragoon does have good fashion.
So I guess the existence of Calm means that this team does fight Omega. And yeah, there is a Beastmaster strat for Shinryu, so this is also a Triple Crown team.
Yeah,
It will
this
be a
is a
bit
Triple Crown.
dicey, but even without knowing what the fourth job is, this can take on both bonus bosses.
Especially if we get a dragon poking weapon of some form for Shinryu.
We'll need some legwork. Anyway, Spear.
We are currently at 6 crown.
I am definitely excited for fighting multiple Omegas or Shinryus at the same time.
Oh god, the calm strat on Omega getting flipped out. Oh
Rape.
no. Oh, that's gonna suck.
Strategy that requires prolonged, intense, delicate timing of moves in the ATB system. That can just start and stop at any time.
Think fast!
I'll take a second whip, I guess. That's just a decent weapon.
Technically has Lancet. Lancet's scaling is abysmal. Is Rainbow Wind only in Fort Tower?
No, there are plenty of places to get Rainbow Wind.
So,
Now you are going to the library.
because I think you will appreciate this more in particular. So Shinryu. Shinryu opens the fight with Tidal Wave, like you might expect. 14's fight opens with Tidal Wave and obliterates you as a direct homage to this game's version of Shinryu. But one of the most common workaround strats, because there's two ways of approaching Shinryu. Technically. There's more than one, but two major ones. One is you try to treat it as an honest fight, at which point you've got to really know what you're doing, have a very, very, very specific loadout, and break the game and go in fist fighting it. And against a bunch of ridiculous spells, a bunch of ridiculous nonsense you can do. Or, first, you make him mad. Really mad. You cast Berserk on him. You make him go Berserk. This turns off all of his incredibly deadly magical skills, but also means that he's slapping you for 3,000 or 4,000 damage a hit. Then, hopefully before he eats your entire party, you hit him with Blind. So now, you have turned off his magic, you have made him solely rely on physical attacks because he's mad as hell, but he can't see you.
And then you just deal enough damage to kill
And
him
then-
while he flails around like an
You
idiot.
very slowly slap him, hoping that he doesn't get lucky hits and paste you.
You bring enough Phoenix down.
Even when he's blind, you still are probably going to want at least 15 Phoenix Downs as insurance.
Anyway, this Gallop has remembered that he is also from space. Also, so these Zzz are here as sprites that you cannot walk through.
Also, yeah, one of the
Okay,
other,
you
Tangible
can't walk
snoring.
through snoring. That is a rule.
there is another strategy that I did forget about was Tiny Knight with Genji Shield is literally invulnerable.
Yeah, if you can set up the health totals appropriately, then guard covering will do the job. Anyway, boat. Hooray!
Oh, man, I love
time to
Nautical
go and,
adventure.
you know,
It's time to look at all this map for several hours before
Time
we
to
go
look
to
at
that quest.
conspicuous bird-shaped peninsula. How you doing?
Time to go engage
You
with
can quickly get it.
soldiers that are of a biological nature.
Yep. Well, not bio. No, but we don't work with we don't need anything from bio soldier. It's harvester.
Yeah,
that's
but
the
he's
thing.
but bio soldiers in the
Bio soldier
encounters.
is here. Bio soldier is an accessory.
But yeah, Go-Go would be quickly impossible.
I have never thought to go into the town and see what state they have it arranged in during the earthquake event.
I like
Child?
the I'm scared, obviously.
Oh no. Also, can't go into buildings. They've locked their doors during the earthquake.
That,
Interesting choice.
you have chosen to die.
We literally
What?
have, like,
Anyway.
Well, yeah, clearly it's getting
Also-
more structurally
So
sound
this
because there's
scene
wood there.
of you arrive back at these two who remember Sid's last failure threw him into into a just completely down state. Now you come back and tell him that the chip they just rebuilt immediately had the front fall off, and the response is just okay. It happens.
This
more
one, it's
importantly,
not that...
we found your dad.
We can build
This one,
more
it's not-
boats. What matters is you're all here.
Yeah, the last one ended in the city getting blown up. This one ended in... I mean, I can just make it up.
Loading. Anyway, man has been seen crossing desert. Scientists baffled. Let's investigate.
Walk without rhythm. No, we're not going to do that.
Where did you tap dance across the desert? Put it right back around.
So anyway, this is the desert of shifting sand. It's full of, forced movement tiles that normally are arranged here so that you cannot leave this square of stable ground.
Anyway,
Anyway,
this is the part of the game where if you have been dealt the hand by the merciless hand of the robot of
And you're-
Quad Zerker,
so your helpful engineers, don't worry, we'll just build a bridge across the sand.
With what exactly?
How will we build a bridge? Call Shilebud!
I
it's infallible logic.
incredible. And I take it like Bird refuses to fly over desert. That's
Bird.
reasonable.
Yes.
Refuse-
Also,
I don't-
there's-
it might be that
there's nowhere
with
for
the way
Bird
the
to
map is set
access.
up right now, there's no forests on the other side of this desert.
Ah,
Bird would
So the
not
bird
be
has
able to
nowhere to
skip it.
land.
Also, I love the little snark bit of just like, well, that's a really unsophisticated plan, and you're an unsophisticated guy. Now get to it.
I just want to know how they developed the plan of, okay, we're going to call the giant sandworm, kill it, and use its body as a bridge. How did they get that idea?
I
They're
respect it a
engineers.
They're
great deal.
geniuses.
Alcohol.
Wait,
Also,
it's-
well, okay. Worm is not showing the gimmick correctly yet. Worm is being very, very
Here's Worm.
singular. There we go.
Worm and hole and hole.
Whack-a-what?
Yes, this
Okay,
is the
so-
whack-a-mole
yeah.
fight. If you hit
If
a
you attack
hole,
worm, you damage worm. If you attack a hole, you do not damage worm.
you get.
Does worm counterattack you if you damage hole?
Yes, there is
Yes.
a counter gravity if you hit a hole.
You attack the hole, you get struck with gravity. You fall in the hole.
Yep.
Fortunately,
So-
gravity can't kill you.
Worm can,
Again-
though.
Sandworm is not a problem for almost any team except with the very large caveat of if you are stuck with 4 berserkers.
You can see here that the mechanic of the fight is you need to take your time and carefully aim your attacks. Berserker
You have four-
exists.
4 berserkers have different ideas on the matter. Even a single berserker can sometimes complicate this fight a lot unless you take him for a dirt nap.
If
To
for
be
some reason
fair,
you
I
don't
feel
trust
like it's
Berserker.
going to solve that problem's going to solve itself by eventually.
Oh, it's whole party gravity.
Oh,
It's random
okay.
single target gravity. So Berserker
Oh,
can
right.
take a swing at the hole and have someone else fall in. Because Berserker's a genius.
Does Berserker just throw the party member and just sink them into the hole?
Get him!
All things eventually come back to mini golf.
I feel like Berserkers are started because of Sandworm. I don't remember the origin, and honestly, I don't really care. It's too good.
Think Zerker as a term is because the Berserker, despite the fact that
magic
you can never
casting
put it
sprite.
into the state for it, has a magic casting sprite.
Right. That was the origin, and then it just got a lot of applicable situations. Right.
Alright, there we go. A miss.
Oof.
Yeah, gravity always does half health.
Yeah, there we go. Victory. So, a further ascended level beyond the difficulty you would expect. We're over here now. Good to see. We're going into the library. We are...
Well,
People called the Light Warriors, they go to the library.
God!
This team hadn't yet bounced off. This team bounced off Ifrit. I need to go do more.
Yeah,
prep.
Ifrit cooked this team.
Yes.
We
That's
have
what
to
it-
learn the secrets of science.
We might have to unlock some science. See what over-the-counter science we can do in World 1.
Dark matter.
That
somewhere?
Chimera was very good.
It's a good
Storm
spread.
Chimera is a run the hell away encounter.
It looked it, yeah.
Oh, this is a chemical team. I should be harvesting tortoise shells.
Yes.
Non-specific turtle shells. Powerful alchemic reagent.
I also really like the background.
That actually makes sense.
That's a very nice lake back there.
Tortoiseshell is a major component of Chinese Taoist alchemy.
One of the drawbacks of using this version that I consider very arguable to put on the table when choosing versions is because the screen is shorter, they have
Oh, yeah.
cropped off a little bit of the battle backgrounds.
And the battle background tops are usually some of the best part, including in Meat Fort.
Yes.
Meat Fort has the part of the background that is pulsating walls removed in the GBA version.
Ah,
H.
that's a shame.
So it just becomes fort instead of meat fort.
Well,
the
the
meat
meat's
is-
still there, but
some
it
of
is
the
not
meat is
like
visible.
wrinkling.
Inert meat.
So
Meat's
anyway,
never off the table.
Sandworm against Berserker. The ascended form that emerges out of that is that in the original SNES version, So, mechanic-wise, how Sandworm is implemented is there are 7 creatures on that field, which is the maximum number of objects that can be on the enemy side of the field. There are always 3 holes and 3 worms, and they will take turns appearing and disappearing.
What's the 7th
And then
one?
the 7th thing is Sandworm's actual health total, sitting around independently of all those
So
items.
It transfers the damage
When you
from the
yeah,
worm.
when you whack the mole, it passes the damage off to the core. That's why there's a bit of a delay between landing the killing blow and the animation actually playing.
Okay,
There's thinking going on.
That's very clever.
Yep.
Berserker in the SNES version was too powerful, too smart, could see behind the lines, and can attack things that are supposed to not be targetable.
So
This
it
is
can attack
not-
the body directly.
This is actually not the only fight where that gets very relevant. There
Well,
are
it
several
means that
fights in this
you
game.
would think, normally, if Berserker stepped up to the Sandworm, it would have a 1 in 3 chance of landing a hit.
Oh my
No, it's got a slightly better than 50% chance of landing a hit.
Well, though, because I think attacks that try to go at the non-object will still do nothing, because it has, like, other numbers that prevent that.
Okay.
So, it has a 1 in 7 chance of landing a hit.
Okay.
Because it can attack all of the holes at all times, and the 2 ghost worms that are currently inert.
Which cannot take damage while they're in the inert state.
Yes, they're non-entities. The Berserker gets to
So-
swing at them, and then be told, that's not a valid target. Go home, you're drunk.
So full Berserker's hardcore gambling then.
Yes.
Delightful.
So all 3 of the holes will return gravity if struck, I assume.
Yes.
Will the inert worms return gravity?
No, they should just return non-results, I think. I don't know, I've never done the Quad Zerk.
There is another fight, a certain indigenous Canadian creature, taboo to mention the name of, but they do anyway, because this
Call
is
it
the
Stalker,
90s.
because that is the other name
Yeah.
that it has in other translations.
Stalker. Is a similarly bushwhack of a fight if you have a Berserker around.
Although, Stalker, for mechanics parts of that fight, doesn't punish hitting the phantom images, it punishes trying to shortcut the fight by doing multi-target attacks.
Yeah. It just takes 800 million years if you have Berserkers.
Okay, there we go. I do have bookmarked, of course, the chart for mixology, for when it is time. Chemist has learning to
Very
do.
excited to see what Chemist's deal is.
So, the basics of Chemist is that instead of using one item in a combat, they can select 2 items to use at once, and these items will combine based on a unique list of the Chemist's abilities to do a new effect. Throw random stuff in your inventory together. It might be cool. It might be basically nothing. It might break the game in half. It will break
Karts
the
is
game in
on
half.
the way to the library. Karts is arriving at the library for the first time. Karts needs a catch to throw at Ifrit. Have an answer to Biblos.
Are there any things in the library to catch and throw at Ifrit?
You can catch all of the books.
Well, yes, but are they useful?
And let's see, actually, of the 4 pages that exist, 3 of them are 1,000 damage strong attacks, so good enough on its own. And one of them is Comet. Alright. And wait, no, yeah, it is actually 5 pages, because the 5th one is the other thing I want to do. Alright, so books. You just catch some books and throw books at the librarian.
I can confirm that several books in my library, if you threw them at my head, I'd go down like a sack of potatoes. They're big books.
Just throw a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica and you're done.
Oh yeah, no. Like, one of the encyclopedia sets in my library is actually behind the desk because it's a reference copy of it. Any given member of one of those, any
All right,
given
so this is
copy
a-
of any of those volumes would knock me out.
This is a 64, it has 500 health. I need to leave it with 62 health. 140. 140. 140. 10, 50.
And you're gonna get jump damage as soon as
It has
that
150 health left, so if that jump is too big, it's doomed anyway. So we'll let the jump land and see what happens. Too much. Alright, so page 32. This is the one I want for later, but I could just as well catch it now.
Well,
Wait,
you have
make the
2
attempt.
Beastmasters, so...
Yeah, I have 2 gourds for storage purposes. This should be ready. No. Downshift to knife. Welcome to the very real and serious use case for the joke weapon of the game.
Yes.
Oh, and that bypasses more pages.
Oh,
I'll pick up the
neat.
book. I'm carrying it now. It's mine. So that one is for Biblos.
and
I
yeah,
would like
the
to catch a
full
different
Encyclopedia
page.
Britannica can be many books. There are, in fact, many of them on a shelf in this house that are very old and hefty tomes that could absolutely knock someone the hell out.
A 128 has
Looking
700
over.
health.
Looking over at my bookshelf right now, either my CSENT licensing educational book or
That's 500.
several of my cookbooks would be the best defense weapons.
Now it has 280.
Is Bug one of the ones that will help fight Ifrit?
This is one of the punching ones.
Okay.
So now it's close. Still a bit too tough. Galuf will switch to a knife. But yeah, there are some creatures that, in order to get them into their catch threshold, it is only possible to do so if you use the joke weapon that is guaranteed to do exactly 1 damage.
Yep.
In the meantime, we get to walk on Worm now.
Hey kid, you want to see a dead body and walk on it?
Big tent. Tent size.
I like that we just go outside and camp first before this. I need to sleep before I do this. This is too stupid.
Yep.
Let me just direct the Bass Pro
The
Pyramid
room.
real quick and catch him shut.
The worm will be there tomorrow, right?
They don't decay that fast.
Hello, bear.
Desert Bear.
So
Desert
when I
bear.
refer to stuffing bears in your pants and then throwing them out to deal mass
That
amounts of
bear
damage,
is a VIP.
that bear.
That bear is an MVP.
Yeah, very disquieting looking bear.
That bear in particular, every time you see that sprite, put it in your pants and it will eat the next boss.
Looks kind of like a fucked up sloth bear.
Hmm.
Looks so depressed. You okay, Sand Bear? Like, you're going through some
I think
shit.
the impression I get is that Sandbear is dead and is just kind of still
Yeah.
shuffling around. But I don't think they have the undead tag.
I just
Sand bear
don't-
regrets its choice of biome.
yeah.
Wait,
I
wait,
just
wait,
Sandbear
wait.
is just... Yeah,
We found
Sandbear's just
Bismuth.
always having heat stroke.
We found Bismuth. That's what the sprite is.
Sand Bear was expecting a polar desert.
Also, yeah, in this environment, that sandworm would probably just desiccate and ossify.
Well, my expectation for why it would be a bad idea to wait till tomorrow is because that's the schmoving desert of Wiggly Sand.
Oh, yeah, the worm would just get carried away.
What if it drifts away on the current?
I don't. No, bears can't sweat. It's only us and pigs.
Yeah, I
That
think,
doesn't-
like most animals, it has to lose heat through its tongue.
Bears do not have sweat glands, yeah. Dissipate heat through their pores and sometimes recline on the ground and spread their legs wide open. Just dropping into the tired, slumped over bear pose.
Yeah,
Bear spreading.
yeah, just the fucking spread 'em pose. Well, Galf's left the party, I guess.
Cannot believe Galoof is fucking dead.
Wait, what happened?
We fell through the
so-
floor, and Galuf has been separated from everyone else.
On the other side of the desert is a miscellaneous ruined town that is, vague and mysterious. We follow King Tycoon there. He lures us into a trap, and then we fall.
and
and
now
then-
Galuf has to make his
in
way
this
through the
mystery room.
floor.
And he's like, "How dare you ditch me so quickly?" And everybody's just like,
Anyway, welcome to Gears.
So, hey, Morris, remember Ronka?
Yes.
Welcome to
This is
Ronka.
Okay.
Like, literally Ronka.
Does
This
it
is where
have the
they
great
got
From
serpent?
here. Yes.
Yes.
There- Okay.
Snurp is at the end of it. Not the Great Serpent you're thinking of, but Snurp is here.
All right, back to bug math.
As magnificent as Snakebird is, it cannot hold a candle to the Great Serpent of Ronka.
My best friend really loves the Great Serpent of Ronka, and for his birthday last year, I made a little dress-up doll inside so you can attach accessories and scenery to the Great Serpent as you will.
Did you get a pot for it?
Of course I got more.
Who do you
Of
think?
course I got a pot for the Great Serpent of Ronka.
Excellent.
Also a tiny cowboy hat, I'm hoping.
Yes. And also a microphone stand.
Yeah!
And a hat that was several hats on top of each other.
Yeah!
Another smaller Great Serpent as a hat. I
Yeah!
did not fuck around.
Excellent. And now it is time to fight Ifrit and release Bug.
Bug will help.
I
degree to
am
which Bug will solve the
existence
problem.
Sealed within these flames. Ah, Bug!
Be the Spiders.
He's covering his face in advance.
Well,
Well.
there went Ferris. Although,
Oh!
if
That-
I just, Yep, there's Bug. Appreciable damage.
I have yet to.
There went Ferris again.
There went Ferris.
There they go.
If I can
I
get
have
Ferris
actually-
to start jumping.
Mm.
Nope. I think it's down.
Dragoon in their natural habitat on the fucking ground.
Yes.
Anyway, you were saying, Morgan?
Oh, just that I haven't actually gotten to the point in FF14 for the plot line surrounding the
Mhm.
Great Serpent, and I only remember little nuggets of what Chip has told me, but
The design
I
of
love looking at it with my eyes, and he has the mount that flies and does the music.
it's honestly the Great Serpent. The plotline is great, but just looking at him, that's all you really need.
That's all
I
you need.
remember I played shortly after Shadowbringers, like a day after Shadowbringers came
Well,
out,
Whip
and I
all
was
the
going
same
around one of the main cities, and I was like, okay, when do I get this little tiny Tsuchinoko? How far do I need to go? When do I get it? I need it. Because, like, within 48 hours, everyone in every hub city had the Great Serpent of Ronka as their minion.
Out here in these woods. Nothing particularly relevant to,
I think you might
our
want to
current
catch
riddle.
2 bugs.
Yeah,
and
2
then-
bugs would do more of the work.
Or, I don't know, bug and demon face.
Any of the damage-dealing books.
Nether tribes, until this exact moment, I have been unaware that Final Fantasy XIV has PvP.
It's not good.
Yeah,
Just
it
totally unaware
exists.
that that was a game system.
It exists in the periphery, and they have never really tried to bring it out of the periphery.
The most I know people use PvP for is grinding tomestones.
Yep, that is the only time I've ever engaged with it, and also to get the tie-in that they did with a Japanese TV show that had some good cosmetics.
And you could get that other ways for a while.
Yep.
Like, I got that one through the gold
The
saucer.
PvP roulette does give good tomestones and good experience points. It's more that the PvP, unless you roll exactly rifle wings, is really fucking bad. You just need to turn your brain off for 20 minutes entirely.
Honestly, I've only ever played one MMO that had good PvP. And that was Warhammer Online.
Warhammer Online did have, like, unreasonably good PvP, I remember that. Also, I really like these poplars. Those are good poplar trees.
Yeah, the Warhammer Online had good PvP because they made the decision that A, all classes should be able to contribute to punching a thing, and B, tank classes should be valuable in PvP because you can't move through enemy players.
Mm-hmm. You literally just put up a shield wall.
Fights could be more cooperative. Your team wants to live here for a while.
The double-headed salamander, that was fun.
The
Yeah,
Blizzard.
the Blizzard,
The-
yes.
The Blizzard is a very good friend.
So, what are we grinding here for?
The Death Scythe.
Ah,
Boat gun. Think about boat.
So, Death Scythe is very simple. It is on its own, a pretty damn good weapon for Berserker's Axe class weapon. It also has a chance of proccing death every time you swing. And it procs death in a way that ignores most of the things that say no to death.
There's not anything special about the death that it applies.
What am I thinking of? And it skips the scripts on it.
Level 5 Doom can
Right,
get around some
okay.
things by the power of math. The Scythe just does what it do.
Yeah, Scythe.
Scythe
Heavy
gets by on
still.
lots of relevant things are vulnerable to death.
Yes. Killer Bow also ignores it. That's what I was thinking of.
Now I'm getting a longer look at these zombies. I choose to believe.
Killer Bow
also
ignores heavy?
Yeah, because of its scripting.
Weird. It's like Assassin's Dagger and Death Scythe both, like, they're things that are immune to death, and they don't ignore those.
Killer Bow sets dead. That's why it works.
That dead also comes sometimes called destroy is the ultimate. It does not apply doom flavored harm to something.
It just toggles the alive flag from 1 to 0.
Gravity. Swords.
So yeah, Killer Bow skips, reflects, and undead, but not the heavy flag.
Right. So the only things that can hit heavy enemies is level 5 Doom or something like that.
Yeah.
And presumably only if their level is the appropriate one.
Is level 5.
If math.
Now, the thing is, if you are using your whole brain, and usually a chemist, you can force math to be what you want.
Chemists can change levels?
Yes.
And time.
Can you abuse this to change your own level and get more
Yes.
stats?
Yes.
The main purpose of it is to act as a buff. Increase your
Okay.
effective level for a fight.
So, you remember how I said that chemist is the job that busts this game wide open when you know what to do with it? That's because you
Yeah.
can just put yourself at level 99 if you feel like it.
Ah, okay.
Yes, it is level boosting via the means it is available is not capped.
Oh, that's fun.
Chemist plus Blue Mage plus Time Mage is among the most horrifying combinations possible. Fourth slot in whatever you want the rest to do. Technically, the battle cap of the level is 255 because it is its own stat and it affects almost basically every other stat.
Because it's a byte in a computer. Also demonstrated there is that the Blizzard's mechanic is it has stances.
It can
It will
switch whether
turn
it is
around
attack
and point the other lizard at you.
with the face or the butt. Which is which? Good question.
Oh, I thought it was
I
just
love it.
confused.
Well, it can also be confused, which will flip it again versus whatever position its stance is supposed to be.
Wait, well, what's going on now?
The power
we're
of
back
the
at Ronka.
ancients.
Okay.
Yeah, we were mid teleport to Ronka. By the way, the power of the ancients is very volatile.
We'll teleport from Ronka. As of this one. Because then... Meanwhile...
Bird.
Bird...
Bird's
Bird
going
went home.
home. Oh, so they just decided to leave. Okay.
Yeah.
we asked them to take care of the bird. They decided to bring the bird back to its home woods. And are presumably then going to build their own boat to escape from that island.
Just
Okay.
Yes.
things.
And
Important joke in this
they're
game.
just assuming that
Here is a
once
switch.
we're-
Switch. Push the switch. If you say yes, it doesn't work.
What?
If you say no,
You pull the switch.
Ah.
Eh. Eh. That's fun.
got him.
So if I remember correctly, all those bookshelves are lore.
Do these bookshelves have any examine text? No.
Or no, not this one. I know NOO was mentioned somewhere.
This one is a push switch. Every other switch in this place is a press button, but not that one.
I love stuff like that.
Oh, so that's where Ronka is.
Bird's just like, what?
Huh? Anyway, the
way-
boat didn't sink. Well, it sank, but deliberately.
You go better?
Oh,
Yeah, so what
Okay.
happened is there's an abandoned ship harbor buried under that bay. And so it saw our boat and got excited and parked the boat underwater.
finally a boat!
Ah, I see.
Ah, customer, come in. And then
Also
there's
over
this
here.
boat. Another Final Fantasy ship that is depicted as having a few cannons on it that it never uses.
Mhm.
They're decorative.
Tubes.
I like someone in chat briefly worrying about Crayclaw and then remembering, oh wait, Thunderbolt. There are a couple of really good visual gags in this room later.
So this is the gear boat. Runs on gears.
It just has wheels that spin. It's genius. Wheel spin, boat move.
So, welcome to our actual, we will be keeping this form of transportation.
Oh, neat.
Amazing.
It gets an upgrade later, but this is our right now.
It would
Looks
have been
very
really
similar.
funny to me.
Oh, what's on the side of the boat?
Something on the boat!
$1 million.
I've loved so far that every one of these breaks that I've seen in this session have corresponded to, like, where an episode hook would go, but
They
we'll
have
hear
a
us
sense of
next time.
comedic and dramatic timing.
It would have been very funny to me if we immediately lost that airship and had to go back to the other one.
Meanwhile, on the Crescent Isle.
So
There are-
damage cap in this game is how many digits? 3 or 4?
4 digits.
4 digits. Okay.
There are further trials and travails with forms of transportation, but airship does end up being the ultimate. There's stuff. I love that the Harvester sprite type they're always having a good time. The enemy berserkers are always just really into it.
Me sowing, miserable, tedious. Me reaping, finally. Oh my.
Oh,
Bios.
Jesus, alright.
Well, much was learned. That's what Biosoldier does.
They cast Bio. That makes sense.
Only when alone.
Since we have left the zone and serious thinking doesn't seem to be required, what was the deal with the books with the math? Library?
They cast level 5 death, which kills you if your level is divisible by 5.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh, why? No!
Math.
Math. There are several math enemies in this game. but you can
Mathemagics
weaponize-
are fearsome.
The kids
can
are gonna
also-
learn.
It is basically
today.
a way of letting you have a very powerful spell under very limited conditions. Unless you can screw with those conditions, like you can with Chemist, Time Mage, and Gloom Mage.
Hope you know how to do division, kid.
I mean, division by 5 is nice.
Ends with 5s or 0s.
Yeah, it's level 2, 3, and 4 that start getting like, okay.
Those are in Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah. 2 is okay,
Prime
is it
level.
even? 3 is, oh god, wait. And then 4 is, oh, I think this is fine. Wait, no, never mind.
3 is add up all digits, see if it's a smaller number divisible by 3. 4 is it a number divisible by 4 less than 100? If not, drop off everything before the 100.
But yeah,
Confused
Final Fantasy
calculating noises.
Final Fantasy Tactics has a class called Calculator.
Calculator is deep horror.
Calculator is the most powerful class in the game, but its entire gimmick is math. And it will let you cast spells that target everyone based on their level, or based on the height of the ground that they're standing on.
You pick
Calculator.
a number and then cast number spell. Everything that satisfies the condition. You pick number, stat, spell, and anything whose that stat is that number gets hit with that spell. And that
This
starts
makes
off with things like level. And like, okay, that's sensible. That's a relatively static number that's on characters. And then you can do things like altitude or current initiative timer stored.
Oh. Okay.
Calculator in tactics is deeply wacky. But
It's a
if
very
you
deep hole.
master it, then you can do absolute nonsense way ahead of the curve. Yeah, CT5, holy, go make yourself a sandwich.
Standing desk that I'm currently sitting at for like almost 6 years now. This is the first time in my life where I've actually like regularly switched between standing and sitting.
Nice.
You feel very powerful when you're watching video games while you're standing up. I feel very important.
Fucking power stancing.
You are the games executive. You get to watch games at your executive desk.
Have you done the A pose and done the thing of like clasping your hands behind your back, nodding in approval?
Or the Tory power walk.
Car.
Mathgar is just fucking original rules citing rules, is the thing.
I thought Mathgar was wild shaping.
We have now combated 6. Anyway, what's that on
Hey,
the
whoa.
roll?
Hello!
Oh,
Return of Crab!
Oh, I love this.
It's a fucked up
Terrible
night.
earwig crawfish.
Yeah, it's a horrible fucked up scorpion crawfish earwig. Greyclaw and Carbola are, unsurprisingly, because goddamn near every boss in this game is in 14 somewhere at this point, show up and have similar gimmicks to their forms in this.
This is a boss?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is a crab.
it's one of the Stormblood dungeons opens... Yeah, it has to be one of the Stormblood dungeons.
You're talking about Siren Song C?
Siren Song...
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember now.
But there's also another one where it opens, like, what... Is it? It's not Sastasha Hard. It might be.
No, I think
'Cause
Hard
it has
Mode
the tails-
Sastasha has
it has-
one of the crab.
It has a tailspin into, like, single-digit health, followed by an attack that you need to, like, immediately heal for. Which is the gimmick of Greyclaw.
Did
Yes.
Sid say in response to the defeat of Lobster that it has been served?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm glad.
Anyway, we have
that
both.
for a second.
So let's just go right back over here. and-
Understandable, the power
Greyclaw-
of the stance is overwhelming.
Greyclaw is a boss I don't think any team has a problem with, ever.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
That's wrong.
Oh yeah, but
Okay. Ranka is the Black Ark. Okay, sure.
Yep.
To our team, we discovered more problems.
So, does the airship have any special landing rules, or...
right now it can only land on the landing pad.
Can land on plains. All plains.
Okay.
No wood, no sand, no mountains. Just plains. Which for our purposes means it can get everywhere.
Oh, right, yeah. I was thinking only landing pad because plot point demands you go back here.
Fortunately, they read more books.
And have discovered a new metal that they will reinforce this boat with. Okay.
Yes. In its current
Adamantite.
state, it cannot fly high enough. And Galif has remembered that, oh yeah, we use that for space.
It's in our space rocks that we arrived in.
So now you have to go back to the meteor?
Yes.
The meteors.
There's more than one?
This time you go to the first meet. Yeah, 4 of them. So
right. All 4 of the okay.
Well, at this point, only 3 of them are here, but a crew of Galuf, Random Jeff Soldier, Wolfman, and unknown 4th astronaut were launched over here to try and protect the crystals.
And did a really bad job of it.
Yes. If Galuf remembered what he was doing after
Galuf would have solved the
landing,
problem if he didn't knock his head off.
and explained sooner. Well, probably it would have been just a different, because hello, I am a king from space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I bring
think that
dire
would have
news
gone
from beyond.
all that much better. They put a door in it. Okay.
Yep, it is a vessel.
Oh yeah, if Galuf had
travel.
remembered everything, everyone would have gotten killed by Siren. Yeah, that's right, actually.
Yes. It is in fact vitally important that Galuf have no idea what's going on.
Anyway, there's Adamantite.
Just unplug the rock.
Nice simple milk run. Just get the item and walk
so
on out.
does- Does Galuf have all his memories back right now, or is he remembering things randomly?
I think he's
He is
remembering
admitting.
things as he goes.
Ah! Adamantoise.
Turtle.
I remember these because I'm still really mad that I had to poach one of their eggs in FF14.
Yep.
You also get to ride one.
I don't feel like I deserve it after having to poach one of their eggs.
They fly by
Thank
spinning and having fire burst out of their
They
the holes in
gamma.
their
gammas.
shell. Yes, they gamma around.
That's
Animals, please
delightful.
roll for birds. There is need of birds.
No. Only squirrels.
As you may expect, Adamantoise is a pretty real fight. Adamantoise is very simple. Adamantoise will beat you senseless.
Only squirrels and flies.
Well,
Okay.
That's someone else's
We'll be back
problem.
next
We're
week.
here waiting. Just thinking about how we've defeated 6 harvesters and not yet received a 1 in 16 drop chance item.
Well, that's the odds say that that's not going to happen. Like, that's pretty common.
well. Could be worse. Could be Reflect Ring.
All rare items have the same drop rate.
1 in
Could be
16.
Reflect Ring.
Yeah, so
The
with
thing
six,
influencing the difficulty of a farm is just how convenient is the fight to pull off.
How many of them you need?
with 6 fights, odds are about 1/3 to get it, which makes sense. Doing the 15 over 16 to the power of 6 and then 1 minus that.
You know, you could have made up any string of words in that period of sentences, and I would have believed that's how the math works.
You do. So there's 16 possibilities, so you subtract 1 from that, you've got 15 out of 16 failures. You take that to the power of the number of times that you're doing the fight, and that gives you the probability that you don't get any in that number of fights.
Okay.
And then you do 1 minus that.
Yeah, I took stats courses. I shouldn't. Well, I say I should have, but then I remember right. Only very specific forms of math stick in my brain, and they're usually probabilistic in other ways.
I just let the Any Dice website tell me what those statistics are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got about just over a 50% chance to get a drop in 11 fights.
Okay.
Quick, what's 2 plus 2? Go fuck yourself.
Well, to answer that question, let us first define the concept of a set, a collection of discrete identifiable objects.
Oh no!
No, actually, please go on.
So that is the beginning of a joke. So set theory is an important part of math structurally, and like more strictly and firmly defining the underlying philosophy of how math works.
Yes.
And so the joke that is leading towards is the like first big published foundational book of set theory spends some large number of pages establishing all of its rules and constructing a like symbolic representation of what math is, such that after like some large number of pages they finally get to being able to describe 1 + 1 is 2, anchored in this small set of axioms from which they have said, what's a set?
That's great, actually.
Honestly,
yeah, honestly, this is how a lot of math discoveries work. Is the way it works is a mathematician has an idea and starts playing with that idea, and the idea turns out to do cool things. And then they're asked to describe this idea in such a way that everyone understands what the rules are, and that's what takes 50 years.
God, I actually understand that feeling deeply.
Because then, so, Eve also within the book jokes about how, you know, that proposition could be useful. Because the more important thing that is being done with set theory is now that you have taken math and put it into this space of generic objects that you can bounce off of each other. There are then powerful arguments and proofs and thought experiments you can do about the structure of math without necessarily needing to do any specific operations. This is where incompleteness comes from. That it is provable that a set of math cannot be made entirely of statements that can be proven by other statements. At some point, there has to be arbitrary, unprovable things in the system.
I see. Thank you for explaining. That's genuinely really informative and helpful.
I am vaguely aware of the social context around the discovery of the incompleteness theorem, and everybody just going, no, no, no!
The mathematicians very upset because it is one of those fields that got very close to being able to say, we're done, we did it, we found everything. All of math is now published.
And then it turned out they were very, very, very wrong.
And then turning out, oh no, that's paradoxical, actually.
And then a bunch of
we have found the bones of the world, and they're a bit twisty and strange.
And then the other funny thing is, all the sicko mathematicians were like, yes, I have a job.
Yeah, because, like, it's only, like, relatively recently, like, in the last couple of months, that I actually developed an understanding of what a number is. I knew numbers as words, as in, like, there are a bunch of combinations of words and you just need to know what they are. So I'm going to memorize all possible iteration of numbers because people ask me to do math and don't explain how I'm supposed to do it. So I just have to try and recall every possible
He was taught math wrong as a joke.
Learns a ball understanding of math. Tragic.
Yeah, and so, like, thank you for that explanation. That was really helpful.
There was a point earlier while you were out on your appointment where I was talking about the education system and how somebody else was asking a question about modulo, the RNG function on the side of the screen, and I mentioned, don't worry about it, a lot of people have difficulty with different things, and especially math is a system that is taught miserably by most everybody.
Even Karl Marx. Karl Marx tried to make a calculus textbook to explain non-standard analysis and failed utterly, and it took us another 75 years to develop a non-standard analysis.
Like, an example of the powerful observations that can be made of out of set theory, just while it is floating back into mind. So consider, can there be such a thing as the set of all sets which do not contain themselves? Because a set is allowed to contain a copy of itself. It can be recursive. That is within the bounds of defining a set.
Seems like the answer would be yes.
Alright, so, does the set that contains sets that do not contain copies of themselves, the set of all sets that don't contain an image of themselves, contain itself.
If it contains itself, it can't contain itself.
Yeah, if it
But
does not have a copy of
doesn't-
itself, then it is not done. It's missing itself. But if
But
you
if
put it in itself, it is no longer itself.
What if you just kind of twist
So-
it halfway?
Such a set can't exist.
Right, you described null set at some point. And
But
it
null set
fell
is
out
a
of-
foundational. Here's the nothing object. It has no other traits. It's empty. Just here's the thing. Generic.
But yeah, I think one of the most common metaphors for this this set of all sets contradiction, which is Russell's paradox, one of the most common metaphors is, so you have all of the people who need to have their beard shaved in a town. There's a barber. The barber only shaves people who do not shave themselves, and this is the only barber in the town. Who shaves the barber?
Ah, fuck.
Right, it's the same metaphor, right? It's the same. We've got, well, the barber can't shave himself because he only shaves people that don't shave themselves, and the barber has to shave himself because, nobody else is going to shave it for him.
It's like you
The
must
answer-
shave
the
yourself
answer, of
unless
course,
you
is the
cannot
barber
shave
cannot-
yourself. In which case, the barber will do it for you.
I have the answer. The barber is a trans man.
Yeah, the barber cannot. Yeah, I was just gonna say the barber cannot grow a beard. So
Yeah, and that is in fact basically the joke answer. There is basically what Russell and Whitehead tried to do, where they said, well, what if there were these other things that weren't sets, but we called them classes of things, and they could contain sets that have weird properties, but you can't have a class that contains a class. And
Wait.
and
I am delighted that Morgan got the right answer.
but yeah, so that's exactly what they tried to do, and this, in fact, these types of classes and types are what led to programming types later on.
Holy shit!
Wait, I was right? Sort of?
Yes!
yeah,
The
they
need
they
to
made
have
up a
kinds
thing
of
that
category and examine
I
if
defy
they
your
can
category,
exist
make
and what
my
they
own.
can do is important.
Yeah,
in many
basically
fields.
they found that if you just had sets, there were paradoxes. So they invented a new kind of set that's not a set.
Wait a minute.
Anyway,
This
Adamantoid.
classification label is arbitrary. Anyway. Oh my god, I'm so fucking happy. Crack open your copy of Principica Mathematica, it just says gender is fake, and that's the only thing in the book.
I'm glad I continued my pattern of not understanding basic math, but understanding abstract concepts, okay?
To be fair, if you were to ask some mathematicians, they would say, "Oh, this is the most basic of maths because all other math has to exist for all other math to exist."
Yeah, except that that's not really how most people do math, so it's like...
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely not the way you can teach math. You cannot teach math that way, but...
Math begins long before anyone picks up a number.
Thousands of years ago.
Thousands of years ago.
So going back to Akkadian, Sumerian, and Babylonian, that's our oldest known math textbook.
Yeah.
Turtle cannot be bribed.
Writing was
I
invented.
mentioned a while ago that, things that have high defense are the natural counter to guild toss. Turtle cannot be bribed.
Fortunately, it looks like Galuf cannot be hit.
And,
You jinxed it.
well,
Sword.
I was going to say something and it fled out of my brain.
Sorry.
Don't let it run.
No, that wasn't on you. That was just... I stopped thinking about it for 3 seconds, and I'm in the state of brain after my work week where that was enough that my train of thought was entirely gone for a moment.
Alright, so that team wants to go get a second Frostbow, and that will solve that fight.
Something about math.
Anyway, the real true secret of math is that it exists inside our heads and does what we tell it to do.
I mean, you could argue that math is just an emergent property of biology at that rate.
Yeah. That's
Math-
honestly how
math-
I've been learning
mathemati-
things. It helps.
Yeah.
Math does what it do. It works as described. It can exist in the void. The world we appear to inhabit just keeps agreeing with it.
Yep. Until it abruptly doesn't, at which point we need to ask more confusing questions.
Well, that just means it's inviting us to find stronger math.
Yeah, and if we run into an area of math that stops working, we could just stop using that area.
Or you can just ignore that, continue to do it improperly, and then have mathematicians just scratch their heads for a while you're still doing things.
Get thee behind me, Satan.
The Dirac delta function, which is not a function, is the key example of this one. Physicists decided, what if there was a thing that is zero everywhere except at zero it's infinite? Okay. And we'll
Why?
just use this.
Okay.
They use this to deal with the fact that the ground state of space effectively was said to have infinite, void vacuum energy, and in order to normalize that, they had to use something, so I believe that's where they used the Dirac delta function primarily.
This has to do with, like, the weird questions about the shape in space, right? Like, where it goes and where it ends. And all
Well, that, and I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that what we have always called the zero state of vacuum isn't a zero state. Yes,
There's stuff down there.
There is stuff constantly exploding and generating energy. It's just doing it in such a way that we could not detect it.
Yeah, there's. I was familiar that there's a lot of like Fermat's last theorem. I think is that one that was solved recently?
It was solved in the 90s.
Yeah, I know that there was a bunch of things that were like people came up with it, and it was just like, I know this works. We'll just keep doing it. I don't know why. Just don't look at it too hard. Right. What I was gonna say is the idea of math being emergent from biology would like shut up smug math nerds that insist everything goes back to math when you just go, no, it goes back to meat. And then it's just an eternally recurring cycle of meat math.
Until you find math that isn't meat.
I point down at the slime mold.
Yeah.
The slime mold branches into the subway map of Tokyo.
I mean, you don't even need to point at that. You can point at, like, rocks, silicon.
Oh, true. I just really like slime mold. I know more about fungus than rock.
They're just neat.
Fungal growth forms will prove that math exists even if human brain meat cannot.
A big turning point for me of understanding the function of numbers, aside from just the name of numbers, was learning that you can essentially weave to do multiplication.
God, those videos were so... That made me think about math in a really different way, too. Just seeing the analogy that way.
It's really hard to describe now that I know what numbers are, what I thought they were before. But learning that, like, 1 is just what we've decided to call that it could be something else. I could point at, like, a model on my desk and say, that's 9 now.
If I were to put forth any, armchair education reform onto the table to yell about, it would be that teaching math should be firmly rooted in introducing that shapes and numbers is the same.
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
my
Kids
god.
already
I
play
did-
with shapes
so much
intuitively.
time.
I did not
Kids love
understand
shapes.
math. I legitimately did not understand math until I got to geometry. And then it was just like, oh, okay. I have
triangles.
I have
As
an
someone just
extremely
said-
visual memory, so that made things snap into place much quicker.
as someone just said in chat, 1 is a number? Is it? Explain why. I've spent most of my life asking why 1 is a number, and nobody would tell me, because it was just assumed that you have to already know what that is. Just define your jargon or give me shapes.
Yep.
1 is the historical name that we have given to a singular object, something that is just on its own.
Absolutely.
And knowing that makes a massive difference in my life.
Yeah, like, geometry, algebra, and a bit of pre-calc is what has largely stuck in my brain. And then specific aspects of statistics. Like someone mentioned up earlier that they are a statistics instructor and have to explain that, yeah, there is no one right answer because you select your data sets. Now, in the context that I learned it in psychology courses, this was immediately followed up by, so don't be a jackass with it because you can just massage data to mean whatever the fuck you want.
I mean, yeah, p-hacking is,
And it's an everyone problem. Especially psychology, but it's an everyone problem.
And
It
yeah,
turns
so
out.
following up on something I saw out of corner of the eye in chat there, yeah, we have a math workflow that can often start trying to tell someone about trig functions without showing them a unit circle, and that's just wrong.
That's what happened to me!
yeah, showing an animation of an arm going through the unit circle and showing the trace of it, and showing that that is the path of the sine and cosine curves.
Yeah, show them the diagram that has all the trig functions, as these are different lines.
I saw them
that will
as
always
just
be there.
XY graphs, without connections to any sort of geometry, and when much later in life I realized that they were supposed to be connected, I got really fucking mad at my middle school math teacher.
Suppose while we're in math,
Morgan, do you want me to
advocacy
confuse
space,
you again?
No.
Okay. Then I
Ease
won't
up.
tell you about 0.
I
So-
don't care about 0. I know about 0.
It's
That
not a
was the one
number.
I'm kind of good at because it's not a number.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is void related. Morgan is excellent at that.
Alright then, problem solved.
the existence of the YouTube channel, 3 Blue, 1 Brown.
Yes. So,
Powerful source of math lectures with diagrams. Hey, there's a scythe.
Oh, neat. I will
and
check it
the
out.
video I linked earlier was from Mathologer. That was the one that introduced fractals, weaving, etc.
How many sites do you think you're going for?
Just the one probably with this
I mean,
team.
you're only gonna need one berserker, and that's the...
Well, depending on
equip
what their
access.
last class is, I might give somebody equip X and have them also swing axes. We could have like Dancer with an axe.
Ranger does chicken knife.
Yeah, Ranger has its own stuff to do. Anyway, here we are on Crescent Island. Adventure awaits. I think Darts has airship.
I thought Chocobo looks so comfy in the forest.
It's having a good time. It's a good bird. Have my 2 frostbows. Turtle. But yeah, 3 blue, 1 brown.
I don't remember
Will
if I took out
do math lectures and go through proofs, and by accompanying those proofs with animated diagrams of the geometry of what is going on in the argument, makes it much easier to present ideas. To reach a point of, alright, now pi is involved. Why? Well, that's a circle. We made a circle happen. This is circles now. This goes in the square hole.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
like,
can't imagine doing math without a whiteboard or a blackboard at minimum to show someone what's going on.
yeah, like if I had to try and explain the level of difficulty and trouble is like, I will have panic attacks if I try and do division that isn't just in half. On the other hand, I helped Darren some with some
Yes.
work.
So I was doing my master's thesis in my librarian science program, and it was on machine learning. And I was ranting and raving at a particular bit of source text that I was using because it was multiple pages of nigh unlabeled mathematical diagrams that were all in super heavily encoded, like, function stuff. And I was just like, I can't make heads or tails of any of this. Look at how ridiculous this is, and they're not explaining any of it. And I post it, and Morgan just immediately looks at it, and about, like, 2 minutes later, explains exactly what it's saying, and I'm just like, oh.
If I remember rightly, it was just like exponentials back and forward.
Yeah.
Just made sense. It's just letters.
Yeah, and it was just one of those moments where it was just like, math is many different shapes, many different brain approaches. Machine learning textbook papers love to throw Greek letters at you with no explanation. Yeah, that was basically what I was throwing my hands up at.
And I was able to pass that because I had shape reference of, there was a site I liked to go through at the time that let you look at things from the micro to macro scale and see how the numbers went with that, and it was just a page of that.
But yeah, if I definitely can recommend is, if you ever get a formula that has symbols you don't understand, replace it with other letters and just start trying to define those variables. Honestly.
Yeah, that's a good approach. First you draw a circle, then you draw the rest of the fucking math.
First you draw a circle. That's math. You did it.
I mean, that's what the ancient Greeks were like. And then people were like, hey, what if diagonals?
First you draw a triangle, and then you have a nervous breakdown.
Yep, that's Pythagoras.
Mom taught high school math for a while, Adam, and you need to teach multiple ways to teach people things because they learn better. Yeah, yes, absolutely, 1000%.
Yeah.
Powerful illustrative math prank that occurred at some point along my schooling was, after being introduced to the core geometric construction tools of line and circle, being presented with being told to do one of the things that you will then later learn cannot be done with those tools for math reasons, and just being left for a while to try and brain genius your way into doing this thing that is impossible.
One of the things that the Greeks just politely ignored you couldn't do with a compass.
Watch everyone around you rapidly go through all of the almosts that exist in those spaces.
The great lesson of Pythagoras. Pi is exactly 3, goddammit!
I just need a bigger ratio. The big numbers.
So there are several things relating to usually circles, and specific shapes deriving out of a circle that you cannot do with just a compass. And the Greeks were very insistent that you should be able to, if math made sense, and math stalwartly disagreed with them. Oh yeah, the Bible has a shit ton of mathematical units in it.
And now we're over here.
Biblical math is weird.
We have a site.
Because,
let's go. Adventure.
Often it's using units that we don't actually understand.
Yeah, they're no longer defined.
Yeah.
What's a cubit?
Well, that one is also, forms of it are used elsewhere. Cubit is tip of hand to elbow? It's some arm ratio.
There are several definitions of a cubit. We're not entirely sure which one, if any, the Bible is considering using.
And that's that's traditional measures. You might have common words for units, and then any given organization or social group will, on the spot, define what they're going to do with it.
And the Bible also contains a number of measures for dry goods, which are only defined in relation to each other. So we know one is twice the size of another, but we don't know how big the smallest one is.
This is why This is why standardized weights and measures was a big fucking deal every time it happened, and also usually had to be put in place with a lot of beating into people's heads because it allowed for a lot less shenanigans.
Now, if there is one imperial power, though, that refuses to do it, well...
Look, I know I was talking as an American. I had a very large sword.
America runs on stealth metric.
Yeah.
I mean, imperial
Anything-
has been redefined in terms of metric entirely, so...
Basically, any actual scientific stuff in America will be done in metric and converted back when talking to other people, and then lay everything uses imperial.
I
mean-
can tell you, however, about one biblical measure that I think everyone should know about, which is the kav. And the reason everyone should know about this is because it is used in the Talmud for very important reasons. Okay, so hang on, I have to get my Talmud out now so I can read this story to you right.
Oh,
Wait.
I'm
I
super
think I
excited
know what this is. I've got a mute.
now. Oh, if this is what I think it is. Same.
Time for theology.
So, the sages were approached by a Roman woman. And the Roman woman said to them, "How you are so fat, how could you possibly know your children are your own? How could you have sex? Your wives must be unfaithful, because it is obviously impossible for you to have sex. You are too fat." And so the sages respond to the Roman noblewoman, "Oh, our wives have larger bellies than we do." And the woman is like, "No, you're making my point for me." And so the rabbis explain that it is written in the Bible, "For as the man is, so is his strength." And by that we mean our dicks are proportionate to our bellies. And the sages ask, why did they respond to her at all? And the sages answer, they answered her so that they could prove that their children were legitimate. The sages then ask, so how big are we talking? And
I'm imagining a bunch of people just kind of nodding and stroking their beards thoughtfully, nodding along. Somebody raises their hand. All right, well, what were they packing, though?
And Rabbi Yohanan teaches us that the organ of Rabbi Yishmael, son of Rabbi Yossi, was the size of a jug of 9 kav. And Rav Papa says, yes, and you know Rabbi Yohanan? His is the size of a jug of 5 kav, though some say it was only 3 kav.
Cause, or some say cosm. Yes, okay.
And I feel I should specify that the kav is about a half liter.
So, yeah, to remind, the first guy, they were saying that he had a 5-liter dick.
Oh, yes, he had a 4.5 liter dick, yes.
And how do we know the original size of the kav?
That is because it is used for measures within the Talmud for taxation purposes, using amounts that we are able to basically cross-reference and figure out how much they're actually talking about.
That is number wang. That is a response that deserves to be out loud.
Yeah, it does.
I fucking love the stupid Talmud stories because they are full of shit like this.
Dude, the bed. You gotta tell the bed.
Okay, yes, alright. So, at one point in the Talmud, we discuss a rabbi whose student decides that he is going to hide under his teacher's bed to see if his teacher is being too lustful with his wife. And the teacher discovers him under his bed and essentially is like, why? Why are you here? Get out of my house. Get out from under my bed. This is not at all appropriate. And the student responds, teacher, I have a very good reason to be here. All right, fine. Why are you here? What could you possibly be doing here? Teacher, this is Torah and I must learn.
Does he tell him to get back onto the bed?
The teacher just kind of throws his hands up and is like, fine, I'm not going to punish you. That's a good answer.
Now, how does the teacher's wife feel about this?
That is not
recorded.
That is not recorded, no. Now, there are few feelings of wives recorded, though some very important ones are. Such as, let's see, the therapy goat, yes.
Pardon?
Okay, hang on, I have to pull this one up.
Hello, Raiders of Slowbeef. You are here for an interesting time.
Gather and
Welcome.
receive ancient wisdom.
We are telling stories from the Talmud, largely about dicks right now, but we'll be moving on.
Okay, so this is in part of the Talmud that is about bathrooms and the problems of demonic possession in bathrooms
Via poop ghosts.
Yes, because you see, there was a widespread fear in ancient Israel of demons flying up your butt and possessing you.
As
So,
you do.
Yeah,
Understandable.
but they
This
can
is
only do
weirdly
this.
consistent in a bunch of different folklores.
They can
It is.
only fly up your butt and possess you if you're alone in the bathroom.
This is also.
I think this might be just a response to people having heart attacks and dying on the can.
But because her son was exceptionally afraid of this, Rabbi Abaye's mother raised a lamb to go into the bathroom with him, so that he would not be afraid of the bathroom.
Emotional support sheet.
And once the rabbi grew up and became head of the study school, his wife instead would help him out because the lamb at this point presumably had died. So she would get a copper jug and rattle a nut around in it so that it would scare the demons away. And once he got put in charge of the school, he felt he was even more in danger of demons, so he would need more protection. And so his wife decided to cut a window into their bathroom opposite the toilet so that she could reach in and put her hand on his head to calm him down.
That's really cute, and also, like, that could go terribly wrong if they forgot about at any point that was there.
Yep.
And the sages also, some of the sages suggest that Rabbi Abaye's mother was wrong and she should have used a goat instead of a sheep. They don't say why.
All right, so we were catching demon books in
Right.
the library here. It's time to do the math. Math successful.
Math.
Calculated.
But
Damn!
But the sages who say that you should use a goat, the other sages say, oh no, you're wrong. You absolutely should not use a goat to protect yourself against bathroom demons. And the reason for this is because the demon could disguise itself as the goat. Can't do that with a sheep. And
Everyone knows demons can't be
This is
sheep.
why sheep and goat tribe have to be different for the
But
ice
the
walkers.
rabbis explain why the demon can disguise itself as a goat but not a sheep. You see, a demon and a goat are both called Sair. Same word, it's a homonym. And so because they use the same word to refer to a goat and a demon can pretend to be a goat.
That makes
Correct.
sense.
Wait, so is the entire reason why demons are depicted with goat horns because of an ancient pun?
No, it's also because of demonization of the Greek god Pan by Christian authority.
Yes.
Okay, that's actually not the demon that I want in this book. Hold on, I need to let that one go.
I like how we were talking about demons in the can while Loon is just kind of muttering about
Just
putting them
this
in
is the
the
kind of
cupboard.
things that what do you think it takes to fill this many shelves with ancient tomes?
Fucking
Not
This
even
is
the
just a
vaunted
giant
scholars of a
rabbinical-
lag could pierce its enigma.
this is just a giant rabbinical library.
I also feel I should share with you the teaching of Rabbi Tanchum Bar Hanalai, who says, anyone who is modest in the bathroom will be saved from 3 things. From snakes, from scorpions, and from demons. And some say that even his dreams will be settling for him.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't question this, having spent over a decade of my life in Australia.
yeah, like when you live in a biome where surprise snakes and scorpions and accidents on the toilet where you crack your head or have a heart attack. That's all this just sound advice.
Yep, just be modest on the toilet. Yeah.
What do they define what being modest involves?
Probably following.
Not in this section.
I would probably guess that it is following some sort of prescriptive ritual or, procedure of cleanliness.
However,
You know what that
they
is?
are
It's a check under your toilet seat.
they are very clear that you should not wipe your ass with your right hand, though.
That's extremely common. Yeah.
And some of them say that this is because the Bible says that the Torah was given with God's right hand. But others disagree and say that it is because you eat with your right hand. And others that it is because you tie on your tefillin with your right hand. And others say that it is because you trace your finger along the text with your right hand.
You do a lot of things with your right hand that you don't want poop on.
Yes, but they all disagree about which one is the specific reason.
Because they're rabbis, yes.
Yes.
Look, monocausalism is very bad and silly.
There we go.
Well, some of this ignores that people can be left-handed. Even left-handed people put their tefillin on with their right hand because your tefillin go on your left hand.
I don't often have to walk backwards through this room.
I am actually going to say that no, it is not definitely because of eating with your right hand, and that the Torah prescriptions are designed to keep you from dying, because no, that actually is very much not the case. The Torah has rules that don't actually make a lot of sense for survival reasons. Further restrictions are rabbinic and designed specifically to keep you from violating laws that even they could not figure out the actual reasons for.
Mm-hmm.
It's very complicated, and health may be part of why, No, it is not the whole of the reason. It really definitely isn't. It's very complicated why some of these rules are or are not in place.
It was enlightening when you described to me that even like the ultra-orthodox response to not wearing mixed fibers is, man, I wish I could. And I wish I had a reason, but...
Yeah, there is no logical reason that anyone can figure out why God hates cotton poly blends.
Just does.
Well,
He
if there
hates
were
that they're
any,
shrinking the
Like
wash.
the ableism.
if there were
He
any
hates that.
like
Yeah.
material underpinning of that, I imagine it would follow from what different kinds of cloth were available at the time that law was codified. Because maybe the combination of those threads is just awful. Just the worst.
Maybe it just feels bad.
My vague memory was that one of the most common, we're admitting this is an ass-pull, but this is our only thought, idea was that it is so people would know each other as Jewish because they're not wearing mixed fiber cloth.
Like,
But
there are
were any
some-
other cultures blending wool and flax would be the main fibers available in that zone?
We don't know.
Is wool linen good for anything, or is it a bad idea?
Some
Pardon?
laws are believed to exist largely to mark the Jews as different, yes. I'm just gonna know I am Jewish. I have studied a lot of this because I was getting back in touch with Judaism, and there are a lot of different reasonings put forth for these laws. There are many different opinions about why they're in place, depending on what kind of Jewish people you're talking to, and depending on what research you're looking at, and depending on what time of day you ask, because honestly, there are so many possible reasons that any given rabbi you ask is going to have at least 3.
Trust Berserker.
Trust
Berserker knows what it's doing.
Strategic genius of our age.
Oh boy, here we go.
Berserker strongest
Hey,
there
Bers-
is.
Berserker chose correctly. It's
That's
fine.
100% hit rate.
Yeah, that means Berserker is entirely trustworthy.
Clearly,
numbers
we
don't
need to put
lie.
haste on Berserker immediately.
But we put haste on a source of haste. Gotta get that economy spinning.
Oh! Nice jitterbug.
I wonder.
Yeah, let's look this up. I'm curious.
What are we looking up?
Is sandworm vulnerable to slow?
Yes,
Oh.
a lot of things are.
Yes, but it is heavy.
Slow doesn't have a time duration usually.
Fair enough, yeah. Okay.
Like, the concern here would be is if when it bodies, well, probably when it body swaps, it drops the status effect. The question would be if an individual worm remembers the statuses that were set on it.
Fun note, the holes are also vulnerable to slow.
Interesting.
But yeah, my general advice with religious studies is do not ever trust anyone who says there is an absolute answer for why things are the way they are. This is stuff that was written down thousands of years ago.
Thousands of years ago!
By people who we can't really get in the minds of. It's
And-
possible that they were thinking of like purely logical reasonings for why this is. It's possible that they were thinking of spiritual reasons. It's possible they were trying to get at things that we don't have the context to understand at this point.
There is
You
a
want to
was
keep
inherited
you want to
habit.
go into this stuff with an open mind.
there is a tendency among historians to swing in one direction or the other of, well, this is a weird thing. That means it's a religious artifact. Or this
Ritual
must have
purposes.
or
There must be a
this
tangible
must
use for
have
this somewhere.
tangible items, tangible uses, yeah. Those are both two extremes that a lot of historians actually go whole hog on one or the other two,
I
rather
wonder if
than
there's
having
been
any.
any additional thoughts published on the dodecahedron.
Oh man.
The
Roman
one
got
that
The Roman
fucking nerd
dodecahedron.
trap.
The strange nodular metal
Yeah.
dealy.
The Roman D20 with holes in.
12.
Right, yeah.
I believe the general agreement now is that it is in fact a knitting tool.
This
Holy
deserves to be
shit.
said out loud. I'm reminded of a joke by an archaeologist. My gender is a ritual. That way my coworkers just accept it and do not do any further research into it.
I've heard that
Fuck.
one.
Damn.
The brief discussion of left-handedness in the chat reminded me of one of the few fun school trips I took as a child while still in England to Hampton Court for what was essentially just like a day of history LARP. Immersive education on the subject of Henry VIII and his court and all of the deals there. Children put on your bonnets and such and attend class. And as a left-handed student in the class, I was not allowed to write with my left hand, and I was still critiqued for my handwriting. And it was quite an unpleasant experience, but they did let me eat a large chicken wing, and I managed to sneak some mead, so, like, it was worth it.
Strong.
There has been no further research into the Voynich manuscript since, the decision of this was probably just a scam of someone trying to pass off complete nonsense as important.
Every other month, somebody solves the Voynich manuscript.
We
Every other month,
are at the
people
point
roll
of
their
cryptography
eyes.
tech and have been there for a while where if it were any sort of structured informational code in any form, we could throw the brick at it and reveal its secrets.
We have brute force mechanisms that could snap it open if it had literally any sort of patterned information in it whatsoever, and it doesn't.
We might not be able to translate it, but we would be able to recognize a
I
pattern.
say that even in the form of if it were in a language, which by some strange reach of context we no longer have, we could see that it is a syntax at all by just taking all of the shapes that are in it in abstract and throwing them in the jumbler.
Like that part is definitely true. Being able to actually translate it, on the other hand, cryptography is not that good yet. Not even close.
Well, if there's
And
no
we only just
context
recently
to associate the symbols with, then there is
we
no
would
translation
be
that
able
can
to
occur.
tell that it was a language, if it were a language.
We only just recently figured out another one of the Zodiac Killer's letters, for instance. A big part of the reason why that's so hard is because there's so many fucking typos in it.
Yep. But yeah, the Voynich manuscript has been put in the words Wiggler several times, and it is almost, barring cataclysmic weirdness, it is just gibberish in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, now I want page 32's. Beastmaster, who gets the one true authentic library experience.
Of
We're
having
here
to
for
go back to the
books.
pot all the time and getting the books.
Of borrowing books.
Mhm. You take the books out, and then you throw them at somebody's skull, and they find their way back home.
Yeah, so hypothetically I only need one of these. But I will go for a second just to have some consistency.
Fun note about Byblos, even though it is impossible to have access to holy damage at this point in the game, Byblos
we're back
actually not
here.
only absorbs holy, he actually absorbs holy at double rate of everything else.
That's weird.
It is.
There is a plausible hypothesis that some attributes of Byblos may have been swapped with...
Yeah.
There's a palette swap boss refight of a different Byblos demon
Yeah,
further
Apanda.
along, and some things that a panda has would make more sense on Byblos.
There are weaknesses
And
at
the
play
opposite.
that make no sense.
Weaknesses, reactions.
Apanda basically has the line that you would expect Byblos to
Of if you summon Ifrit
Regular
at him, he
damage.
will flinch and hoot and react.
Yes.
Trust Berserker. Protect Berserker.
And like you would assume, absorbing all
Did
elements,
Berserker just
especially
kill a
double.
hole?
Yes.
It attempted to kill the hole.
You'd assume that absorbing all elements, including like taking double percentage of it from Holy, you'd assume that would just be on a later game boss than what Biblos is, who is only vulnerable to fire and takes double damage from it. Don't use an ice rod on Biblos. It's a bad time.
Although,
Now that you mention it. Oh wait, hang on.
Okay, so attack all stuff will
is
trigger
dangerous, but if you're timing it right, it can be worth it. 500 damage is still 500 damage, even if it came at a
Wait, why do you
terrible
have
price.
leak?
Quicksand does that.
Oh,
Quicksand inflicts leak.
Thunder rods are for later. The Galuf probably falls down.
Berserker is just really has it out for that hole.
yep. That hole must die.
Lena falls down. Well, I've already started down this path. Either this works, or I get the rods back.
I think it's going to be option 2.
Well, that's now 1,500
now-
damage worth of rods. In addition to, calculated. It's
Okay.
fine.
Nice. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Trust. Just trust. Berserker?
I love the sand boil. Is that what the thing up the front is?
The anemone thing?
Yeah.
Berserker, no, don't attack that one.
Berserker knows we could do better.
Berserker refuses to waste so many resources on a fight that is solvable.
Berserker believes in the economy. But enough about that.
I forgot we still had people doing the dog farm.
Yeah, this
Over
is,
here,
That was delightful.
This is so that that Arts has a chance to fight Ifrit with Sai.
Right.
Art still
right.
needs some kind of X factor to get a hand up on Ifrit, which might be chemistry related.
Mhm. And if it's chemistry related, we need funds.
Don't
If we
have
need
access to
funds-
turtle shell.
If we need funds, we have to kill dogs for oil.
There's absolutely no other way. This economy runs on the dog oil.
Got those dog squeezins back. That's right. We're back on dog squeezins.
Yep.
Took us a while, but we've returned to the topic that we should have been on the whole time. Just juice each individual dog to get the cash back.
you were ever not thinking about dog squeezing, you could be. Reconsider your life choices.
Trade offer incoming. I offer you dog squeezins. You return to me, Gil. I offer you dog squeezins. You return to me, fire, ice, and thunder rods.
Now my question is if there is an adulterated black market for dog squeezins. Which I'm sure there would be, because there is for everything.
Yeah, of course. Like, the dog oil is cut with, like, various levels of other kinds of oil.
Like vegetable oil, soap.
Now,
Do people attempt to, like, create and foist corn oil off on others?
I feel like that would be too obvious. Everyone knows how to catch that. Your adulterated, diluted dog oil has to contain the oils of other canines.
So, for example, these wild knacks is where we usually get our oil, but in Karnak they might use those cur knacks instead.
Which are
the synthetic
tame
knack.
and therefore produce less oil.
I see.
Yeah, when we tamed the knack, we reduced its oil output with selective breeding so that we could have lapdogs.
If you're a coward, doesn't want, like, a soft and lustrous, oily lapdog.
Well, no, the issue was that it was staining clothing and making it really flammable.
The further issue then when the dog reaches ignition temperature.
Adapt or die. Wear your asbestos robe and like it.
The dog vapor will combust. It's like linseed
The
oil.
dog just wags its tail too hard and causes spontaneous flame generation.
Yeah, and then
that's why
everyone
that's
in the
the national
household
dog
died.
here.
I mean, what do you think was powering the fire engine?
Thousands
God,
of years
spit
ago,
dogs
the
all
founder
over
came to
again.
this land and walked to the edge of those woods and saw a dog explode. And this was a sign that he would found a kingdom here.
You've heard of water wheels. Let us introduce you to the fire wheel powered by dog.
Alright, so that 30 AP ability there that Chemist is now working on, that is Mix.
Okay, we're here.
Anyway,
now.
we're doing math. Checking that, yes, you have a knife. So knife this. Guard. Grab. We'll run out of MP at some point. Just let him get tired.
Do
maybe
monsters
speed the process
track
along.
MP?
Yes. Alright, so we need to grab a fresh one. Monsters track MP, and there are certain scenarios where depriving the opponent of MP is a very important strat. Like a magic hammer from earlier, that's a blue magic, that's learnable.
I've done the thing I should have done all along, and I can introduce that the oiliest dog is the Basset Hound.
Oh no. I think it might be the Sharpei.
Nope, their tricolored coats are short, hard, dense, and oily in order to repel dirt, water, and other elements they may encounter during their sleuthing duties. Other
But what about the
notably
oil
oily
that
dogs-
gathers in the folds of the Sharpei?
Well, it's largely not oil, probably more inclined to be like dermatitis and such.
Okay.
But other notably oily dogs include the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. They have a thick, oily, and nearly waterproof coat. The Labrador Retriever, the Newfoundland, and dogs with allergies. Yorkies can have oily coats. This is a disaster. Go see your vet. Call my wrinkle dog oily, sir.
Alright, so
There's just
different
generally a
numbers
lot of
here.
There's generally a lot of dog in a Newfoundland, in general.
I need to deal 420 damage to this in order to accomplish goals.
Fun note about the size of Newfoundlands, they are on average heavier than wild wolves. They're enormous.
Well, now we know what the knacks are.
This one should be ready? Not quite. Too much. Book surgery is a delicate art.
That's true.
How Newfoundlands are also bred, they're also extremely strong for their size on top of that. They're incredibly powerful dogs.
Just a perfect creature.
A dog the size of a small bear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Not
my
really an
goodness.
exaggeration, too. The smallest available black bears are actually around the same size as Newfoundland dogs.
The first picture of a Newfoundland dog in the snow is very good on Wikipedia.
Hmm.
Just wet, is just panting in the snow.
That's great.
I wonder how their size compares to the Tibetan Mastiff.
I believe they're actually heavier than the Tibetan Mastiff, but the volume of the Tibetan Mastiff is slightly bigger.
I love that sequence of words put together. That was
The volume of the dog.
Yes.
We're talking about volumetric dogs?
They have a double coat of fur. Oh no.
Extremely necessary, given that they are very cold
Yeah.
weather dogs.
Yeah, they are swimming cold weather dogs, but oh man.
And then eventually you come across the oiliest dog of all, which is a seal.
Yes. Or the Commodore. Either one, really.
Yeah.
And just set that book aside for later. So, that's a lot of cash. Let me look at the over-the-counter mix abilities and see what could be done with them. Are any of these... over-the-counter plus also Turtle Shell. We have Turtle Shell. Though also, until we have mix, it's a moot point.
Yeah, we
Let's
ha-
just
we
hit the
have to
pharmacy
gain
and have
access
many
to
ingredients.
science.
Many ingredients are just available without a license. Interesting country you run here. Yes, I'd like all of your antidotes. Single-use disposable acupuncture needle? Sure.
Alright, now we have science ingredients. Now we just need science.
Suppose I should also then be fighting against turtles out here on the grass to acquire more shells.
That's an incredibly good image. I've never seen large dog beside small horse like that before, and I am thriving.
Hmm. It's a very small horse for what it's worth. That is a small pony, but
Oh, of course.
also a very large dog.
Yeah. I'm so sorry for chat discovering cladograms and taxonomy.
Welcome to die.
Welcome to die. several tuatara are typing.
And I told you yesterday, cladistically, a walrus is a form of bird.
I accept this.
Wait, hold on, what?
It's a very strong bird.
It's a penguin. A walrus is a type of penguin.
I fucking hate you sometimes. I say that with all of the affection in my heart.
I love any sufficiently, like, niche biology book or, like, any natural sciences book that just, like, you reach the point where you cannot study this field without dramatically realigning how you see the world.
Yeah, just you completely
And,
go
like,
turn.
Yeah, the ichthyologists and the botanists and the mycologists just shaking hands together with the realization that everything is fake, nothing is matter, the laws of the universe mean nothing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I really wanted to, I could talk fast enough to make an argument that actually, yes, a walrus cladistically is a bird.
No, you couldn't.
Probably.
No, you could not.
Don't dare, Morris.
No. There's no functional way you can do that. You're not going to be able to cross phylums like that.
Now, I didn't say I'd be correct, but I could make
Okay,
an argument
sure.
that would
You
pass muster for
Okay.
like 10 minutes.
I mean, yeah, if a whale comes from an ungulate, then come on, there's plenty of room to get weird with it.
Whale is the other path for ascension out of horse. Snake or whale? Choose your fighter.
Now the question is, does whale eventually become crab?
Yes.
What doesn't?
So far, birds don't become crab.
False.
What? Which birds
Yep.
become crab?
Watson's.
Huh. I mean, we know bugs become crab. We know arachnid become crab.
Anyway.
Oh, hey, we're back here.
Right, meanwhile.
Berserker.
Looking forward to the Dance Zerker times as well.
Yes.
Good sequence of sword dances.
Well, time to cast slow on a hole in the ground.
Erode slower, damn it.
So I've gone on a journey as a result of this, and pinnipeds eventually share common ancestry with either ursids or mustaloids. So either bear or badger. That checks out.
What?
All right, take a weasel and just start pumping it full of fat in air.
Yep.
Bam. That's a seal.
There's
That checks out.
Mustaloidea, which is the weasel superfamily, and contains. I'm probably going
Contains
to pronounce this wrong 'cause
skunks,
I've never
too.
done Latin. Mephitidae, skunks.
Yeah.
Alluridae, red panda. Procyonidae, raccoons and allies, which is a really strong set of words. And still a day of weasels and allies.
Okay, so this is not, in fact, a specific animal called an ally, which I would now be learning about. It is just allies of raccoon.
It is raccoons and raccoon associates, and weasels and weasel associates, and then you go back a step from Mustaloideae, and you get to the branch where you either spec into weasel or into bear.
Subsidiary of the weasel family.
Oh, no, sorry, you either spec into weasel or into seal, and then if you go back, you choose whether to spec into the bear family, or ultimately seal or weasel.
But this does mean that, with how you described it, this does mean that technically they're all part of Caniforma?
Yep, they are.
Yes.
Which
All right,
means
good to know. They are dogs then.
seals is
Yep.
the same. So
They're all dogs. Fucking god.
Walrus
It means
is
they're
a dog.
full of oil.
It means they're all full of oil.
I mean, they are, yes.
Fire up the press.
I need oil. Oil from walruses.
Just imagining some like Texan oil baron trying to put a rig in the back of a walrus and getting gored to death.
Okay, but for like the strange, comedically horrible extraction of the miscellaneous oil from Long Rat, the immediate mental image I get is of like a rope making jig. With all the little spinny hooks that are there to twist all the parts in the appropriate directions and saying,
Braid weasels together!
You have to
I'm into
wring
it.
the weasel out.
I'm
In
into
the
it.
process, you make the strongest rope that there can be.
The
It's made
most
entirely of
unsettling
weasels.
cord you could
We call
ever
it-
make.
The least twine.
I'm really
All right,
glad
so-
you don't have artists in chat doing this stuff.
yes.
A bold of you to assume that I do not, in fact, have a program open.
Yeah,
Do you?
you're underestimating both the commentators and the usual audience.
I absolutely do, yes. I'm
Okay.
not going to share
I-
my diagrams, but I'm drawing them.
All right, so
I
have you
was
ever heard of the
looking forward
Thor's
to
Hero
it.
Shrew?
Is that the one that like screams over its kills, or
No. That is I believe I believe it's a rodent specifically is what you're describing. I know what you're talking about though. It's a field mouse of some kind. But anyway, no, the Thor's Hero Shrew, and also there's an additional one it's just called a Hero Shrew, I believe. Is the animal the vertebrate with the strongest spine out of all vertebrates. And imagine like weaving those together.
Ah, the bone
just imagining
cord.
crunching.
Well,
voices
we've now
involved.
found a new hobby for Smiling Rat.
Ah!
Imagine weaving those together for your space elevator.
Yeah.
Also, the thing invoked was the grasshopper mouse, which hunts over arthropods and particularly scorpions, if I remember correctly. Yeah, carnivorous rodent dining on insects such as grasshoppers, worms, spiders, centipedes, scorpions, snakes, and even other
Oh, hey,
mice.
we're in Bookland.
Nice.
Some days
So-
you just can't get out of a library.
So the Thor's Hero Shrew, the way that its spine is set up, that is a sequence of extremely complicated interlocking vertebra that have multiple different like points of connection, and they have interestingly weird shapes. They are so incredibly strong, and I do mean that this is something that was tested, that you can full force stomp on the back of one of them and not even hurt one.
Down.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder what scientist was the one who decided I should be the one to test this.
I
One
don't
you
know,
should
but
trust.
of course there is a scientist who did.
One you should not trust.
He ended up being
The question
turns out
you
it's
should be
fine.
asking is how many pieces were they found in?
The other neat thing about the
my
grasshopper
God.
mouse is it's known to be immune to the venoms of its prey. It defends its territory by howling like a small wolf, and it absolutely gets high as hell deliberately on some of the venomous attacks. They get
Makes sense.
painkiller out of it and have a great time.
Please regard.
That is a
both
mouse that is living its best life.
Yes. Smiling Rat hands you a spinal sweater. You have a new curse. Current romantic entanglements are doomed. Yes!
All right, are we now going to Biblos, or do we still need
We
to
are
catch
now.
another?
I could catch another one on the way. And
Who's
if
the
it
first
decides
person
not to
look-
show up, then I can just throw the one. Smiling Rat is maintaining a very important list of things that are usually made of non-meat that could be made of meat.
I love Smiling Rat.
Smiling Rat, as I said during cultivation, the map cultivation screen.
It's a form of
Whatever.
cultivation, drawing a map.
Even if Rat gets a write-up, I think our version is going to be whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the weird religious complex that formed around him.
Purely by accident.
Wait, what?
Book solved.
Yep, you can do that.
Vanish. Be gone.
Okay. What?
Yeah. So, when I say that Final Fantasy V bosses have their giant Achilles heel weak points, including status effects, that includes death and banish.
Do you get XP for that?
Yes.
Most boss fights don't give XP, just as part of the way the game is set up. Still got full rewards, though. That's a defeat. Cast into the void.
Okay.
Be gone.
This game is clever and allows you to do incredibly low-level runs by only fighting bosses.
Yep.
My speculative weasel squeezing diagram has led me to consider a world in which the Caduceus staff is two entwined mustelids instead of two snake, and that
Are
brings
they
me joy.
flattened, or are they still
They're
plump?
still tubes.
Okay.
How are they feeling about this?
According to my attempts at giving them facial expressions, middling at best.
Have they been tied to the staff so that they can't escape?
This
No,
too is
they
a
choose to be
living.
here. Yeah, this is a well-paying job.
It must have excellent benefits.
Good dental.
So I got hit with the mix and match vaccine trip. Pfizer and Moderna together.
Finally, turtles.
So far, trip report on second vax is, yeah, my arm hurts. Oh well.
Yeah,
do that.
that's all I got from my vaccine. A big painful arm for a few days.
I had mine about 4 hours ago, first shot of the Pfizer, and if it hurts, I haven't noticed.
First
That
shot,
doesn't say much, though.
first shot typically has fewer side effects. Most commonly just minor arm soreness.
Which, yeah.
Good luck, I'm behind 7 proxies.
Why settle for immune when I can be invincible?
God. TikTok murders me.
Agreed. The teams will all benefit from having raw level to help normalize everything else that they do.
Right, so Arts is just collecting tortoise shells.
Preparing to learn of the brew.
Morris, your mic is on.
Oh, I had gotten up to go take care of the dog.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Strategic use of fast forward is being considered.
And Karts is leaving the library having defeated Biblos. Well done, Karts. The next thing that Karts wants to catch is a Chimera.
Well, that'll
So-
be interesting.
Remember how I said Dorm Chimera is a don't touch this kind of encounter? Beastmaster wants to touch it.
Let us test the viability of approaching Dorm Chimera.
Ooh,
Pain.
No.
not today.
It is a magic beast. If you get the chance, you might be able to stun it.
Team needs more raw number to be able to survive at least one breath.
Weird fact about Dorm Chimera. There's only one water attack in the entire game, and it's Leviathan. Dorm Chimera, weirdly enough, absorbs water. Despite being...
And
User
that's
level.
why it's a desert.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly thirsty.
Dorm Chimera appears to be a Nomura design. Neat.
Since we can't catch the Chimera, does that mean that we're going for bears instead?
Oh, I'm going to catch the Chimera. I just don't need
Ah.
it for a while, so I will fight other things and get taller.
Okay.
Because the next boss fight on the route after this point is the worm.
And you need the Chimera for
The Chimera
worm.
will defeat the worm.
I have now finished my speculative weasel diagrams and conclude this is just enrichment for them and they're happy to be there.
Good.
There is no way I can draw this that doesn't look like a form of fun.
Good, excellent.
So weasel squeezing is a non-harm process. Okay.
Weasel squeezing's a vegan, yes.
It's like sheep shearing.
Unless you're like going real hard on it.
Like sheep shearing, in that they've been selectively bred to the point that if you don't
They require
routinely
it.
extract the oil, they'll just get inundated, waterlogged, oil-logged. They'll spontaneously combust.
You don't want your weasel to go up like a dog.
So, is that what all the fires in Karnak are?
Yes.
Oh no, those are from the dogs.
Right, the Max, right.
Until we get
Meanwhile,
back to the common ancestor.
thinking.
Thinking intensifies.
Thinking and waltzing.
Berserker needs to get better at thinking.
No,
How dare you.
it thought very well. It thought that hole needed to be hit.
Berserker always knows the optimal path to victory. You cannot be let down by Berserker. You can only let Berserker down.
knows where the worm is by knowing where it isn't, and you only find where it isn't by poking the hole to check. This is basic mud crab wrangling logic.
Berserker is conducting very important RNG manipulation rituals. By using those numbers now, they prevent them from having those numbers used against them. Berserker spins the wheel and laughs at God.
Blame yourself for God, I say, as I bury a scythe in your eyeball.
Well, Worm is dead and rods have not been broken.
Thanks, Berserker.
I had a discussion about the War of the Lions translation of Final Fantasy Tactics recently, and it always leads around to the same thing of like, most of it is actually better, like genuinely, but there's some moments of like punchiness that are gone, and they really did go way too deep in on the floweriness of it. It actually becomes distracting and not fun to read.
It is a very jarring level of purple prose at several points.
Because the thing is that blame yourself or God, followed by a punch to the gut. That's very punchy and good. And the equivalent of, "'Tis your birth and faith that wrong you, not I," and then doing the punch in the gut anyway. It doesn't seem like it should be followed by the punch in the gut that way.
Yeah, that's a massive
the
downgrade.
lesson is only one character can talk like, what's his face? You know who I mean, from Final Fantasy XIV.
Urianger.
Yes. You can only have one Urianger in a scene.
Yeah, the War of the Lions translation makes everyone talk like that.
The thing is that the War of the Lions translation is emulating the famously good translation for Vagrant Story. The thing is, the Vagrant Stories doesn't actually go that deep in on it. It just uses some like antiquated terms occasionally.
Yeah. It has sprinklings rather than dumping the damn salt sugar on it.
Yeah.
And just cursory thinking about it, especially with FF Tactics, planning out the script for that in a high effort way, there would be a good opportunity to inject class character into dialogue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like
Everyone
of all people
speaks
who
like a
should be
noble
getting
guy,
very, very floofy and poetic, Delita shouldn't be.
Delita definitely shouldn't be. Delita has
should be
two
the one who
things.
says, "Blame yourself for God." And
People's
punches you in the
champion
butt.
Delita, just says, "Well, sucks for you."
Delita is two things: deliberate, like absolutely a commoner who's in service to a noble family, and also then later on, briefly, like a member of the church. Both of which have different like ways of speaking compared to the nobility. You know,
I think that, like, if you're going to try and evoke the aesthetic of reading Shakespeare, you need to actually go look at how Shakespeare wrote low-class, vulgar characters.
Yes, because they follow entirely different patterns.
Like,
Even
first
when they
thing we
are
do,
being
let's kill
prose.
all the lawyers.
This has filled me with a powerful craving for Baz Luhrmann's Final Fantasy.
yeah. A big problem is, as you just said, there is no like class in the way that the characters speak. It is all the same kind of flowery. Like that is a way that Agraya should speak for sure, as a famous knight and something like that. And maybe Ramza, but not really, because Ramza spent all his time with common folk anyway. So
Like, Ramza's family should speak like that.
yeah. But not Ramza or Alma, really. It should mainly just be Zalbag, Dice Darg, and that's about it.
And then it can
And,
also
like,
be reflective
Orlando
of
can
the
speak like that.
upbringing and the social groups around them if they are in a different class but still speak in the flowery ways. Sometimes they may get words wrong, or they may actually be more cohesive than the nobles.
Yeah,
There's lots of fun things to do with it.
Thinking more about it, actually, when you get down to a lot of the dialogue in that game, the vast majority of it is not even spoken by other nobles.
Yeah, no,
It is
it's
spoken
mostly
by church folk and commoners.
Yeah, most of the people you end up talking to are either ranking church officials who will be speaking in a flowery way, but I would
But a
aim
different
more-
kind.
Yeah,
A more
And then-
academic way.
yeah, and then people like Ygraph or Delita.
Who are both commoners.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. That's important for them.
Sliding here just to say that Argath should do it, but fuck it up constantly.
Yes, that's true.
Yes,
Argath should be, in
yes,
fact, the
yes,
most
yes.
flowery out of all of the characters, because he's trying to overcompensate for the fact that his family's poor as shit.
Yeah.
He is a group of nobility, but it's a disgraced family, and so on and so forth.
Real question though, what sort of flowery do the demons talk in?
Impossible to understand Chaucerian.
Yes.
I was gonna say, like, some sort of prose.
Let me tell you, Chaucer is prose if you're being very generous.
I mean, Chaucer is fairly easy to understand if you hear it spoken out loud.
Assign
Yes.
each of the Lucavi a different genre
Now we're talking. All right.
that
Yeah,
suits
but
their
like-
personality.
Give them verse. Give them verse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they should have a verse or a prose. Like, they should be like,
Prose is basically
It's the opposite of verse.
Yeah.
In fact.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Verse
I
is
am-
poetic.
I am not a literature major.
Gone,
it's
gone,
good.
the form
I
of
got
I am,
man.
and I don't fucking remember. It's fine.
I
Well,
got
what
what
I-
you
I got
what you meant.
major.
yeah.
But
What
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
hearing
So
you say-
the person in chat has it. They should speak like poets.
Yes.
See, what I'm hearing you say is that the perfect Lucavi voice is gone, gone, the form of man, rise the demon Etrigan!
Yes, actually, though, like actually, one of them should come out like that.
Right, but at the same time, though, you say that they should be poetic, and then I think about the design of the Sackman.
Yeah. Cuchulainn.
Yeah,
That is how Kuleon should come out with that exact thing.
The thing is, I don't think so for Cuchulainn.
the visual design that they came with for that, he should be strange and rowdy and gross.
Yes.
What is the loudest? A poet.
Okay, just make it freeform verse then. Just have all of the other ones be
Now it's
incredibly
this
meticulous.
E.E. Cummings demon?
Yes, yes.
That would
Have him
almost-
start breaking the text box and just talking outside of it like E.E. Cummings.
That would almost work if he was not the first.
The first one.
That's the problem. You would have to establish that they all talk in some manner,
Poetic
and then
verse
he,
manner.
and then him being the chaos one does come out doing nonsense.
A demon talks like MC Ride. My god.
I'm just deeply entertained by picturing Etrigan the demon in Final Fantasy XIV now.
I think this larger patch of grass also still has turtles, or at least it has the same encounter table that I'm working with here. Yeah.
So that's fjords in the back.
I think about the Lucavi a lot because they are easily my favorite bit of Final Fantasy lore.
Meanwhile, we're over
Yeah,
here
the only
now.
other note I had to contribute to right in conversation is that it's also worth acknowledging that, like, not speaking in flowery language doesn't correlate to, like, a lack of ability to do so, or a lack of intelligence, despite how it's often portrayed in media. And a lot of lower class people could, and in fact did, write in quite elaborate and beautiful ways. They would just generally let up themselves about it in the process.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like,
Some of my favorite old books to read are ones written by common people just talking about their lives and what they do, and they're
Yep.
generally very evocative, very grounded in reality, and
Mhm.
able to weave beautiful scenes accordingly.
important words.
And then they will absolutely just, like, come out with a dick joke and then just go on as they were, talking about the beauty of the sunset.
Chaucer,
It's one of,
again.
yeah,
Important words.
I mean, Chaucer is interesting because he's able to swap between the two styles seamlessly.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
he's got one of the tales in Canterbury Tales is just a straight up chivalric romance in the language of nobility, and then we jump into the story where
Miller's
he's
Tale.
making fart jokes. Yeah,
Yeah, and that's the thing that a lot of upper class writers attempt to mimic when writing lower class characters and totally fuck it up because they have no grounding in that reality.
Mhm.
if you
and
want to
don't
know what
understand how those patterns come about.
and just if you want to know if Chaucer could be a rapper, yes, but I prefer to think of him as a hype man because I have seen the excellent movie about jousting,
The
A
Knight's
Knight's
Tale.
Tale.
The
Knight's
best.
Tale, yes. Knight's Tale is a movie that did not deserve the reception it got because it was smarter than anybody else in the room.
Oh yeah, Knight's Tale is a genius movie that understands historical realities and understands when it needs to be accurate to them and when it needs to go off on a feeling so you understand
It
what's
takes a
actually
historical
going on.
reality and then localizes it into another
Yes.
cultural context.
It gives you
Yes,
the tone, it gives you the emotion, and it doesn't care if it doesn't fit, it wants you to feel the thing.
All of the
Yeah,
plot
just-
points of the progression of A Knight's Tale are things that could happen in that setting.
That's why I sit relatively alone on my stool in the corner enjoying Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet. It's great.
I can appreciate it even if I don't fully like it. It's my feeling on that one.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like it as a movie, but I love what it is doing.
Yes, same, exactly. There are a lot of good, like often usually stage, like they don't usually make it to movies, but there are a lot of good stage adaptations of Shakespeare plays that remember what Shakespeare was actually originally doing and updated accordingly. A lot of his comedies were very simultaneously high and lowbrow, and a lot of updates basically make that in modern visual and literal language. And then there's the updates of all the political dramas to make them more immediately accessible as to just, oh, I get this now.
Karts still hasn't gotten on the boat. Stay safe, Karts.
Karts had to do a lot of reading in the library.
Rural Macbeth, Pennsylvania is an extremely good example, yes. Because it narrows it down to the character dynamics and the pettiness of it all. I believe the Baz Luhrmann one is the one where they had sword written on the guns, yes.
It's a very clever adaptation. Like, beyond, there's a lot of genuine craft mixed in there. I admire it quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
One of the projects with, I think this was when I was doing my advanced study courses while I was still in high school, because I started on a thing there, but one of the things floated was, as mentioned, the Pennsylvania Macbeth, but instead just putting that in, like, context that we would work through, and I was floating the idea of Birnam Wood and the marching being the act of the spiteful neighbor doing guerrilla gardening. You do not have planning permission, Macbeth, for your ambitions. How dare you?
God.
Now the real question there is, how do you work in the "no man of woman born" speech?
C-section.
Well, yes, but
Yeah.
yeah, all right, fine.
It's the same logic, my man.
Yes. I'm just trying to picture someone delivering it in a modern day adaptation.
My
Look,
answer
sometime-
to that is just simply be gay, do crime.
That is also an acceptable answer, and in fact, an excellent one.
I once again come out with, yes, make someone trans. It works just fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not the mechanics of it that I'm having trouble with. It's picturing someone in the modern day saying, "No man of woman born may slay me."
Hail Macbeth, Thane of the Home
I mean,
Rulers
I've hung around.
Association.
I've hung around enough drunken people from the Midwest and the South that they could probably pull that out. Maybe not in those exact words, but that sentiment. Yeah. You were on the internet. People just say that.
Okay, that's true.
And yes, the whole thing in Tolkien was explicitly because Tolkien had a bee in his bonnet over the Macbeth twist and was like, "No, that's dumb. Do it this way." Oh God, Macbeth as a streamer or an influencer would be hell.
All roads converge on the Wolfwood.
Who's those wolves?
Okay, hang with me for a moment. I got 2 words for you.
All right.
VTuber Hamlet.
Oh! 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 Okay.
The fucking witches scene with VTubers now because of chat, and I'm dying.
I'd rather not, honestly.
All right, I'm
Not
gonna.
like the particular ones, just as a concept.
I am going to meet your VTuber Hamlet and follow up with an actual real thing. Put this in the cohort corner for you of manga Shakespeare Hamlet.
Oh yeah, I actually wait. Hang on, looking. Okay, not that edition, but I do.
Fuck
There is
yeah.
a section in my library of a bunch of manga adaptations of like classical Western literature, like
Oh, wow,
Sense and
the art of the ghost is phenomenal.
It's
That
really
is-
good.
That is hardcore.
It is big Dr. Hell energy.
Look at that exactly one Photoshop filter ass skull. I gotta post this in the chat. Everybody
Please
appreciate
do.
how bad this skull is.
For everybody in the chat, if you have never searched manga Shakespeare, do yourself a favor when you have the time. It is amazing.
Oh, Voltaire would be the most insufferably online human being to have ever existed if he was around for the dawn of the internet. Yes.
I mean,
But where would he be publishing? Would he be publishing on Substack or where?
Any website that has not banned him yet.
Twitter.
So yes, Twitter.
let me look up more manga Shakespeare.
But
Please do, that was
there's a
delightful.
different series. It's not this one. It's like a whole like same set. It's like one of the ones that throws me is like Sense and Sensibility.
Here you go, chat. This one's for you.
Honestly, Sense and Sensibility could very easily be just done as a shoujo manga, and it would not. It would be an old school style one, like an 80s one, but it would fit.
Just taking a moment to appreciate that the centerpiece of Firetown is this big ass public kiln that seems to be lit at
Yeah.
all times.
That rules.
I want to point out on manga Romeo and Juliet the fact that Romeo has a 6-pack.
Yeah, I was
I
about
think-
to say, I heard Romeo had a 6-pack.
I think what pisses me off most about these manga Shakespeare things is like, no, you should be doing these in the fucking style of Rose of Versailles.
Also, this is the last one because somebody did point it out, and it is my favorite. Manga Macbeth is purple.
Oh my fucking god!
I see, two-sword style.
Oh, this sucks. I'll come back and this sucks.
No, this whips. This is fantastic, actually.
No, I say this sucks with a giant smile on my face.
What if it was purple?
Also, I was briefly out because I pray that it is not on purpose, but my cat has discovered my computer's off button.
Oh, yeah. Also, the other thing about Manga Macbeth that I have to point out, because I feel as though it is not immediately obvious, he does have the 3/ bear claw mark across the chest.
Of course he does.
What is up with his arm guards?
You mean like the metal arm guards that seem to be bolted to his skin?
That go halfway around his arm on all of them.
Shout out to the comment of
side.
Shout out
those
to
are
the
the
comment
witches.
of by lighting Macbeth.
But no, those are the witches. There's 3 of them. He calls them the Weird Sisters, and they protect his arms.
I see.
Have you read this?
No.
Okay, I was about to lose my mind.
No, it's not a bit, or no, you haven't read this.
I have not read this.
Okay.
Like I thought manga Les Mis was already stupid enough when I saw it once, but these are amazing.
But no, legitimately, I am upset that you're taking this and not running with it as Rosa Versailles style shoujo. That's what this should be.
Yes, that's what the series that I'm thinking of. It's basically, they're all like classical, like I said before my cat stepped on the power button on my computer. Sense and Sensibility is one of them, as well as a bunch of like other books like that. And they are drawn like shoujo.
Alright, so here's
And
Necromancer.
that's the style they
Lena.
should be in.
Yo,
Lena.
Lena's outfit.
Cannoneer
though.
Lena with the
Damn.
jaunty cap with the bicorn there.
That's fantastic.
And Gladiator. Gladiator costumes are all the same. You're a Seiya character.
Yeah.
What?
What? Who did you say that was? What?
Huh?
And now two-handing a flail.
Nice.
Dr. Strong.
Alright, now it's time for science, Lena.
Now we have the science.
First order of business, measuring the ductile and tensile relationship of your bones.
Is job level shared between characters, or does each one
No.
track?
Individual
No.
characters have to rank up jobs separately.
That is
Alright.
a very important part of Fiesta management.
That is how the builds go.
Also,
I do remember
Look,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
off the
War of the
table.
Roses.
both of you were wrong.
Yu-Gi-Oh! War of the Roses
won.
was a fucking weird video game.
Also,
Georgia
hey-
Heya anime in the style of Naruto. I don't want these romantic plays and such adapted with flowery styles. No, I want them adapted like they are hardcore action animes and such.
I mean, that
I
looks
want it
like
to be
what
dramatic
Macbeth
and
is right
party
there.
animal.
Okay,
It
but
depends
better.
on the play.
No. Anything can be shapes. It's just better that way when there's plenty of shapes to go around.
Anything can be shapes, and shapes is just math.
Exactly.
I mean, shoujo is still shapes. It's just different shapes.
The circumference of this anime eye must be exactly 3.
You've been called out.
Alright, back into the
I'm
library.
just thinking about Les Mis anime.
Les Mis anime, which was remarkably faithful right up to the end.
Also, yeah, shoujo does not disqualify action.
Yeah, not at all.
It
Not in the
doesn't, no.
slightest.
But I really...
Shoujo and shonen are groupings that describe target audience, not necessarily content. Often content, because there's industry expectations of what that target audience wants to see,
Yes.
but it's not a strict barricade.
Yeah, and then there's stuff like Precure, which is a magical girl anime where they fucking like drop kick the monsters.
It is a magical girl anime whose original styling came from Kamen Rider. So
Yeah.
It is finally time for our last.
it is one of my favorite animes. I love Precure.
It is finally time for our last encounter
Right.
with.
Currently, Mix is here on Ferris.
Yes,
Night
every
with Mix,
Precure
that's an
is
endgame
either
mode out
gay
with
or
this team, I
bi.
expect.
That is just canon. Yes.
So I will consult my alchemical charts. Maiden's
cat's
Kiss.
My cat
Plus,
is sitting posed
turtle
in
shell,
attention,
which
looking at
also
me.
part of the fun of Mix. So it will default to pointing at your own party. It doesn't give away whether the thing you're mixing is an attack or a buff. You need to do the
Spin the wheel.
science. You need to solve the riddle.
But yes, my cat is giving me a very stern and disapproving look of I picked her up and put her down off the computer after she hit the button, and it's just giving me the look of how dare you, I was on the high spot.
I was on the high spot and the warm spot.
Okay, good.
Bird attend.
I love the little dance every time, and I'm so
Huh.
glad I've got to see it multiple times.
Yes.
If I had the Tina emotes, I would post more huh in chat.
Alright, so once this team has the airship, they will be having their detour to Prototype Island to become incredibly powerful. So long as... Yeah, these two have control now. As a move, I may as well equip them with it, since there's plenty of fights where it's relevant. Also, once they have the airship, Blitzwhip can join the team. The incredible tallness that they will get from Prototype Island is the main thing that is going to help them with the beam.
So where do you think tonight will end? After Soul Cannon?
I
Or
would,
one of the
I
teams,
would
maybe?
like to get a team to Soul Cannon. One of them is starting to confront the secondary guns.
What is Soul Cannon?
Beam!
It is the boss that guards the fortress.
So you remember how Ronka decided to shoot itself up into the sky?
Yes.
Soul Cannon is the giant energy beam that protects that.
Ah, of course it has
Oh.
one of those.
There are 4 encounters two on both sides of like a rocket launcher and a flamethrower, and once you
Right.
destroy all those, the giant gun appears in the center.
Yeah. And the translations cannot figure out whether it is soul as in sun or soul as in the soul.
Both work.
Both is fine, yeah.
It is a very fun encounter of you enter it and it has 2 missile launchers that constantly half your HP and cast ult on you, and the cannon's like, all right, hold up for like 6 turns and then annihilate your party.
Initiate charging sequence.
Oh, the best part too is the gun has to warm up. So the first fire takes like 6 or 7 turns. After that, gun's ready to go, and it
That's
just starts firing like
fantastic.
every other turn.
Yep.
I mean, it's warm now. It
Yeah,
was
it is.
literally heat-based.
It is a race against the clock, basically.
Yeah, a lot of parties just need to figure out a way to either kill Soul
Okay.
Cannon before it fires off, or be able to survive 1 hit of Soul Cannon and then kill it afterwards.
Because it's unlikely you are surviving 2 or 3, unless you have done way too much grinding.
Any mage team easily just immediately has an instant win because it is very weak to lightning and they can just crack thunder rods.
Yeah, if you unluckily end up with a no 750 team,
The one no 750 that does pretty well against it is if you get Mystic Knight. The problem there is you need to get past the rocket launchers without your entire party getting hit with old.
I
'Cause then
mean, you can always just settle back down to the ground and heal.
But no.
Oh, the
In the
rocket
fight.
launchers in the encounter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Need a couple more levels before Chimera.
For anything that doesn't for pretty much anything that ain't a mage, the biggest threat in the Soul Cannon fight is the old that you have to get through first. Like this team might have a problem. There's probably, I'm not as familiar with it, but there's probably something Beastmaster can pick up.
The knight will have Coral Sword, so that's a hefty source of damage, just two-handing a Coral Sword. Blitz will be there, and I can throw a couple of bears at the Soul Cannon to do some lifting. Also, it will be after I have done the prototype grind, so this team will be very tall. Disproportionately tall for World 1.
Wait, what is control now? That's a new Beastmaster thing?
Yes, they can attempt to tag an enemy, take control of it, and then on that character's turn, it's time to mix.
When controlling a target, instead of that character taking their turn, they
You
take the
their
enemy's turn.
Okay. Alright, science has proven correct.
Ninja can grind on mini dragons or Flame Island.
Yes.
Do mini dragons have a good AP payout, or is it still Flame
Yes.
Island is the best AP?
Flame Island, because the encounter is easier, is a better grind location for if you just want the AP.
Yeah, if you want the levels too, it's probably mini dragons.
If you're able to reliably do the mini dragon fight, then the raw numbers are endgame grade. It is a very loaded up early bonus encounter.
Is this last Biblos?
This might be last Biblos. By the way, Biblos can ambush you.
What? Why?
I mean, it's accurate. It jumped
How
you.
do you do?
There are
That's,
some.
a problem.
Yeah, there are some situations in some teams where getting
Science will
jumped
fix
by the
this.
close is just trifling. However, we have a chemist.
Some kind of pop-up book.
Other members of the team are like, oh no, help, books. What do we do?
So drink is the basic chemist command and lets you what? Supercharge items?
It lets you use beverage type items, which are several powerful buffs, and one that doesn't work in most versions of the game.
Ah.
Just imagining, oh no, books! Well, the chemist is just casually flicking through something looking for the recipe for chlorine trifluoride.
As a basic passive, all regular healing items are twice as effective when used by chemist.
Well, that's handy.
Ten minutes later, I figure out how to put my words in order and conclude that what I want is a bunch of classic literature novels that use the art conventions typically associated with a bunch of different anime genres to subvert expectations
That'd be cool.
and just be a generally good time.
That
That's
would be
what
cool,
I was
yeah.
trying to say, but the brain
Yeah,
won't
yeah,
work
yeah.
with it.
As it happens.
It's very impressive what science can do.
Truly.
The science of Dracula.
I just think it would be neat if there was a production of Heathcliff that looked like Kaiji.
The bugged drink only buffs Gunch. Are we sure it's bugged?
Why would you have a drink that only does that?
Well, it boosts
It's bugged.
attack power, but targets the wrong number that means attack power.
Ah.
For
So in
just your
practice-
normal swinging of weapon.
In practice, the only number that calls
Although
is
Goblin Punch consults throw attack? So that would mean that the power drink would still work for throwing weapons? If that is where it is landing.
Alright, so my
Alright,
body
this team is getting
decided-
tall enough to fight a Chimera. That's their goal.
My body decided to eject my contact lens, so I think that's it telling me time to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's a good signal.
Yeah, rest well. Nice to meet
Take
you.
care of yourself.
Bye.
Take it easy. I think that was last team out of the library now.
That feels right.
I think so.
Yeah, I think everyone is done with Book World.
There's no escape from Book World.
Is there further need to read mechanically?
There are other things you acquire from books.
Yeah, man.
So at this point, Carts is the furthest behind because of Worm.
Because of... No, Arts, because Biblos is as far back as anyone is.
Okay, yes, all right. And Arts is that far back
Unless
because
someone
of
somehow
science.
pops back out of the library.
Right, okay.
I feel like we've seen Biblos 4 times now. Maybe 3.
There was defeat with Rod Snapping, there was defeat with Firebow, there was defeat with Banish, and now there was defeat with Chemistry. Yeah, 4 Biblos have died.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So Arts is the furthest behind, then Carts, then Barts, then Darts. Darts is furthest ahead, I think.
Animal Friends remaining at the forefront.
There are so many things, and there's so many things.
Yeah, Darts has taken practice shots at the secondary guns on the city. That is the current forward mark.
Right.
Though it has also now been another 6.5 hours in the time chamber.
Yep.
Delivered from one grind to another. We're here at Karnak, and we need to shore up the numbers. Yeah, I think we can just go ahead and place a pin with that. And yes, remedy that. Yes, the problem is here that after announcing and assigning a job, I don't always reach back over to the wheel. We use that 159 for a 7 that matched Dragoon. So that scoots up. The next number that will be used is that 160 over there.
And we only have 4 more numbers to use.
3 more, since one of those jobs will
yes.
come from the
Right.
robot.
The robot.
And all remaining numbers will be modulo 18 for an Earth job roll. Next time, various
Yes.
Fiesta